And we are back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Doey, your host here along with Nagura, and bringing us to the desk, or bringing them to the desk as well, is Tettles and Makes. Welcome. We've got a great match coming up here, Monka versus Soundproof. We've seen 2 series already, going to the 3rd one. One of the coolest things, I think, MDI is sometimes a story of how these teams sort of come together, and Makes, you were doing some research into this, and there's some interesting stuff between these 2 squads.
Yeah, so on one hand, we have a really new team that has played together for a while. And then on the other hand, we have a team with individuals that have been competing for a long, long time that has only started practice on the tournament realm, which is insane. So for Team Monka, we have Skylar, Maystine, Crims, and Mode. And some of those names may seem familiar to you because we've seen them in previous teams. For example, Skylar played with Dr. J and Maystine in the Great Push under the name Mambo Jumbo. And Mode played with Maystine and Dr. J under the name Omega Pump. And we also have seen Crims before in only one of these tournaments, which was the Great Push. He played under the team name Bone Dust. So all of them came together here and decided to play together. Skylar, of course, before playing for Bay Alliance. And yeah, on the other hand, we have Soundproof, who said in their note that more than half of the team has learned a new class for the MDI, and they have chosen that name because they're, as you said earlier, Doa, the opposite of Echo, which whatever that means.
I guess it means soundproof, apparently.
Yeah.
But you can see that's them in the triangle in the middle, apparently, and that's Echo all around the outside trying to get in, but they can't get in because soundproof is soundproof. That's science. That's how it works. But you know what? They've got a long road ahead of them if they're going to get a chance to play against Echo. First, you got to get to the global finals, and to do that, the first step is to take out Monka, which might not be super easy. I got to say, I love the Monka gargoyle logo as well. That's
love
great.
that?
Yeah, I do. I love it in, like, you know, it entertains me way, not like an actual affection kind of way, you know. Yeah, the colloquial love.
Now.
I'll be worrying.
I think that sounds
on camera, yeah.
A pretty heavy uphill battle to be able to beat Monka today. So while Monka, they are the 4th seed overall coming into like the cup play, and while they are a bunch of new players who haven't had a ton of time to be able to play on live servers together, their times that they put up during time trials were insanely fast. And I do expect, if they're able to make sure that their consistency is super solid, I think that's the biggest thing that we're looking forward to this weekend. They're definitely one of the favorites to potentially take one of those top 2 slots coming out of the weekend.
Yeah, because they're the best 2nd seeded team, right? Because the first 3 seeds of the time trials are always the 1st seed in each group, and then 4th to 6th seed are the 2nd seed in each group, and they're 4th. So that means that they are like the best 2nd seeded team in this group.
All right, well, here's our bands of Tazavesh Streets banned by Monka and Plaguefall banned by Soundproof. I don't know if we're going to see any Tazavesh today. That really does seem to be, those dungeons seem to be ones that people want to save because it's where you're going to have the most hidden strats, right? They're the newest ones coming in, I guess, but that means we're going Spires, Mist, and if we need it, Theater Pain.
It's also on a 24, so I think that's
might be tricky too. Yeah.
In addition to this, I think that so Obey Alliance, whenever they had Skylark on their team, they were always abnormally good at Spires of Ascension for just no good reason. I have a strong suspicion that this Monka team probably going to continue to be just abnormally good at Spires of Ascension just off the back of Skylark, always coming up with super innovative strategies in this dungeon.
I'm excited to see it. Fortifying Raging Explosive is very serious business. Like that's a little bit of a scary one for this one, I think. But what do you have to kind of keep in mind the most when you're going through some of the pulls? Because obviously you got to pull like a little bit smaller. You got to worry about the explosions. You got to worry about making things die fairly evenly. But it could be a tricky one. Would this be one that you would maybe see banned instead of the Plaguefall if it were possible?
I don't think so, because of the low key level. Because 21 is the lowest level that we have in the MDI. And even though Fortified and Raging is a very deadly combo, I do think with Blood Decays being so strong, I think they are able to survive it. And you can also save your AoE stuns, your CC that you have plenty of if you're running, the Warlock with that Shadow Fury, and if you're also maybe running the Havoc Demon Hunter having that AoE stun as well, or a Windwalker, which we've seen in Spires as well. Then you can just save that CC for later on. And then with all of the damage output that the Warlocks are providing, I do think that you can kill them really quickly once they are in the Raging range. So I think we're actually going to see really fast Spires clears this time around with these.
Yeah, it's a good point. Key level does matter a little bit when it comes into it, doesn't it? Yep.
Yeah.
For sure. I think out of those 5, just a short preview, I'm surprised they didn't ban that mist, because that is a scary dungeon, but we will see it in a bit.
Yep, that's right. For now, we're going to get into Spires of Ascension again, like we just were talking about, a little bit lower key level, but it remains to be seen. You know, a couple deaths here and there can change the entire run. Monka versus Soundproof. You know, Soundproof already looking way ahead. You know, they want to take down Echo, but you got a long way to go before you get there. You got to get through that gargoyle on the left. Look at that face, the face of intimidation.
It's sweating.
It's
very
sweating,
scared.
but only with I feel like it's sweating with anticipation, just excitement.
Cool little bit about that gargoyle face as well is that, of course, mode used to be in a team called Das Gargoyle Stream in the MDI, right? So having the gargoyle face there as a logo makes a lot of sense as well. But as we're now in the game, we can see that Monka did actually choose to play that Windwalker on their side, while Soundproof went with the Rogue instead. So I do think having a little bit more like AoE damage and just general overall damage from the Windwalker on Monka's side, but having a Rogue means that you're going to have more control, especially with that Raging as well, having an extra Dispel for the Raging on the Rogue.
Dude, Monka didn't lust their first pull and Soundproof did, and Monka ended up beating Soundproof on that first trash pack by something in the magnitude of like 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. It's just that Windwalker difference like you were talking about. If you look at the damage meter, you do see that Windwalker at that 70k DPS mark. In addition to that, it looked like maybe the Survival Hunter got some sick procs. 111k at the end of that pack is kind of a lot.
Yeah, there's definitely some RNG to the Hunter spec of survival. But we do see Monka doing an insane pull here, as they actually pull all of the trash into the boss. We do see one trap actually coming out on the Castigator to make sure they don't have to deal with those casts going off at the start. So this is actually really nice. We do see the Windwalker dropping really low. Bob didn't manage to survive. He's amazing, just barely dodging this projectile coming in as well. And they also finish off an to get the cooldown reduction, plus a Vi interceptor as well to get the haste. Perfect combination of relic kills here to get the maximum amount of damage on this.
Yeah, and that's something that we see super common is if there are going to be 2 sets of those relics, and we saw it a lot last weekend, they're going to proc 1 Vi, 1 just because you don't really want to double up on the buff, and while the is typically the most potent, especially for specs such as Windwalker, Monk, and Serve Hunter, 2 of those doesn't make a lot of sense, so that Vi interceptor is going to be pretty good for Team Monka. I think that how they were able to kill off those relics, like you pointed out, is super smart.
And look how fast the boss is dying. It's already dead, and they just now killed the Vi interceptor.
The Castigator's still alive!
And the boss, the Castigator was the seed at the start, and that's just crazy how much damage they just had there. That's insane. As they're now moving on to their next trash pull already, you can see they're actually just moving to the right. So that means that I think their Hunter Crimson actually. Oh no, Crimson actually walked to the left. You can see him doing damage already. So Crimson did pull the left side, misdirected them to Skylark, using Turtle to not go down on the way. You can see the Hunter just now moving in. So they're gonna do a really big pull here. The left side trash plus the right side trash, and they're all gathering it up.
In addition to that, they set up that Warlock gate in advance to allow Crims to just build even further separation from those mobs in case they were going to potentially melee him down. But oh my goodness, Monka's getting a lot of explosives here. They need to really make sure that they're dealing with those. And you do see Mode here, out of his Boon of the Ascended, was able to get those killed off. And the pack is going to fully enrage. You see that mass drift coming out. Skylark is still just tanking the full pack. Ooh, a nice leg sweep towards the end of that. That's something that you should be looking to do on live, is whenever the mobs go to enrage, then you should be looking to layer your CC. And that pull was incredibly scary for the full group, but Monka's HP didn't even dip because of how well they were setting up their CC chain.
Yeah, that was so good. We got the lag sweep into the Shadow Fury by Maystine, into the Ring of Peace by the Windwalker by RX to make sure that Skylark has some room to move away while the whole damage still stays on them up. So that was really, really well executed, and such a difficult pull to execute perfectly. And now they're gathering up the next pull already. You can see just how much time they're gaining on Soundproof here by doing these insane pulls. Now the double Goliath pack being pulled with the initial pack plus the Ether Diver pack as well. And the most difficult thing here is to actually gather them all up, to get the extra damage on everyone, because you can see some of those mobs usually they jump out like Praetors. You saw Moat actually using Shining Force to make sure the Praetors are stacked with the rest of the pack. Now they're all raging, and again they're using Leg Sweep to make sure that damage is being mitigated a little bit, and the Shadow Fury might come in just a second as well. Ah, never mind, he's just spamming Rain of Fire.
Oh my goodness, Soundproof has had their healer dead for this whole entire pull, Nagura. Chaz ended up getting melee whenever they were grouping up the pull, and it's going to be a full wipe for Soundproof as they have explosives going off. Oh, the pull that they were setting up on that corner there, it's so scary. It was actually a lot more scary than the one that Monka was setting up because of where they were pulling all the trash to, and Chaz just ended up getting healer aggro and melee to death while they were grouping the mobs.
And we can see just how difficult it is to execute this, right? Monka doing such a good job doing a similar pull, and just the way they set it up was safer, but in the end, something can go wrong immediately, and you have this full team wipe as Soundproof there, right? So, amazing job by Monka, as they're now doing this pull in the next platform, and they did actually commit a Carrion Spear for this. So now that all of them are in raging range, though, they have to make sure they get all of the interrupts on those Inquisitors, make sure none of those Dark Lashes go through, or none of the Magic Debuffs go through either, because that can cause someone to just get one shot whenever they are in raging. They also finish off the Woe Relic to make sure they can skip this trash pack, jump through here without waiting for the Angels, and then probably also skip the next trash pack because they don't want to deal with that because it's pretty inefficient.
Ooh, I think with the Woe Relic as well, pretty much all classes are going to have enough movement speed to be able to where they can go over halfway across, where the Angel will pick them up on the other side of the platform. Whereas in previous seasons, you would have to have people like mounted up or be like slow balled from a mage or something like that to make sure they would get ample distance to clear the gap.
Unfortunately, Soundproof having more and more issues as their tank went down to the raging of all of these mobs. They tried to do the same thing again, pulling the left side plus the right side. And yeah, the amount of pressure that is in the tank, you don't have a perfect CC rotation. And not only do you need a perfect CC rotation, you also need to make sure you kill them eventually, right? Because the CC is going to do nothing if the mobs are still going to be alive forever afterwards. So yeah, not having the cooldowns anymore that they had maybe the first time around they pulled it, just causing them to have another wipe there, unfortunately. Yeah, Monka again just having an insane boss kill speed here, as Ventunax is already on 30%, just like what feels like seconds after it pulled it, with another Vi Relic being focused by them, getting that extra haste.
All right, and now Monka here getting Ventunax down relatively quickly. It is that 21 fortified level, and we've seen the bosses get absolutely smoked on both sides, honestly, whenever they do have their CDs available. We're seeing something in the range of like 45-second boss kills. Like the Infernal is still up level of funny. And Soundproof is going 3 times the charm on that massive pull with all those Ether Divers and Skirmishers. And oh my goodness, another tank death. Oh my gosh, this Monk is already onto this last like little ending part of Spires of Ascension. Soundproof just having more and more issues with that one trash pull.
This is actually a little bit more difficult for them to execute too, because of the difference in comp, right? Because the Rogue is not going to be as valuable for this pull compared to the Windwalker. The Windwalker not only provides an AoE stun, but also the Ring of Peace, which is really nice for when they're all raging. Tank can just walk away, and the Ring of Peace is going to keep them stacked in this corner, and you can finish them off without the tank having to worry about this at all. The Rogue, of course, providing some single target CC and stuns, but that's not really going to help you when there's 20 mobs on top of each other, all raging at the same time. So the Windwalker there really, really working out for them.
Ooh, looks like Soundproof is now adapting their strategy, going a little bit smaller on their crash pull, dealing with the skirmishers by themselves. For Monka, coming into this match, we were kind of interested to see how their consistency was going to look, and especially with some volatile affixes like Raging plus Explosive, it could have become a problem, like depending on how much synergy these guys have together. But it looks like they've had basically no issues, and you see they were able to get down the Woe Drifter here, and now they are stealthing all the way up into this Apherion area where they're going to pull some of these skirmishers, looks like as well, or the usurpers on top of Aetherion. This is actually a really scary pull on Raging and Explosive because your healer is going to have a lot of stuff to deal with, but I suspect that they're going to utilize that Leg Scoop and Shadow Fury combination that we saw earlier on into the instance, like you see right there, to make sure that those usurpers aren't going to be hurling their spears onto players at the very end.
Again, another like really nicely executed pull, and it looks like they're dragging the boss towards this right side. I assume they want to pull even more trash on top of this in just a second. Maybe the other usurper pack that is on the left, right? So I assume they're pulling this this like caster trash pack with the healers, which we have seen teams wipe to that pull specifically, just because there's so many casts that you need to interrupt, and if you have Raging as well, and there's some heals that go off on the mobs, then that is really scary. We see the gateway even being used here to get them closer to that trash bag.
That was honestly kind of scary, because if Skylark isn't the first person to take the gate and say they're a little bit too close to that trash pull, I feel like they may have been able to like accidentally body pull that pack. But Monka doing a great job of making sure that that pack didn't get body pulled out of the gate, and now you do see that trash is being grouped up. Aetherion, it is in that recharge phase, so there's not much going on. Skylark is going to have to soak these orbs that are coming from the far side of the room, but whenever they are just coming in super late because of where they've taken the boss, this isn't going to be a problem. And that's why they're utilizing that gate and they're dropping those first set of puddles super far to allow Skylark to make sure that the pack is grouped up, to make sure he's allowed to get threat on all of this trash, because they do have an MD in the form of the Hunter, but that's not going to be enough if Skylark is not actively attacking the pack permanently, because Maystein can rip threat being on that Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well executed again by Monka. That's such a clean run. I think you might have been right. They're just so good at the Spires. Like, this is just insane how well they're executing this. But I do quickly want to note something. This boss's name is Aetherion. Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to just constantly say the name wrong. Poor Aetherion. Like,
I've been saying it wrong for 3 seasons. I've been saying it wrong for 3 seasons. I'm not. It's gonna be fine. I've also called Mozilla, Mozzarella, Moizala.
I've also said that boss name wrong every time. I don't even know how to pronounce it properly, honestly.
It's fine. I'm probably. Can you say it again? Aetherion?
Aetherion, yeah.
All right. Well, maybe next time. Spires of Ascension. Anyway,
pay attention.
Aetherion has died for Team Monka, and on the right side of the screen, Soundproof is finally. They were finally able to get rid of those ether divers, the skirmishers, and all of those. All that trash that was after the first boss, but it seems like it's probably too little too late. Monka here could have a catastrophe, honestly, on this triple angel pull, and Soundproof would still be in a position where they're kind of in a checkmate format where they're way too far behind right now.
Yeah, I do agree it's going to be very difficult, but if they wipe to this angel pull, they're going to be losing a lot of time, and I don't think they will, because they're just played so clean, honestly. I don't expect them to wipe here, but this is still a very difficult point in the dungeon. You can see everything is being gathered up. Bloodlust is being committed as well. This Fury and Spear that they still have left is being thrown into it right now as well. And the most important thing about this pull is that you need to kill them within like a couple of seconds of each other, otherwise they're gonna heal to full HP. And additionally, we also have Raging, so all of the mobs are gonna be going into Raging range at the same time. They only have 1 Raging Dispel on the Hunter, and they have to use it on Klotos, which is the furthest the one to the right, because that one applies the dot. It actually does ticking damage to everyone. Who killed it so quickly in Raging range, it wasn't even an issue at all.
How do you feel about them committing so much to those triple angels? So in some seasons we've seen just the Lust committed. In some seasons we've seen just the Javelin committed. I think a little bit last season we saw neither. At certain points where it was just like people would just do the triple angel with only offensive CDs and no of those external like really long CD buffs. How do you feel about Monka committing both the Javelin plus the Lust there?
I think the thing with this key specifically is that you have a 21 fortified, so the boss itself obviously has phases where the boss just appears, so I'm not even sure if you can get a full last timing onto the boss if you stack it with other cooldowns, because the only thing that would be worth it, in my opinion, to save less for is if you stack it with like the Vi Interceptor buff, plus maybe PI and all the offensive cooldowns that they have. But if you do that in like maybe phase 2, then I wonder if you get even the full duration of it, right? Maybe the priest is a bit too low for that.
They're also 13 minutes into the dungeon, so I guess it's the question of like, where would they have even used their second lust if it wasn't? Yeah,
only
I guess.
Devos. Yeah,
it's only on Devos.
Yeah.
That's probably not that great. I'm really thinking about it.
They also want to save Bloodlust for the first boss pull, right? Because they pull all of the trash on top of the boss, and that is already like I would say like a 1 to 2 minutes into the dungeon. So it only comes up there at the very end, so they can't really change it too much. And the one thing as well is that once you kill all of the angels, the boss can be attacked pretty quickly. So if you still have Bloodlust up, you might still get some seconds on the boss, which is not too horrible, maybe. But yeah, just I mean. Look at the speed of how fast they're killing Devos here.
Dude.
They also managed to delay the Interceptor kill, the Die Interceptor. They just kept it up until the boss came down, so now they have that haste buff. And you can see, not even the haste buff is being used to its full potential, as the boss is about to disappear again.
Also, it's something that you can use at home if you're watching the MDI with the popularity of warlocks and healing priests in the meta. On a fight like Devos, the warlock should absolutely swap to their imp, and that you can alternate imp dispel and mass dispel to be able to reduce the amount of debuffs that you have on the party whenever Devos is active. Obviously, it's not super relevant for these teams as Monka has absolutely blasted through Devos, but certainly something that you could do at home if you were running a composition that is somewhat similar to this.
Yeah, I mean, this round was just insane and so cleanly executed by Monka. That is crazy. I mean, other teams in this group, they have to watch out for this route and maybe adjust their own Spires run for tomorrow if they are not as quick as Monka is here, because otherwise they're gonna have a hard time winning against Monka and Disky.
Wow, victory and then some for Monka here in this one. That was a really, really fast Spires. We were kind of wondering, Nagura, you were saying it might be a little bit on the quick side, but what I appreciated was just like the bravery they had to go for the 3-pull on the Angel, even though they were like way ahead. They could have just done it safer, but they just sent it.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it might actually be easier to just pull all 3 angels because you're committing so many offensive cooldowns actually, right?
Well, yeah, with all the damage, yeah.
Yeah, right, you have all the the spears plus the bloodlust plus all of the offensives. So if you go one by one, it might actually just be harder to deal with a single angel instead of just pulling all of it together if you have just so much burst damage like they do with this team. So I like the fact that they just committed to it and just didn't go slower, just pulled trash on top of a referent. They didn't care that the other team is so far behind. They just send it and executed it perfectly. They're incredibly confident in their ability to just do this dungeon.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the key, it literally spells out FREE with the affixes that are on it, and that's what Monka saw, and they ran with it. Look at the beautiful setup of the first big pull here. We got all of the skirmishers using that Warlock portal to get them over to the other side, together with the stealth claws, and just DPSing all of it down. There was some scary explosions in there, but they beautifully handled all of these, killing them sometimes at the very last second. And then when the mobs enraged, we had enough stuns and CCs to make sure Skylar doesn't die to them. One mass grip also on top of that. Maybe a little bit of support from the Warlock 4 set coming in, which randomly stuns sometimes. But yeah, I just really love that pull, and I wanted to show it. And there's 2 more pulls that we're going to look at that I think really made Monka go, very speedy throughout this key. So for the boss, after we killed the Vote Drifter, we didn't necessarily have all of our cooldowns, so we pulled the Usurpers together with the Rifrion and just made sure we DPS them down while we're already getting some damage on the boss, which was beautifully done. We have the Relic, it's going to spawn, we have going to damage it. And while we're working on getting that cooldown reduction, we're going to set up that Warlock gate here once again from Maystein. Going to gate over, and we're actually turning around, and there is a second pack that we're going to play together with this boss here, who's going to get the extra damage taken income and make it easier to pull, and as well get the extra trash count that we were still needing for going upstairs to the angels. So I really like that setup, and I think it's something we will see more often, especially with these affixes. But as you can see, there's a lot of damage coming in at Mode, who used to be a Disc Priest main, and refused to play Holy Priest for the longest time. Really had to pump this group here, which doesn't normally happen with the DK tank. So I really liked seeing that. And then we went upstairs, and you were already talking about it, Nagura. We definitely did see that 3 Angels pull. I was like a little bit split on it. But when I saw that we had all cooldowns ready going upstairs, I was like, okay, they're probably gonna send it, like you said, because it's so much easier if you just full blast all 3 of them. You don't have to deal with the extra abilities when you play one after the others. We use the item here, making sure they're stunned. We're getting some extra damage coming in, and bloodlusted it, full send it, and completely annihilated this pack, which was really, really great to see. So perfect execution from Monka here, and if that is what they keep showing throughout this tournament, I'm really, really excited for the next case.
Yeah, they are looking very strong. It'd be cool to see if we get a matchup between them and Perplex later on. Obviously, there's still at least one more dungeon to go, but for now, it's looking like a bit of a mismatch. But hey, everybody has an off dungeon every once in a while, so maybe, just maybe Soundproof can come back in this. But it's looking like it'll take a lot.
I think they can. I think that Spires of Ascension in the MDI is so hard.
Yeah, but not only that, I think, because sometimes when you see those teams that are maybe doing the MDI for the first time, they don't go for these big pools, they just go slowly, right? But Soundproof, they did wipe 3 times to the pool, but the pool itself was a good pool, right? Like, it was a really risky pool, and that's those kind of pools that you have to do in the MDI. Of course, you need to execute them perfectly and not have the wipes, but if they're attempting the pools in the tournament, then that means that they have already executed them in practice properly. So they have the potential to do those insane pulls. Maybe it was a little bit of nerves, it was their first key as well that they played during the tournament. And I expect a clean run from them in that second dungeon. I believe in them.
Well, you need to be really good to get this far to begin with, right? Obviously, you need to be one of the best teams of players in the world to get to this point, to get to MDI to begin with, right? But then once you do, then you got to perform on the day. Then the nerves start coming in a little bit from time to time for a new team like this. But yeah, if you're not doing these pulls, you're not going to be able to beat people, right? So you have to go for it, even if it means a wipe or two. But we got another dungeon left, so Soundproof still has another chance to prove themselves here, and then they still have another chance if they end up in the lower bracket. But it is going to be a 23 mists. Yeah.
I think it's the scariest dungeon we have this weekend. It is absolutely brutal. 23 fortified, sanguine, grievous. This is not a dungeon to overlook. And if you want to do well in this dungeon, it'll be really hard for either team, I feel like.
I do think, okay, so the affixes that we had last week in this dungeon was one key level lower, so it was a 22 compared to a 23 that we have now. And it was fortified, spiteful, necrotic. I do think, of course, the affixes are different, but I do think they are somewhat comparable. And the fastest dungeon we've seen last week was 1142 by Echo, right? So I don't think we're going to see that kind of speed this week because it's one level higher, plus it's sanguine. But I do think we can definitely get there because spiteful that they had last week, that slows you down, right? And sanguine is something you can technically play around perfectly. Right? I do think Mist is a dungeon where mobs can be moved pretty easily in comparison to some other keys. So I do think avoiding Sanguine Heal in Mist is not the most difficult thing compared to other dungeons.
How do you
guys feel about the beginning? How do you guys feel about the very beginning of the dungeon with the villagers and stuff? Do you think it's going to be skipped?
Double villager, or do we go a little bit safer?
I think you skip.
I think that's a hard skip, personally, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to play that.
Well, we'll find out soon. Monka versus Soundproof, the second dungeon of the day in their match here. Soundproof trying to even it out with a 1-1. We'll see if we get to that third dungeon art. But Monka, it's a very light blue gargoyle face. It's almost Kyrian in nature,
Yeah.
See that gargoyle decided that
has fallen in love for the gargoyle.
I'm just in for the lore, that's about it. But we're into the dungeon as well, so let's see who takes it.
Ooh. Alright, so there we go. We actually don't see a skip from Monka here as they are gathering up the Spurs pull on the left side, presumably finishing off the Woe Drifter here to get the extra speed, while Soundproof just decides to use their Shroud to get past this. So already a different route coming in from the very get-go between those two teams.
The Monka is doing the Dratnos route here, where they're pulling that first pack on the left. This is actually super popular on live keys, but it is very dangerous on Sanguine. But Monka was able to make sure that all of those Spike Claws ended up getting killed off, not underneath that Villager. Ooh, the Harvesters, they've mitigated 100% of their Sanguine healing. That was insane from Monka, really, really cleanly executed. Whereas on the side of Soundproof, they went for a little bit safer of a strategy. They ended up pulling the Bow Breakers into these Harvester pack. They need to really just make sure that they're getting kicks on those Harvesters, because that Harvest Essence is going to heal up that Harvester. Ooh, nice kidney shot on the side of Soundproof. They need to, if this pack gets killed off and these Bow Breakers are going to go super clean, I think that this is actually a pretty decent position for both Soundproof and Monka, considering the routes that they're taking.
Yeah, and both of them playing that same comp here as well. Monka not using the Windwalker anymore, switching to this Rogue, get that extra single target control, which is so nice to have in Mists. There's so many mobs that scary casts need to be interrupted, right? So having those extra kidney shots, extra interrupts, really nice. A Soundproof drops really low. So both of the Bow Breakers are casting their OE, and the Rogue actually goes down, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just so scary. Monka as well having Bow Breaker cast go through. And it looked like they did recover, but yeah, Grievous on top of those AoEs is just so scary, as you can see right there.
All right, but it looks like Soundproof is going to be able to deal with the double Bow Breaker. Like you said, it is so scary to have both of those going off at once, and your healers are going to hate you if you do that on live. But, oh, dude, Monka was able to do the exact same pull as Soundproof without all of their cooldowns, and they did it just a little bit faster off of being slightly more technical with how they were getting the pack dealt with.
That is actually crazy. Like, the fact that they executed that quicker, with even though they pulled it like a whole pack later, is insane. As they're now engaging Ingra, and they didn't even finish off the mob. Like, they just like carried the Bow Breakers into the boss and just immediately pulled it here. They did finish off the Relic as well to get the cooldown reduction, because you can see Maestein, for example, doesn't have the Infernal ready just yet. So getting that cooldown reduction here before the Droman is on 20% makes sense. And you can see they're even cleaving Ingra a lot. Ingra is already on 83% here. You're getting a lot of cleave here because they want to one-face the boss. Now the Bloodlust being committed as well. They want to just get Ingra down in this first phase.
I think that Soundproof is going to definitely get Ingra down in their first phase, because Hemo, he's got the light of his monitor is the only light that's shining on his face. He's a pure gamer performance. This is optimal for gaming. It's just, you make sure that, okay, actually they got feared, so maybe less optimal for gaming. Monka on the left side of the screen, able to get down Ingra Malak with slightly better spell queuing, whereas for Soundproof they did get that Lust coming out on the boss, but I think the timing of that fear was really tough, and now Droman has reactivated Ingra Malak at 20%. This may be a kill call, but man, it's going to be close.
Yeah, Monka just gaining another like couple of seconds here in this boss by killing it. Basically, I think they had it on 3% after the phase was over, so really like not a lot of HP to go through anymore. Soundproof, they're managing to still kill it here in one phase, but yeah, just costing them a bit more time because of that fear that went off, and also maybe not having perfectly set up their cooldowns beforehand. But there we go, Monka is now in that maze area. We will see a lot of trash being pulled through the walls here with the use of pets. Either the Hunter pets or also, of course, the Warlock pets can be sent through and gather up some mobs.
Yeah, and you do see immediately Monka ended up grabbing some trash mobs earlier. On the right side of the screen, you see Soundproof. Those mobs are wandering all the way through. That's a very common pull to be doing on live, something that's really easy to do. Whereas for the remainder of these packs, it's not super popular for you to just randomly pull trash through the wall, but you see Monka, they're using that Fell Hunter. He just wandered all the way through the wall. He's just spamming the pet attack on those packs, and now he's pulling the pet back to be able to grab those defenders. And a pull like this is super scary, especially if you have multiple tenders that people aren't ready for, because you need to have like kicks assigned, or if you have multiple Misveil Stalkers. Those are those foxes that do that fight. Both of those kind of mobs, if you're looking to pull packs through the wall, you have to be very wary of, and you have to make sure that your group knows what's going on.
Oh my god, I think that was the perfect bronze spawn I've ever seen in my life.
That was really lucky.
Right? Like, one mob went down, the Sanguine spawned, and Braun just came down and knocked him all out of Sanguine.
Okay, Braun is a turbo griefer. God. Braun is a turbo griefer, but oh my god, that was actually really lucky.
Yeah, one more difficulty that is being added here with Sanguine is because they're pulling trash from the walls, again, you can see Maystine with the Fell Hunter, is that you're going to have different kinds of HP values of those mobs, because at first you're engaging the mobs that are there, and then the other mobs come in later. So that means that Sanguine is going to be a much bigger issue for them, because mobs are going to be just dying like in a really staggered way. And they do have some mechanics to get them out, like with the Shining Force and with some other mechanics, but it's not that easy. And you can see Sanguine Ichor in the healing done. You don't even have a healer. You can only see the Blood Decay healing plus the Sanguine healing. It's like, where's the Holy Priest even there?
Nakura flaming Holy Priests. But yeah, I think the absence of displacements out. Okay, so like this comp is not like necessarily that low on displacements, but the lack of like a Ring of Peace or a Typhoon does make it kind of hard. So they do have like the single target grip. They also have the AoE grip and the Shining Force, which is like on a technical level a lot, but it's really hard to be super precise with those specific abilities like you were talking about. And you did see the Sanguine healing out that defender pretty substantial amount in that last roll.
Yeah, I do think that Monka generally though, up until this point, had handled Sanguine really well. I kept an eye on the healing done, and I rarely ever saw Sanguine even appear in the healing meter. So that is really, really well done by them so far. As now they're moving on to this Night Blossom here, so the Mistveil Night Blossom. And they dealt with the Relic here. In the maze, there's actually not that many relic packs that you are dealing with usually, compared to other dungeons where you just pull like 3 relic packs on top of each other and you just kind of get a combination. That's not really possible in this maze. But still, deciding to get the here.
Look at that, it was a Shining Force into a single grip to make sure that those mobs were getting out of the Sanguine immediately. And it looks like Monka is, they're manually doing the maze, so the way that the maze actually ends up working on the tournament realm is that for the 2 teams that we're watching right here, they have the exact same maze, but the maze is different from run to run. And there are, I think, either 11 or I think there's like 12 different maze patterns. So once you know like the first few doors, you can kind of piece together where it is. But some of the patterns are like super similar. And so you did see Monka, they had to make sure that they were doing this room just to make 100% sure that they were not going to be sent back to the start, because that would be a pretty massive time loss if they got sent back from this point.
Yeah, and one more thing to note about the route that Monka is doing here is that they're actually dealing with so much trash here. And that's not something we see that often in the MDI, because the trash after the second boss is pretty efficient, because you can pull so much of it. As long as you have enough interrupt for the Staghorns, you can pull so much trash together and just all AoE it down. But I do think because they have Sanguine, it makes sense to pull more trash in this area, because it's easier to deal with Sanguine here than it is to deal with the trash after the boss. Because the Staghorns, they cannot be displaced, they cannot be stunned, they cannot be succeeded anyway, and they also cast a lot and stand still. And then you have the Reapers who's constantly jumping around as well, and a really big mismatch of HP in those mobs too.
Soundproof go through the wrong door. That's a pretty big time penalty. Another thing with pulling through the wall, Nagura, that's actually kind of important for it, is you want to make sure that you have your view distance set pretty far. Otherwise, the packs, you're not going to be able to see them, / they're not really going to spawn. So you need to make sure that you have your view distance high if you are playing one of those hunters or those warlocks and you're looking to add additional trash pulls to these mobs. Monka is doing a great job as well of making sure that where they're killing off their packs, they are going to get Sanguine healing, and those defenders are getting pretty high, but they're making sure to not put the Sanguine under where the illusionary clones are going to be spawning, because if the clone is just like sitting there and it is the one that you need to kill and it's just healing to full, that could be a problem.
And again, just really nicely handled by Monka there with the Shining Force from Mode to make sure this defender is not standing in the Sanguine from the other defender that was still alive. And of course also making sure Mistcaller is not getting healed either. And yeah, I mean, the execution here by Monka is just insane. They're barely, like, not even 10 minutes into the dungeon, and they have 89% trash. They're gonna be able to skip so much after this and just straight go to the boss. Probably pulling that last trash pull they're doing is probably gonna be with the last boss, right? So there's only one pull left in the dungeon, probably, if they decide to pull that last 11% onto the boss. But,
most likely.
Yeah, just insane speed. Yeah.
I do think that Trodova, especially on Grievous, it can be very scary as well. Whenever you do also have like the trash that is available to you, because you're going to get those like green circles on you while Trodova can be pulsing AoE in that animation. But they just I think more than anything, I think that like the amount of HP or like the amount of DPS that these teams are able to put out, the biggest issue isn't going to necessarily be like the Grievous. It's going to be more like, is the Sanguine management going to be clean? And like, people can get 100 to 0'd really quickly if they're not careful. They're not likely to necessarily bleed out, especially whenever things like Holy Priest are in the meta, which has a pretty high amount of HPS throughput.
Yeah, definitely. As they're now entering that last intermission phase on Monka's side. And yeah, I mean, that 11% trash we'll see in just a second. Soundproof now also engaging Mistcaller, as they're also pull a lot of trash. But unfortunately, their Warlock did get spotted here at the very start, which is... They can still finish it off maybe, but missing that damage from the Warlock definitely gonna cost them a little bit. Nice grip by their healer to make sure the Warlock does not go down to the snowball ability from Mistcaller there, so really well done.
Ah, yes, the snowballs.
Dodgeball, it's snowballs, this is what they look like.
I got a lecture.
They're blue!
I got a lecture last dungeon. I'm just giving you grief. All right, here.
Okay, maybe they don't look like snowballs at all, actually. They might be like night fae balls. I don't know.
Ooh, Maystein activating that seed in case there is a wipe that would occur. I'm surprised that they're electing to click it with just how far ahead they are on the timer. I think maybe if
that's because they click it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Right? Because yeah, if they have a wipe here, they can still maybe win the dungeon if they release here. But if they have a wipe here and they don't have the release here, then they will probably lose. So I think it is a safety play. If they would be playing against a team that is closer to them, then they might not take the time to. But yeah, there we go, pulling all of the trash on top of Tredova. This is very difficult to execute, and they don't have Bloodlust ready yet. Still 5 seconds on the board.
Ooh, all these Gorge Gullets and everything getting mass gripped right on top of Tredova. If they do get like kind of close to the middle of this room, they're going to try to eat that food that's in the middle, and like they'll heal to full, but it looks like Monka is keeping them so far away that these mobs aren't even trying to go into the middle. And like we were talking about earlier, just their DPS is so high that trash is basically dead by the time that Tredova enters that first intermission phase. All those Acid Gullets and Gorge Gullets are just getting smoked by that Warlock DPS. Holy.
And the boss too, I mean, look at Tredova's health. Already below 50% in this tier for them. The amount of single target damage they have is just insane, honestly. I mean, this is not even a low key either, and they're just melting Tredova at this point. Yeah, I mean, we did see a cheap death proc there on RX. No problem, as Mode is healing everyone up with that haste buff as well that they have as they finished off the Vi relic. And they have the 100% trash. 0 deaths as well on the board. I mean, what a clean run by Monka in both Spires and Mists. I mean, that performance is insane. And I mean, Perplex has to watch out for Monka because this is just crazy what they're showing us here.
Holy moly.
Wow, that was pretty amazing from Monka. 0 deaths, especially after that last pull. That last pull was quite alarming, but it is going to be a victory for Monka. And you know, I gotta say, like, probably one of the cleanest performances we've seen yet in the MDI this season. That was very smooth from start to finish.
Yeah, it was just super intense. I do want to say, before we get into why what they did worked, I do want to say that what Nagura was saying earlier, Soundproof came here to fight, and they obviously qualified for a reason, and they're definitely a team that can still make it. They're going to go into the lower bracket and show what they're capable of. I'm not sure how much they're going to take away from today, but I think meeting up with a team like Monka as your first game of MDI or your first matchup can be a little bit scary as well. So I hope that they kind of clean their mental today, come back tomorrow, and then show us that they can absolutely stomp it, because they definitely can.
You know, sometimes too, I've always felt this way when I've been competing in various other games, like over the years and all that. Like, when you run into someone that's just vastly better than you, there's an element of fun to it too, in that, like, you get to play against that individual or that team, but then it shows you, like, just how much farther you can go too, you know? And it's kind of cool. It's kind of inspiring in a way. So I don't know if that attitude is shared by the people on Soundproof, but I hope it is, because it is kind of neat to, like, go up against a great team and just get, like, bodied and be like, wow, they're so good. I have so much more I can aspire to, you know. But even to get to the point, like you said, gotta be a good team. Obviously.
Just look out to the right side of the screen. You see the little warlock doggy coming back through the wall here after pulling the pets, and that is something Monka did for every single pack throughout this maze. So every time they added a little bit more trash, which then later on led to them being able to skip trash, and it was just really, really great to see that once again. Not necessarily a technique that's new to the MDI, but with warlocks on the rising element, I feel like it's really cool to see again and again. And here's another point of view of it. You see the pet running through the wall and just like everything comes after him. Such a good woofy boy. So I'm very happy about just like, you know, setting up these polls. Beautifully done by Monka here, and then of course doing all that damage to deal with them, so Skylar didn't have to fight for very long. They dealt beautifully with all of the sanguines, something that I was mentioning earlier that to me was just a little bit scary. However, Sanguine also had like a key element in this key, because the next boss, the Miscalibur, was very scary for them. Maystein dropped really low 2 times, and then here it goes, the Shaper goes down, and then everybody is in that Ichor, and suddenly something happens on the healing meter. I'm sure you can anticipate it, but there it goes. The Sanguine Ichor just completely healed more than our Holy Priest. Shout out to Mode. He knows. It's all fun and games, but yeah. That's just something you don't necessarily want to see. He jumped back up after a little bit. So, but yeah, a little bit of unfortunate moment there for a second. They played it well perfectly after that. And here we see the beautiful, beautiful skip from Monka, skipping all the trash that they could do because they had done all the extra trash earlier. And then the last 2 packs they pulled into the boss here. Skylar coming out of the Shroud, of course, dropping a little bit low early on, needing a little bit of extra health as he probably didn't have mitigation up instantly, and they pull all of this together with Tredova with just a beautiful, beautiful big pull, and executed that perfectly as well.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, of course, from Monka, and that, like I said, just super smooth. Like everything, even running, hitting the Shroud at speed, like there was no pause, Shroud, go. It was like everyone was mounted up and going, and the timing was just great for all of it. And just being able to come into Tredova with those last 2 packs, get exactly 100%, be in great shape to win it. Like, you know, pretty smooth 2-0 for Monka. And like you're saying, towards the end of the cast there, like Perplex has got to see this, and they got to sweat a little bit, because that could be a very tight matchup between these 2 squads.
Yeah, and not only do they have to play, I mean, Perplex doesn't have to play against only 5 players from Monka, they also have to play against Braun, right? I mean, if you've seen the appearance of Braun in that last dungeon, I mean, that was some play.
Braun, literally on Sanguine, always is the biggest griefer of all time, and for some reason, Monka has channeled Braun to fight for good for them, and in a way that I didn't even know was possible. It's 5v6. This is unfair.
You know, Braun giveth and Braun taketh away, as they say. Like either he's the one like knocking people out of Sanguine, or he's knocking people into it, right? Like
or
you
he's
never
knocked
know.
people out of a Kyrian spear in Spires of Ascension.
That's true too. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we have and just like Braun, sometimes you know cats emerge too. Yeah.
Sometimes cat giveth and sometimes cat taketh. So.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't knock you into Sanguine too often, though. That would not be fun.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. 3 matches done, 1 yet to go. Match number 4. Looking at the dungeons we've got loaded up for that. That Streets, again, has been banned pretty much all day. Would not be surprised. What else stands out as something you want to maybe take out? Is it the Miss? Is it maybe the Sanguine at the end? Tettles, what would you go with?
Probably the Sanguine Depths 23. So it's a 23 Tyrannical, which, I mean, Sanguine Depths is a dungeon that has not been like overly popular just across like all of the seasons because of how difficult the bosses have been, and those bosses have received a decent amount of nerfs just over the course of the season. But the biggest issue with Sanguine Depths is typically like your lantern management, and whenever you have like a clean run in Sanguine Depths, it looks so sick, but to get to that point, it is so hard, and it requires just a ton of practice. And I think that there are dungeons that we talk about being practice sinks, and Sanguine Depths is definitely one of those that you just like, you could sink 30 hours of practice into it and probably still have jank runs fairly consistently.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a double ban on Streets in that last...
It's totally possible. Fair. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think
We'll
we'll
have to-
definitely see a streets ban. I'm not sure if both teams will go for it.
Or
but I'm
both
pretty
teams
sure...
think the other one's going to, and then we get streets.
Maybe,
Like,
yeah.
you never know. You never know. Well, you will know in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the final match of the day, it's going to be Just Reset versus Frog Gang. Don't go anywhere. Mythic Dungeon International will return in just a few. All right, welcome back, everybody, for the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here, along with Tettles, Ironic, and Nagura, as we get ready for our second match of the day. It is going to be Monka versus Just Reset. And now obviously, Monka playing really well yesterday, another team that a lot of people have seen gone through. Just Reset, though, possibly Nagura able to put up a bit of a fight. Remains to be seen. What do you think?
I think so. The thing is, if Monka wouldn't have played that incredibly well yesterday, I think Just Reset would have had a bigger chance because they also did really well. But they're this first-time MDI team, and for that, like the fact that they're the first-time MDI team, they played phenomenal. But the problem is Monka played yesterday, and they just played out of their minds. Like, that was just crazy. Some of the dungeons that they have done, they had 0 deaths in both their runs. Actually, I think there's one death maybe at the very end.
Yeah,
but either way, they had those insane rides, and yeah, super well executed as well. So I think it's still going to be hard for Just Reset, but it's definitely possible that they can at least win one dungeon maybe. So I'm excited for this matchup for sure.
Me too. So here's our possible maps. We start out in Gambit for sure. Then Eye of Ashara, Spire, the other side, Halls of Atonement. Hopefully we'll see the Eye get through. I'd love to see it. I don't know. Tettles, what are you thinking here? Do you just always ban Eye?
I love Eye of Ashara, and it is on like a 21. I do think that there is a world where it goes through, but with these two teams, it really just comes down to like how much experience they have in EOA specifically. Like, it's been a long time since we've seen the Legion keys, and like last weekend we did have the Court of Stars go through multiple times, but that was with multiple teams that had Legion experience and had like TGP experience, so they had practiced the Court of Stars in like recent weeks, and right. So I do suspect that, like, just looking at both of these teams, one of them is probably going to ban the EOA. But I love Eye of Ashara. Eye of Ashara is such a cool dungeon.
Now, this is an important thing, Boat Skip, that people need to know, right, Zaya Ironic? We'll bring you into this one here, because the Boat Skip is something that it can shave a lot of time off the run, but it's tough to do sometimes, isn't it? It can go wrong.
It can go wrong, and there's only specific classes that can actually pull it off. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think Vinthier won't work on it, if I'm correct.
Can't they just gateway?
You cannot gateway either, no. They fixed that too.
Okay.
I think the only ways you can actually do it are with a Demon Hunter or a Wild Charge style mechanic, so like a Druid.
You can Warlock. You can't Warlock Gate up there anymore?
No, they fixed that a long time ago. They fixed that back in Legion.
And not when you're on top of the boat?
Yeah, no, you can't gateway that.
You can't Venthyr either?
Does anyone have any memories of this going wrong, perhaps?
Oh, boy.
Is it something in the past?
They brought back the clip.
Anyone have any personal experience? So that looks
Look at this.
familiar.
The midair lightning strike is the most unfortunate thing in the world.
He just got beamed.
I'm pretty sure I got sniped out.
All right.
It was a
And then I get
sniper.
rezzed.
Yeah.
And they don't tell me not to take it. They just say, they just say, take the res.
Did I actually just get sniped out of
This is
the
a
air?
blast from the past. I didn't think that they were going to get this clip. That's really impressive.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, they,
Yep.
okay.
Oh, we didn't see the death.
You didn't see the second death. I got rezzed into another lightning strike. That's actually where my team name comes from. I was Team Omega sniped back in the day. Wow.
That was a real
That's a
Omega
blast
snipe,
from
too.
the past. Wow.
Wow.
That was a good clip.
That was a fun
Siren.
one.
Like
Yeah.
the
Still
lightning around the name.
still electrified to this day.
You know,
as you
we
can
need to
see.
get Halls of Valor in the MDI so we can get a God King Scovald clip. What do you think, Tuttles?
Sounds great.
I swear he just got smaller on his webcam, even smaller.
Dude, that dungeon, man. I still have just like PTSD from that dungeon. It's just every boss was just like one shot central. Yeah, okay, yeah, it happens.
Hey, well, you know, it's the best part about how long WoW's been around is the nostalgia, right? That we can have for some of these great moments. It's true.
It's
true.
That was a 4.5-year-old clip that they just linked.
It's impressive. The
it's pretty
MDI
impressive.
production forgets nothing, apparently.
I'm not-
Well,
Oh,
the Eye is banned, though. Sad.
Unfortunate.
I and the other side banned today. That means we got Gambit, Spires, and if we need it, Halls of Atonement. I hope we get to see the Eye at some point.
Me too. I think Alpha is just like a fun dungeon to look at because of those huge pulls you can do in that Murloc area. We're gonna see Gambit though, where you can do something very similar. So that's something, at least. But yeah, Alpha I would love to see it at least once. Hopefully one of the teams decides to not ban it. But Monka didn't ban it, right? So maybe they just need to meet another team that's also not banning it. I believe in it.
Yeah, we'll see. It's somebody's got to be able to handle that, right? But we'll get into that later. It's time to get started for Tazavesh Gambit, Monka versus Just Reset. You know, do you think the Gargoyle's nervous because he just doesn't recognize what that device on the right is anymore? How many people really know?
So that
you know?
must be it.
Yeah.
How old do gargoyles get? I mean,
pretty old. I mean,
aren't they really old?
I think a lot of them are.
Know.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you're just like stoned for a lot of times, and then you just wake up once in a while.
They might be too old, is the problem.
Too old.
Oh, maybe.
They might have slept through the entire cassette tape era.
Yes.
Okay. I've still got my NSYNC cassette tape somewhere. My Backstreet Boys.
Wow. So, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I remember taping like music off the radio. Remember that when like you didn't have the actual song in it, so you just like had to wait for it to come on the radio and hit record really fast.
You had to wait for the top 50 to come on and then record it right when the good one came up. Ooh.
This wasn't that long ago. The world has changed a lot in the last.
It was
20
over
years.
20 years ago, Doa.
Yeah, but it's still, it wasn't in the scope of humanity. It's not that long. Longer than these Murloc's lives are going to last anyway. Enjoy the dungeon.
Well, there we go. We are in the dungeon, and we do see two insane pulls by both the teams. Running the same comp as well, but Just Reset committing their Bloodlust for this pull, while Monka is holding on to it.
Yeah, so I wonder what the plan is for Monka with the Bloodlust, because I could see a world where you don't really say you need it, per se, for one of these bigger pulls. Maybe they're saving it for a pull where they don't have an Infernal up, or maybe they might do some trash with the boss later on. But the fact of the matter is, this dungeon is incredibly fast, right? 22 fortified. These bosses are going to die insanely fast, so I could see a world where if they actually end up holding onto their Bloodlust for much longer, they won't get two in the dungeon. But I guess they're just going to use this very first Woe Drifter buff to go straight to the boss. There was a rogue off to the side who might be tricksing some mobs in, and yeah, they're just going to go for a massive pull here. This is definitely where they're going to be bloodlusting. Right?
Yeah, Just Reset, they didn't finish off the Woe Relic, they actually went for an Relic, and they're just doing more pulls on their side. So now they're not doing any skips just yet. As Monka is doing this big pull, as you mentioned, not committing their Bloodlust apparently, they're just holding on to it, and just finishing off these Guardians with a couple of Morlock packs in front of the area. I don't think there was a Relic pack in there, right? So they're not gonna get another buff. We'll see if they do another pull afterwards, maybe get another Woe buff, because you can see there's still two Guardians at the bottom of the stairs. They might decide to pull them into the boss, which is always a little bit tricky when you have a bunch of melee, because these mobs are just very anti-melee.
Yeah, we usually never see these mobs pulled in the MDI, or just in keys in general. We'll go back to that in a little bit here as they appear to be gearing up for an even bigger pull, and while they're starting this pull off, their Warlock seeds, so they don't have that available. It looked like they were getting ready to pull this trash into maybe the other two Guardians, but I'm not sure if they got that off there. Mode was standing in the doorway to maybe tag them, but I wonder if they just backed off on that because of the Warlock seed.
Yeah, possible. It looked like he just got aggro there immediately at the start, possibly still had some Rain of Fires down from the previous pull, and the mobs just got pulled into it, and he just got killed as they were walking in. And of course we also saw them handle Inspired pretty well. Monka and also Just Reset, just seeing some Inspired mobs off to the side to make sure they can interrupt the rest of the trash packs here, making sure none of those fish stick casts go off, because that would be a disaster. But look at Just Reset. They have similar trash percentage, and they're already engaging the boss.
And they are pulling all four of the Guardians with the boss as well, so going for as much efficient trash as possible here. Now, the reason these Stormforge Guardians normally aren't pulled is because they are big area of denial mobs, right? They have that frontal crackle, which can do a ton of damage, especially in Fortified, to anybody that accidentally hits. Obviously, that's going to be up to your tank to decide where those go towards. But then also, these circle area of denials around the boss are really annoying to deal with. You lose a bunch of melee uptime on the boss whenever those go out, so I don't like them being pulled that much. I can understand the reasoning, though, for pulling them with boss, right? Because you don't want to just be sitting here single targeting a boss. And also, it's something to hit whenever you get into that intermission phase when the boss goes immune. So I can see the upsides of this. It's an interesting strat.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, especially because it's usually just really bad for melee, right? But survival hunters actually have great tools to be able to still do a lot of damage while not actually being in melee range. They have Aspect of the Eagle, and also a lot of other their spells go from their pet, not necessarily from themselves. They can still just keep up some damage while dodging those circles and that area of denial. But it does look like Monka is killing the boss a little bit quicker, or at least managed to get through that intermission phase a bit faster while finishing off all the trash. You can see Just Reset, though, they're ahead in percentage because they had already... they somehow managed to pull more. They're at 61%, but Monka is slightly behind. Oh, it looks like they still have some Guardians up. Now they're at 58. It's only a 3% difference in favor of Just Reset.
Yeah, I was kind of curious because this is a very weird scenario that they're in, it seems, because they still haven't used Bloodlust on the side of Monka. So it could be one of two scenarios. Either they just straight up forgot, which, let's be honest, Hunter players, right? That happens. They can forget.
True.
But they could also be gearing up for some giant trash pull with the boss. And the only way that would make sense, I think, is if they were to do something with the second boss here. They do have Infernal available. They don't have Power Infusion. I don't know. What do you think, Nagura?
I mean, it's also possible that if they somehow manage to deal with this trash and the boss really quickly, and then they want to do a huge pull in the last boss area, and they kind of want the Bloodlust for it, and it's not 10 minutes. That's hard to believe because they're already 5 minutes into the dungeon, and there's still this whole trash room plus the boss, right? So that could take a while. But yeah, if they're done with this area at like 9 minutes approximately, and then they want to do a huge pull later, then at that point it makes sense for them to be holding on to Bloodlust for that long, if they're not able to do the pull without Lust. But we'll see as they now finish off that Woe Relic again, and now they're moving into the second boss room. Let's see how much they're pulling and how they deal with the inspired mobs as well. We see a grip on the officer that is inspired, but plus assist on it. It's really nicely handled there.
Is this the Bloodlust? There it is.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, there it is.
It was saved for this moment. All of the trash in the room with Time Captain Hooktail, and all of the cooldowns are available right off the bat. Both of their AoE masterminds going easily up to 200k DPS, trying to blast his trash as quickly as possible. Weren't able to kill the Fire Interceptor before it jumped out of the group, but it's going to be okay. It's at 10%, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, 20 seconds, and all the trash is dead. Wow, that was a pretty effective use of the Bloodlust, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. And now that they finish off the trash, they're also gripping in this officer that they had to see on the side that is inspired. And they also, not only did they manage to finish off all the trash, they also perfectly focused those relics too. That is something that we don't see all the groups do every time, because when you have so much trash on top of each other, you just start AoEing, and sometimes whatever relic dies. But they managed to get the perfect relics with the Vi plus the relic to get that combination of the haste plus the cooldown reduction. But Just Reset having some issues as their healer goes down at the very start of this pull, doing something similar on their side as well.
Even the presence of mind to make sure that they focused boss damage instead of damage on the Corsair officer, because the RP for opening the portal starts when the boss dies, and then they can just finish off the trash mob afterwards. Very min-maxed here from Monka. Now, the advantage they've opened up for themselves is like way more than one Bloodlust would allot them, so as long as they stay clean, this is very clearly an advantage for them. Just Reset is going to have that Bloodlust come up near the end-ish of Celia, but man, that was a great pull from Monka.
Yeah, that was amazing. 7 minutes 20 into the dungeon, they're already on the last area. 84% trash, 2 on the board. Of course, the last boss takes a while. It's really hard to speed that fight up in any way, except just do a lot of single target damage. But we'll see how they deal with the rest of this room. A lot of casts going off here. It looks like some heals went through, as these mobs in this area are actually requiring so many interrupts. There's lots of AoE damage spells that need to be interrupted, on top of just having heals as well that need to be interrupted. So lots of casts you can see just constantly being focused. Just reinvigorate, going off again on some of the mobs, unfortunately.
Oh, they pulled the boss. They pulled the boss in as well.
Yeah.
They're just going for it.
Wow.
Just going as consistent as possible. I mean, I feel like you don't have to do this if you're Monka. I feel like they're just trying to flex on everyone right now, which I also kind of like. But man, just going crazy. Just, you know what? This trash is dead. Most of the injured stuff is gone. Let's go ahead and get the boss on top of this as well. Get some free cleave on the boss. Get some extra combo points for our rogue. Get some extra AoE from our warlock and our hunter. Some, a little bit of extra focus damage. It's going well for them here. They're playing great.
You know what happened? Nasteen's Infernal was ready, and he was just calling out for pull more.
Oh.
My cooldown's already, just pull more.
Amen.
And that's exactly what happened. We even saw Mason cast a fear there to interrupt one of those heals, which is something that we see rarely by the warlocks, right? When you can just press Rain of Fire instead. Yeah, actually using the fear to interrupt some of those casts, while we also see RX on that rogue constantly using those single target stuns, single target interrupts, to make sure those casts are actually being interrupted and they can finish up those mobs that have been healing for quite a while now.
And one of the benefits, again, of pulling trash on top of the boss here is the boss is immune during this intermission phase. They can just go ahead and DPS these assassins and trash down. No big deal. Always something to do, always resources to gain. In that way, when the boss becomes attackable, you can go ahead and just go crazy, go back in. The Infernal is already back up for Maesting. They have the power infusion available as well. And this boss is not long for this world.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Esther also moved the boss into this corner. This is something you can actually do on live service too. Whenever you do this boss in Gambit, you should be pulling this boss to that exact same location as Monka is dragging it to, because it's so much easier to dodge some of those projectiles. In fact, some of them don't even go into this corner at all. They don't reach that far, so you can just ignore them completely. And they're also going to be further apart because the travel time is wider. The cone is going to be wider as well between them. And I've seen a lot of people die and a lot of keys depleted on this fight, so definitely a strategy you can actually copy on live keys too.
Yep. Anytime you can remove a mechanic from a fight, definitely do that. Take notes from the best teams in the MDI. Monka now, with Soleil down below 30%, gonna have to do one more of these soak phases where they spread out, pick a star, make sure the arrows go through the star. Once that's done, all they'll have left is maybe they'll have to deal with one more of the collapsing star circles. They might not even have to deal with that. The boss is solo. Might still do it for safety, but check out the time they're at right now. 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the board. If this boss dies in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be another 3 minutes faster than what we saw last week. This is insane for Monka.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at just reset, they're also now on Solea. They did pop their second Bloodlust in just a second, but it's too little too late as Monka did finish up the boss. 10 minutes 49 clear in a 22:45 in this Gambit. I mean, what a run by Monka, wow.
Yeah, that was incredibly impressive. Sub 11 minutes. That was, I think that's the fastest dungeon just in general we've had yet in MDI this season. If I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
Yes,
I believe so.
Right
yeah.
there with the Necrotic Wake we saw last week.
Yeah, this and Wake
so.
are by far the fastest too.
Right, because that Necrotic Wake was like, what, 10:30 something or something like that?
It was like just sub 11 as well. It's really close. They're both incredibly
10:58.
fast.
Yeah, I just went back and looked. Yeah, 10:58. So it was very close, very quick, and a very quick first strike by Monka in this series as well. I mean, we expected Monka to come into this one, with an advantage, but still, holy cow, that was fast. Because like Just Reset played their dungeon very cleanly too. They played it really well, but Monka just pulled the world, What can you say? Here's our live stats provided by Radar.io. Obviously, like, way faster than anything that's been done live, but, hey, welcome to MDI, right?
Yeah, welcome to the MDI.
That's how it goes.
I think it's crazy that people are doing an 18-minute Gambit on live. That time, just for that dungeon, is incredibly swift for a 22 fortified. But yeah, the sub 11 is still incredibly impressive by Monka there. 55k DPS, by the way, on that Warlock. Holy moly.
And that was even with, I think he even got pod tendered during the first section, too. So
during the
we were
second
talking about that,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
He could have
He
done
healed
more.
1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the healing too.
Wow.
Dude.
He healed, and Modes healed 2.8 million in comparison, so.
Anyways.
What you got for us, Settles?
Not a healer problem anymore.
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of really cool stuff that we saw in this dungeon. So first off, we saw Mode. He was starting the RP. He ran off while the group was kind of grouping this pack, and then he comes back, and just this whole entire pack is already grouped up. And they did a great job of just optimizing, making sure that these wave jumpers were getting killed off, not having any inspiring incidents here. I think that inspiring is actually incredibly dangerous in that area, just due to the fact that you want a bunch of slows on the mobs whenever they start fleeing. But it looked like both Monka and Just Reset had a great job. They did a great job of dealing with it there. And then I thought that Just Reset, whenever they were pulling all 4 of these Guardians into this boss, this is a psycho pull, by the way. This is seriously a pull that whenever you say, I do not respect my melee DPS, and you go, I'm pulling all these Guardians into the boss. And I thought that Just Reset was maybe going to get a little bit of an advantage off of doing a pull like that, but it's so hard to optimize like melee DPS whenever you're doing that pull. That Monka was able to come out of the first boss with like a 30-second advantage, and this is honestly the pivotal point of the dungeon. That second boss pull with all of the trash allowed them to go from like a 15 to 20-second advantage to like a full minute advantage, and then from there Monka then just pulled all this trash in a Solia, kind of similar to what we saw from Just Reset, and they were able to execute it super clean, had virtually no mistakes across the whole entire run, and this looked so good from honestly both ends. I didn't have any complaints from either end. This was virtually a clean run from both sides.
Yeah, makes me excited for the next dungeon. Again, obviously Monka coming into Spires, which is going to be our next map, like with an edge, right? I mean, just the way they're pulling things, just the consistency in which they can pull like big packs into bosses on these maps and like still live. Like it's going to be tough to beat. Just Reset, obviously, like still a team that's going to be strong either way in the lower bracket if they do get knocked down, but I honestly, like, again, like, this is one of the things I really like about MDI, right? Where you pull that big group of trash into the boss. It's fortified trash. The boss isn't tyrannical, obviously. But then you have things like handling, like, the collapsing star on Solia and all the trash at the same time, right? That's a lot of incoming damage. So just being able to do all that and live is very impressive stuff. Yeah. It's very cool.
And I have to say... Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay,
I'm going now.
I love.
I was just gonna wait and see how this resolved.
No, you.
Yeah.
No, me.
Hey, Tettles, you talk.
Tettles, take it away.
Yeah, so
Tettles, go.
Some things in life are true. Death Taxes and Skylark being incredibly good in Spires of Ascension for no reason. Is Monka going to be able to reiterate on their Spires of Ascension from yesterday? That's really the question. And man, they were at 15-23 with 0 deaths. If they're able to run that back, I don't know how Just Reset's going to be able to compete.
Yeah, I was thinking, now that I looked and remembered that they had this really fast Spires yesterday, I was thinking, oh my god, they didn't ban this dungeon against Monka? So how are they planning on competing against Monka in this dungeon? Either they think they have an even faster route, or they just really didn't want to play Avashara. They're just like, we hope they wipe it and Inspires.
Seems like that's what it came down to, right? Because it was Just Reset that banned the eye, right? So I think Monka's really smart, right? Where they're like, well, we don't need to ban the eye because either eye gets banned anyway by Just Reset because they're uncomfortable about it, like you just said, or they'll ban our Spires and, then we have to play eye. So
how volatile do you think that these affixes are on Spires of Ascension, though? Like we saw yesterday, teams were having issues just with the explosive plus the raging. It didn't look like it was a problem for Monka, but is there like a world where maybe they mess up like the first or the second pull of the dungeon and just end up wiping to like explosive or raging?
I mean, I think there's a lot of potential for wipes. We've seen teams yesterday wipe 3 times to the pull after the first boss. And that's the problem, right? Because I do think the affix combination is hard, but not necessarily in a 21 if you deal with it properly. But the problem is, because you think, oh, this is only at 21, this is the lowest key in the MDI, we need to do like really insane pulls because the other teams are going to do that on a lower key like this. So having to kind of do those pulls, all of a sudden things get a lot more volatile if you have 20 mobs instead of 10. And then the raging and the fortified in that combination can really cause lots of issues when you don't have a perfect rotation of CC. And additionally, you also need the damage to kill them off while they are raging in that CC rotation, because otherwise you're just going to go down. And then, of course, explosive, another issue for those people.
Yeah, well, I kind of want to get into the dungeon, right? Because we know Monk is already good in Spires because of yesterday. We know Just Reset is good, but maybe not good enough to take this to a third dungeon. I feel like on these days, if it was like last week, we saw the teams we expected to get through, and then the lower bracket was where things got really exciting, right? Where we did have a lot more tight runs, where we did have some things go to the third dungeon. So it's weird a little bit to be looking forward to the lower bracket, but I kind of am at this point. That's not strange though, is it? Right? I think it's pretty normal.
No.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty normal.
You like seeing teams getting eliminated, right, Noah?
It's more drama, right? I mean, yeah, it's more. It's that's where the sports drama comes in, right? The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Yeah, exactly.
The tension.
Yep, exactly.
I see.
Pretty much. Nothing brings tension quite like the seagulls, though. That's really where it comes down to. So I hope we get to see the eye a little bit later. Even if it might be kind of traumatic for Zyronic, as we know from earlier, but that was a while ago, right? You've moved on, haven't you?
I'm over it. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, well, not a whole lot more to say, honestly. Just kind of waiting for the teams to get loaded into the map and get going, right? I mean, Monka looking really good. I think is it too presumptuous to start looking ahead to what that Perplex Monka matchup might look like?
No, I don't think so. I think unless like Monka has some really dramatic breakdown here, which is not going to happen, we'll be fine. Like they're gonna go through, and we can start thinking about that tomorrow. That can be something we talk about for the rest of the day. What do you think, Tettles?
Yeah, you have to remember Monka is the 4th seed and Just Reset's the 9th seed coming into the whole entire weekend.
Yeah.
So Monka should have like a pretty substantial advantage. And like Zyra said, there would have to be a little bit of a collapse from Monka, which again, like they are a new team. They don't have a ton of synergy together, so like it could absolutely happen. But I think with how we've seen them play, just yesterday and in that Gambit, there would have to be like a substantial collapse in the Spires, and then that carries into the HOA. Like there would have to be just like 2 really bad dungeons in a row, I think.
Well, find out. Just Reset with a chance to tie it up. Let's see if they can do it.
There it is, the Windwalker Monk being replaced, Rogue being replaced with the Windwalker Monk again for Monka. We do know they are running this comp for this dungeon because of presumably the more consistent AoE damage, but also having those AoE stuns and the Ring of Peace helping Skylark to survive some of those weird things they're doing. Just Reset though, they don't think they need to switch anything as they just continue to play with the pro.
Oh man, they're doing it to us again. They haven't. Neither of them bloodlusted the first pull. We're sitting here wondering what they're gonna do with it.
It's gonna be the next pull.
Throughout the last last 3.5 years that we've casted together, the amount of times I can count on one hand that teams have just actually forgotten to lust, and we're sitting here wondering whether they're saving it for some big pull. And no, they just completely forgot to, and then they just lusted whenever they would normally second lust. And it's like, man, we're trying to make you guys look good up here. It feels good whenever they actually do it right, though. And this is another one of those moments right here, as they pull trash on top of the first boss and instantly pop that bloodlust. Love to see it. Thank you, Monka. You guys are awesome.
Well, let's hope Just Reset is doing the same thing on their side as well, because they know that Monka does it, because they've seen them play this dungeon yesterday, so they know they have to keep up. But it doesn't look like it. Just Reset pulling all of the trash together. Maybe they're gonna chain the boss into it in just a second, and they are slowly walking there. Yeah, there we go. So now they're popping the last. They just went into it a little bit slower, making sure everything is kind of stacked beforehand. But Hugo dropping really low, actually propping cheat death, and having to use that Cloak of Shadows to be able to survive. So some issues there for Just Reset on that initial gathering of the trash plus the boss.
What do we think about the comp differences here from Monka pulling out the Windwalker Monk? They did this yesterday, I'm assuming, right, in their run. What do we think of the Windwalker versus the Rogue in here? Because most of the big pulls are just AoE pulls that don't need a lot of focus damage, so having the extra AoE damage is pretty nice. And also the touch of death for the Angels at the end is pretty good too.
Yeah, I think I much prefer the Windwalker here over the Rogue. Just because all of the utility that the Rogue provides is not really needed necessarily in this dungeon, like you said. And then on this pull that we're gonna see in just a second that Monka does, the Windwalker is actually so valuable because of the AoE stun and also the Ring of Peace. Because they're pulling the left side here plus the right side together. You can see Crims on that Hunter using the Turtle and the Misdirect to get all of the left side over. And once they're all in raging range, they're going to be using a perfect CC chain of stuns plus Ring of Pieces to be able to have Skylark survive. And without that Windwalker, I think that pull would be infinitely hard.
Oh my god, and look at this. Mace also found a few free globals while they were gathering everything up to curse a weakness a few of those dogs as well. Oh, so useful. God, Warlock is such a great class. But everything in, it is all stacked up perfectly too. I mean, this is perfect scenario right here, of course. And then afterwards, the leg sweep comes out, and then they'll also have the Ring of Peace to get everything away as well once they get through their AoE stun rotation, if they absolutely need it when everything's in raging range here. But wow, not actually needed at all. And I mean, if you're looking at a big AoE pull like this and Warlock is the bottom of your AoE meters, you're probably doing pretty good.
I'm not 100%. I didn't look at the cooldown of Infernal from Mason here, but it looked like I would love to have this on replay if Teddles actually wants to break this down later this fall. But it looks like Mason might have been actually holding on to his Infernal to make sure he gets the stun from it once they are raging, which is very interesting. Unless it literally just wasn't ready and he pressed it when it came up, because I didn't see if it actually was ready for a while. But he uses Infernal as his first stun. Then we saw the leg sweep. Then we saw the Shadow Fury. And then Mason actually procced his Blasphemy as well with the 4 piece, and that stunned again. So they actually had this perfectly down. Skylark actually going down though on this pull, and Mason dropping into seed. So that means they don't have a battle rest to get Skylark back up, unless they use an engineering rest really quickly, as they try to kite up the trash a little bit with the binding shot as well.
Able to get the Soul Stone off, but Mode goes into Angel form. The Soul Stone is off. The tank is alive. Now Skylark can keep himself alive here. Oh, they didn't get the Soul Stone, actually. He died right as the cast was about to go off. So this is going to be a full team wipe here from Monka. Those are 5 deaths on the board for them. Well, actually, no, 4 deaths on the board. The Hunter looks like he was able to feign death, the trash. But Just Reset is now gearing up for that exact same pull that Monka just wiped to. Let's see how it fares for them. You gotta keep an eye on that Dancing Rune weapon for Teef. If that drops, your Blood Decay is in a world of hurt. And I don't know if that's what happened to Skylark, because he just instantly popped. It seemed like it was 100-0 just like that. Fortunately for Monka, though, a big deal. They were able to actually re-pull the Goliaths before they fully reset, so their HP bars didn't actually go back to full. That is a big deal, because those Goliaths have a little bit less HP than the other mobs they're pulling now, instead of having, double like they'd normally have.
Yes, that is actually really nice, making sure that the Goliaths don't reset there, because they're probably still gonna die last, maybe? So it's actually not that big of a deal, because the mobs that, all the other mobs next to the Goliaths, they don't have as much HP as the Goliaths. So really, really nice for them to not have those reset. But Just Reset now are done with that. So Just Reset actually in the lead at this point, which is crazy because they have done everything kind of slower. Like the first pull was slower, the second pull into the boss was a little bit slower as well. So now that wipe really is the ticket for Just Reset to get back into this dungeon, on top of the 25 seconds death penalty that we have on Monka's side as well.
But I want to point out just how big of a deal the play from RXM and Crims was there to actually make sure that they could stay alive as long as possible to allow the rest of their members to run back and not have those mobs reset. That probably saved them a good 30 to 45 seconds in this dungeon here. That was a massive, massive play. So big heads up play from them. Hopefully Kettles can break that down for us later on. If not, that's okay. We did our best job here while casting. Both teams going for a big pull, notably Monka using their Carrion Spear here. I don't believe Just Reset did. If they did, it must have just ran out when I looked at their screen. But it looks like Monka was able to catch up here, so I'd imagine that Just Reset didn't use their spear here.
They did actually use their spear, but Hugo went down. Their rogue went down pretty immediately after that spear went down. So missing 1 damage dealer while you have that spear down is actually a really big deal.
Oh yeah.
So that is very unfortunate. And look at the Windwalker damage too by Monka. This is another comp difference again. Having that Windwalker doing a 120k DPS on that pull versus a rogue, and of course Hugo did go down for Just Reset, so the rogue would have done more damage if that wouldn't have happened. But the rogue wouldn't have done 120k DPS, right? That's just not a rogue thing to do necessarily. So I do think the Windwalker really helping them out and speeding up those pulls quite a bit from their side.
Yeah, I think this definitely gives a little bit of actual credibility to the idea of running a triple AoE comp, especially after Monk gets buffed in the next balance patch. Because you can look at a comp like they're running right now for Monka with these 3 classes known for doing just pure AoE damage, and you can actually think about doing massive pulls back to back to back and just allocating cooldowns there. You'll notice that Macian actually saved his Infernal for the when they pulled this boss, rather than popping it on that massive AoE pull, because he knew that the Monk cooldowns would be enough to pretty much solo them on their own with whatever residual AoE damage the Hunter and Warlock could do as well. It actually is a pretty interesting concept. Maybe that's something you can only do on fortified keys, though. For Tyrannical, you probably aren't going to want to run the triple AoE comp.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense. I think it's also the affixes, right, as we mentioned, with the utility from the Windwalkers.
Also,
Windwalker has AoE utility, I guess, while Rogue has more single target utility, and you just don't really need that on the trash in the center.
yeah. Also, look at the damage meters for Monka on that boss. Windwalker without cooldowns is kind of...
Yes.
You're doing healer DPS.
That is true.
And Skylark is doing DPS, so...
Hunter DPS.
You know,
yeah.
the meters are a little skewed here. Maybe we have Brewmaster and Unholy DK in this key. Actually, I think Unholy would do less than Blood.
The Holy Priest actually did more damage than RX when you think about the value of PI as well, technically, right?
Oh, true. And
So,
also RX
yeah.
probably padded on the relics a little bit too.
Oh, for sure.
So
Big padding. But there we go, Monka now on that next boss platform. They're going to be finishing off some trash here to get a Woe Relic and then move on to the next boss. We do know they actually do some crazy stuff with Orifrian, where they just pull a bunch of trash, the Usurpers, and then later on also like the Master Pack into the boss, which can be another scary thing. And we now know that Monka is not invincible, right? They have lives. There's things that go wrong. And just reset is like right on their heels. So if Monka does any more mistakes, maybe he has some issues on the boss or also on the Triple Angel that we're going to be seeing later, then that is definitely going to be just reset, just making up that time. Otherwise, just reset still behind in the time, like in the actual dungeon. 20 seconds on the death penalty in favor for them, I don't think is making up for how far behind they are. I think they're probably like 40 seconds behind, maybe a minute at this point. So yeah, the 20 seconds not really going to be enough.
if there was ever a place that they were going to make up time, it would be on boss DPS, but Monka can kind of alleviate that by just pulling trash whenever the boss is up, and here we go, they're doing exactly that. Boss pulled with this entire Usurper pack as well, going to be AoE blasting that down, and remember, that's actually extra single target damage for every single one of their specs here. The Windwalker Monk is going to have stacks of the spinning crane kick buff, on top, so we'll do a little bit more single target damage. You'll actually see him just spinning to win, even though it's pure single target damage right now. And he's hitting the Dismantler too, but it's more boss damage as well. And then of course just the extra generation of cooldown reduction as well as soul shards for the Warlock and Hunter are just really useful for that. And then they'll probably, if I had to guess, also pull the boss on top of the 4-pack whenever he goes into his damage amp, when that energy bar at the bottom of the health bar goes to 0. That would be my guess. And we'll see if they do it here.
Yeah, they actually do that with the gateway too. You saw Mason putting up the gateways, and they're going to wait for this to go down, and then all just press the gateway, which is a very neat little trick as well. They have to be careful with the stump of the boss though, because if they're all stacked up like that, and then the boss stumps the Skylarks, then that would be horrible. But they did manage to not have that happen. And now, as you said, they are pulling those 4 mobs into this, which can be another scary pull. Because there's a Justicar in there, there's Menders in there that have to be interrupted, lots of heals, and incoming damage cast, and just, yeah, they just exploded at the trash bag, so no problem.
And I want to pat Maestin on the back here for knowing how to play Warlock correctly. There have been a lot of Warlocks in the MDI who have not been playing this particular boss correctly with their Infernal. When you save your Infernal cooldown for the damage amp phase, you want to pop that Infernal 10 seconds before you go into the damage amp phase. Remember, Infernal lasts 30 seconds. And it ramps as time goes on. You'll start gaining more and more Infernals from not only Force-Set procs, but from Reign of Chaos procs. So if you only are just casting Infernal as the damage amp starts, you might get unlucky with your Reign of Chaos procs and not spawn on the extra Infernals, and you won't go into your extra rotation there, and you'll do a lot less damage. But Maestin procced the Infernal early, got some Reign of Chaos procs rolling, got those Blasphemies out, and blasted the boss during that damage amp phase. It was perfect play on the Warlock.
Really nicely done, as they are now having one of the last difficult things left in that dungeon for them to do, and it's going to be that Triple Angel pull that we keep talking about. That is a thing that only really happens in the MDI, where all 3 angels are going to be gathered. They did save one spear, one Kirin spear, and additionally also saved Bloodlust as well for this very moment. So they need to execute this properly. Again, we have that Windwalker, as you mentioned, for the Touch of Death, to make sure that all of them die at the same time. But if they don't manage to do that perfectly, they don't kill them within a couple of seconds of each other, then they're gonna full heal and probably cause a full team wipe. This is a very dangerous moment. And they also have Raging as well, which is something they have to watch out.
I'm so impressed with how Monka is playing around the Warlock right now. They even like AFK'd there a little bit to let him get his 4-set procs back up to 10 so he can instantly get a Blasphemy at the very start of this pull. They are playing around the Warlock cooldowns absolutely perfectly, and this is something that's going to set them apart from the other top teams. Look at the actual damage the Warlock is able to put out on 3 targets, just 3 targets, doing 80k DPS with Lust and Carrion Spear. They have to even out a little bit. Clotus is a little bit high, but that should be no problem when the Touch of Death comes out from the Monk. And look at that, all 3 dead instantly. Perfect execution for Monka.
Now Just Reset is also doing this Angel pull. I think they caught up some time actually between Orifrion and this last boss here. Just keep in mind, 20 seconds in favor of Just Reset. So if they somehow manage to make up some extra time here from this Angel pull and on the boss as well, then we could have a scenario where this is a lot closer than what it looks like. But Monka, they are now already engaging Devos.
Oh, Castiel,
and
no.
Castiel unfortunately going down for Just Reset. So now it's only going to be 15 seconds in favor of Just Reset with that death. And that might also be a problem for them to finish off this pool because they just lost maybe some offensive cooldowns from that.
Well, notably as well as they don't have Bloodlust for this pull too, right? They used it at the end of Orifrion, right?
Oh, they didn't pull all 3.
And they only pulled 2, so they are just significantly behind now. All Monka has to do is deal with this fortified boss, and they're through to the upper bracket finals. Gotta keep an eye on that, though. Now, the great thing about Warlock as well, I keep talking about Warlock, but I am a Warlock player, is you can also grab your Imp on this fight. There are a few bosses in Shadowlands where you can pull out your Imp instead of your Fell Hunter and help your healer with Dispels. Check that out. You dispel those debuffs, put the pools on the ground, don't have to worry about the ticking damage. Very useful.
Yeah, and another thing they're doing here, you can see that Vi Interceptor is just on 5% HP there, just sitting there. They're purposely not finishing it off because they want the haste buff for the second phase. Now to finish it off, as the boss is gonna get brought back down, in fact, by the Warlock. I mean, why not? If the Warlock is carrying everything else, might as well carry the spear too. As dealing Devos, and now they have the Vi buff. And yeah, even though Mold went down at the very start of this pool, they had the Battle Rest to immediately get Mold back up. They have even another Battle Rest available, as Mason just gets hit by the frontal. I mean, he's a Warlock, so it doesn't really matter. He's one of those defensives that you have, and you're gonna be fine.
No problems whatsoever. What is maybe I'm unfamiliar with priest mechanics. What's causing Mode's power infusion to come off cooldown so fast? You see that? It's ticking like triple rate. It's already back up.
It is true.
Maybe if we have somebody, a priest player that can tell us why it does that.
No.
I don't actually know why it does that. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But regardless,
Maybe it's a timer start because it looks like the hymn was also coming off cooldown much quicker there. Not sure.
I don't know.
But yeah, they're just incredibly fast. Devils now back in that last phase. They just have to finish off 10% more on this boss. And if we compare it with the time they had yesterday, it is of course a bit slower because of that full wipe that they had.
Right.
Yesterday they had a 15 minutes 23 seconds Spires run. So they're almost like more than a minute slower actually, but still enough to win this series here against Just Reset and Monka. I mean, they're just performing incredibly well. They're a scary team for Perplex in that upper final that we're gonna see tomorrow. Wow, crazy.
Yeah, that was good stuff from Monka for sure. Just Reset. I mean, like, look, they're on Devos. Like, they're still putting together a very fast run anyway, but Monka just getting it done a little bit quicker. Tettles, we were talking about that a lot while we were watching the series. And you were saying the Windwalker monk ended up making a big difference in it.
Oh, dude, I think that this whole dungeon was kind of like a Windwalker gap. Just like, so it is on that 21. It's like a 21 fortified, and it really did just feel like the Windwalker, the AoE that it provided. So while the packs for Just Reset were left at like 30% HP, just because they had that rogue, it felt like the Windwalker was able to just kind of push Monka a little bit over the line. And whenever you're looking at the DPS meter here at the end, just look at the difference. So Monka has all of their DPS at like that 32 to 34k range, whereas for Just Reset, that rogue sitting at that 22k mark. Of course, he was dead for the spear pull, but they need that hunter and that warlock to do a lot more of the heavy lifting. And while the rogue does do a lot of priority damage, it's like just the amount of AoE that the Windwalker provides, it just kind of pushed them over the edge, and they were able to execute a lot of the packs just that much quicker.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, that makes a big
33k
difference.
overall DPS too, right? From that Windwalker.
Yeah.
A lot.
I mean, Windwalker is like solidly. Just talking to some of the MDI teams, like the third best AoE DPS option for a lot of these dungeons, and with that buff, it may be a little bit better. I think it's still probably going to be a solid third DPS option. I don't think it's going to surpass like the Surf Hunter or anything, but they looked really good in some of these parts. Yeah,
they did. And these are the pulls that are kind of make and break for these runs, right? And so when you have something like Ring of Peace, like there, helping you stay a little bit safer. doesn't care about Ring of Peace, but everything else does, you know.
This was actually, I thought that Monka may lose this map off of this wipe. So what happened is Skylark ended up getting killed. Maystein ended up getting potted. And so he wasn't able to soulstone Skylark after he ended up, because he was in that pod tender, and so there wasn't going to be a battle res available to them. And look at this, they're able to kite out these Goliaths into the recharge phase, and then like right before that recharge phase, you do see Crims there, he feigned deaths. The Goliaths are still in combat, they're spawning explosives, and you see like across the way, people were trying to get back, and they were able to keep that pull alive, and they didn't lose as much time as they potentially could have just from that 5 deaths that they incurred there.
I also think that is something that they could improve on, right? Now that I saw what happened there, Skylark going down and Maystein then just proccing that seed right after, if Skylark had a Soulstone, then I think they could have recovered this pull. And I think that is something that they could probably just adapt to for this specific pull, because Maystein is standing in melee to make sure everything, gathers up. Mm-hmm. And at that point, if you stand in melee as a Warlock, you're going to be the one that has aggro after the tank dies. So giving a Soulstone to the tank just in case would make sense here for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And what else is for sure is that Monka is going on to face Perplexed. That'll be a good one that we will see tomorrow. But now it's time, as we are 1/3 through the day, to start looking ahead to the lower bracket. That's right, we have 4 elimination matches coming up, and I'm very curious to see what teams are going to go through, because I do think Dismissed has looked pretty good. I think Just Reset has looked pretty good. I would still maybe be inclined to put my money on them, you know, as far as like making it to the lower bracket finals, but or lower bracket semis rather, at least. But we'll see. I mean, we've seen surprises before, but I hope we just get to see Ivysaur. That's what I want to see, really, more than anything.
I think you're...
Yeah, Ivysaur, I think we could see possibly in the lower bracket. Usually it's like the more veteran teams that want to play those old dungeons because they've played them before. And I'm not really sure when it comes to these lower bracket teams if any of them have played back then. Because if it's a completely new dungeon to you that you've never played before, then it's much, much harder to also come up with a MDI strategy, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I mean, you don't get as much time to practice, obviously, with something like that. And then on something like Tyrannical, those bosses are kind of nutty, right? So, and if I remember correctly, we have some pretty interesting FXs for that too, that when you have to do a lot of movement on some of these bosses already is going to be tricky to deal with. So hope we get to see it. Should be fun. There we go. Start breakdown again. We've got Eye in everything, but of course it is always bannable too. We're not going to force people to play Ivysaur if they won't, because it is a little bit separate from the rest of the dungeons, but you know, it's out there. It is out there.
I think notably last week, the only times we usually saw Court was when we also had both Streets and Gambit in the same bracket pool, so teams were like really torn between banning the Tazavesh dungeons or the Legion dungeon, and usually the Legion dungeon was left open. We don't have any of that today, but still, I would not be surprised at all if Ivysaur got through.
I think for me, like, one of the things is like the teams that in my mind are the most qualified or like the most likely to let that EOA go through are the Monka team and the Perplex team, and it doesn't look like a EOA is in the upper finals, and it also doesn't look like it's in the grand finals. So I think that we would need both of those teams matching up against one another to see the EOA go through. So I think the likelihood of it maybe making its way through seems increasingly less likely now that we have seen the bracket results like that.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out quite soon, because after this short break, we will get into the lower bracket elimination matches. It is going to be exciting. It's going to be Boomba Boomba versus Free For All coming at you next. Don't go anywhere. MDI continues in just a few. Weekend of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa. With me is Nagura, Zyronic, and Tettles to start out the day. Today, we crown the 2 players and the rest of their teams that are going to the global finals. We got there. And when one team is going to win the group too, right? There's some cash on the line, there's some pride, but it's really all about the spots in the global finals. Isn't that right, Nagura?
Yeah, of course they want to get into the global final. There's another chance you can get into the global final through the Last Stand tournament, as you can see there at the bottom in this graphic. But that would be a lot more effort. Have to do another tournament, have to practice again for that one. So of course the goal for the teams in these groups is to make top 2. We already have Echo and Baldi that qualified in Group A, and this time around we still have 4 teams left that could make it into the top 2 for Group B.
Yeah, true enough. And, in Group A, we obviously had Echo and Baldi go through. Group B, I mean, I think a lot of people are thinking, Monka, Perplexed, right? But, is there a chance, ironic, that we might see a little bit of an upset? Without giving me a yes or no answer, give me more than just that.
See, the easy thing would just be to say no. I mean, these two teams have definitely placed themselves way out ahead of the rest of the pack. Even with these last 4 teams in the final day here, they've played better all weekend. But, I mean, we've also seen some flashes of brilliance from the lower bracket teams. Free For All and Frog Gang both already went up against 2 teams and just reset and dismissed that seemed like they were better teams, but just couldn't put it together, and the Tortoise won the race there. That technically could happen to either Perplexed or Monka. We've seen it happen to specifically Perplexed in the past. They went out 7th, 8th place at Global Finals last year when they were pretty much a top 2 or 3 team. So, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen, but there is a precedence for it.
It's one of those things. It's like, how are Sunday jitters going to affect Perplexed and Monka? How consistent are they going to be? Because that was kind of what bit Free For All and Just Reset and Dismissed in their series versus Free For All and Frog Gang in the butt a little bit. Is just like the inconsistencies and the wipes that were happening over and over again. And it's like, whenever you're having 10 deaths, Free For All and Frog Gang can absolutely capitalize on problems like that.
I also think it's possible that whichever team loses in that upper final between Perplexed and Monka, maybe they didn't necessarily expect to lose and then are not as prepared as maybe the lower bracket teams are for the lower final, right? And that's where I think an upset could happen in that lower final, technically.
Well, let's check out our dungeons for today that we're going through. You can see the unavoidable ones are going to be the first ones. The other side missed Tazavesh Gambit and Sanguine for our last 4 matches of the group. But there's a lot of other stuff in the mix, including that Eye of Ashara. But we've only got it in 1 series today, it looks like. Just the 3rd series, the 2nd map. Maybe banned, maybe not. It's definitely a dungeon that has created some fun moments. Both in MDI and out of MDI.
Yeah, so during TGP as well, it's one of those things that like...
Oh, like this one. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of.
Oh,
yeah. I remember this. Yeah, Tuttle. Okay, good job. Dodges a lightning. Very nicely done. Uh-oh.
Nice to fall damage.
That's so good.
That's so good.
You dodged the lightning. You did pretty well. You dodged the lightning. That's the important thing, right?
How did he die again?
I mean, if only you would have been playing a class that could heal itself to avoid that kind of thing. It is. Oh my gosh, we're really going in hard on Tuttles to start that. I'm sorry, man. I had no idea.
I mean, I deserve this. I died of fall damage randomly while I was healing. I was literally playing a healer at that clip too.
That's just the selfless nature of healers sometimes. You just heal everybody but yourself, It does happen. It does happen. So what I'm saying is, Eye of Ashara probably going to be banned, maybe for the memories of both Tettles and Zyronic, and that's probably a good thing. Nagura, do you have any embarrassing moments on Eye of Ashara we haven't dug up yet?
None.
I'm sure.
Me neither. me neither. I always play very clean runs.
They'll be able to find something of yours too, guaranteed.
I don't know. I did make a video about shamans once.
Oh yeah, never. They'll never find anything on you.
Well, our first series of the day is going to be Perplexed versus Monka, our 2 top teams. So one of these teams is going to have to go back and battle it up from the upper bracket. But, it seems, I don't know. I kind of feel like Monka's been looking really good here. Maybe that's a spicy pick. Maybe people think Perplexed is going to be the team that goes through, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be incredibly close between those two. Because I think Monka showed some brilliance in almost all of their dungeons actually that they played. But the thing with Perplex is, like, when we just look at the performance from the last 2 days, I would say Monka is playing better. But Perplex maybe held back in some of their dungeons, especially in the very first series when they played against the last seeded team. Like the Plaguefall, for example, that we saw, we were saying, oh, maybe they held back, maybe they went a bit slower. And some other dungeons were similar. So I do think that Perplex definitely can play incredibly well, but at the same time, Monka was just like playing out of this world the last 2 days.
Well, I'm really worried about Monka because they banned DOS, the other side, against Just Reset, and so that's the first map of this series. So like, there's no way that they can ban it. And so, I think they did it on purpose. Did they ban it to not show tactics, or did they ban it because they aren't like that confident in their ability? And those are the two things that you have to. It's very difficult to be able to determine like what is a this is going to be a fine dungeon for us. We just don't want to show our strategy versus. We're scared to play this dungeon versus Perplexed, and with it being Inspiring Tyrannical, it's an incredibly difficult dungeon. There is a lot of unique pathing, so there is definitely precedence for Monka to ban it, like Nagura said, to hold back strategies.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, people have run the other side about 1 billion times, right? At this point, the expansion, so you wouldn't be afraid of running it, I would imagine. So it's got to be a special tactics thing, because this is one of the dungeons that you can really do some creative things with the Road Drifter especially. So I hope we get to see some fun stuff. That'd be cool.
Well, this is, again, the second time we've seen Monka ban the streets as well, right? And I remember the first time we saw them ban it, Makes was talking to Mode specifically about, they're actually trying to keep this pick as a secret for finals, potentially. So they're sticking to that strategy. And I mean, if you're Perplexed, maybe you just ban that if we end up having other Perplexed Monka finals.
Perplexed not banning Spires is
right?
Oh gosh,
that's surprising.
I'm sketched out.
I mean, hey, it's a redemption story, right?
I mean, maybe they know they can do it better, which would be incredible, because what we've seen from Monka and Spires was just out of this world. So if Perplex thinks they can do it better, that is very interesting.
I mean, we had a 1523 Spires for Monka, and then a 1646 Spires for Monka. The first time they played Spires, they didn't even die. Second time was 6 deaths, but they still had a blazing fast speed. So we will see. But it sounds like we're about ready to get into our first dungeon of the day. The other side, obviously, Perplexed versus Monka. Let's see who takes the early lead.
Alright, so it looks like there's no surprise at all when it comes to the team comp, just running a pretty standard comp with that rogue for utility. And both of them choosing to play this first pack. Presumably finishing off the Woe Drifter and then skipping to maybe a car area, which is something that we've seen a lot recently ever since Echo had this really crazy run, and everyone kind of ran with that strategy since then.
Yeah, I think in terms of the routing, that's more of like a figured out game at this point. I don't think we're going to see any like major changes to the strategy until global finals, when teams actually have time to get into the grinder, into the practice room, and really figure out what the fastest way to do this dungeon is. But I mean, this is the Echo route, right? They do a pretty good job of optimizing their strats, so this might be the best we see it, and it'll come down to just pure execution. Of course, we talked about this earlier this weekend. The one major change that you have to make in this poll is to CC that Inspired High Priest, but honestly, if you have the burst damage, you can actually just stun it down with the Night Fae Urn here. That does go through Inspiring. It does stun everything for those 8 seconds. So if you can just burst it down in those 8 seconds, you don't even have to CC that Inspired mob. And looks like Monka and Perplexed are not doing that.
Yeah, Monka chose not to see either of the Inspired mobs, while Perplexed chose to see one of the Inspired mobs and use Shining Force to get it away, so they can use a Shadow Fury on the casters that turn into suns if you don't interrupt them. So very interesting. You see the blind in the back on Perplexed side, while Monka just chose to just gather them all up, which seems to be working out for Monka. They don't have any issues. The Inspired mobs are dead for both of the teams, so they can now interrupt the mobs if they choose to do so, which obviously they should. And then we'll see if they also do this other strategy with getting in the relics afterwards. And it looks like Ashine is already walking back there to the mob, to the High Priest that seems to be trapped by Swag Shop.
Yep, getting the blind off, making sure they get in combat with it. Both rogues doing that job, so we should see a High Priest plus a set of relics coming in on this boss in about a minute from now. But gotta get through the boss first, so let's see how quickly they can burn these bosses down. The Bloodlust is used here for both teams. On the bosses, not the trash. It is tyrannical, of course. And let's see how close the damage is here. I mean, these two teams are both at the top of the bracket for a reason. They have extremely quality players that know how to play their classes perfectly, and as you can see, the damage for both teams is pretty much equal at the board. Both teams hitting the 60% mark at the exact same time.
I think I like Perplex's strategy of having that inspired High Priest not in the pool previously, because now that High Priest walked in after that blind ran out from a Shine, and now they have some extra kind of final damage, some extra targets to maybe get extra shards for, you know, Havoc targets and so on. And then afterward, after this High Priest is done, they get the second High Priest that they also sleep. So I kind of like the strategy, and that's why I think Perplex is also doing a little bit more damage to Hakar. As you can see, they're quite a bit lower on the boss compared to Monka.
And there you see, at the exact same time for both teams, there come the relics, there comes that High Priest. Let's get that Woe relic down, get the Drifter spawned, finish the boss off, and then while they're, you know, waiting for the RP to happen, they can finish off the Priest as well as the Drifter and skip on to the rest of the room. And yeah, you can actually kind of see the funnel damage from having that extra mob has really helped out Perplexed. You're finishing the boss about 10% faster than Monka. Doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal when you think about it, but these tiny little differences tend to add up over the course of the dungeon. But now Monka did get a little bit of extra damage on the trash, though.
Yeah, because in the end, killing the boss a little bit earlier is not gonna make a big difference if you still have to finish off the Woe Drifter and that High Priest anyway. But it looks like Perplex is doing that quicker as well, but just by a couple of seconds. Now they're running out of the area, while Monka just like 2-3 seconds later dealt with it. So this is still incredibly close between those two teams. And those Sons of Akar, they are just gonna walk past them with that Woe Drifter invisibility to have the shroud effect. And now they're going to be moving into that Ardenweald area. And in Ardenweald, we've seen quite a few differences between like the Echo strategy and the Group B strategy because of Inspired versus bolstering what they had last week. But let's see if they pull the Enraged Spirit into this pack, and it looks like both teams are doing so. So this can be very dangerous if they don't finish off that Enraged Spirit after the first Rage cast.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on how many Enraged casts they get off. The first one will be coming out for both teams just about now. That's the Rage going off, and they shouldn't get a second one inside of Perplex. Their Enraged Spirit's almost already dead. The Enraged Spirit's still pretty healthy from Monka, but honestly, they did a pretty good amount of damage to everything else, so while it's not dead yet, they'll definitely be beating the second Rage cast. I mean, pretty even damage from Monka. Actually, they're going to kill this pack a little bit faster than Perplexed, I think. More AoE. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, so Monka moving on, even though they pulled the pack a little bit later, did manage to finish it off earlier, and they are moving not in the Ardenweald area, as I said earlier. They are, of course, moving into that Mechagon area first, and just skipping all of the trash. Probably going to be aggroing these Sentient Oils and then snapping them to the boss, which can be dangerous sometimes because these Sentient Oils actually hook their aggro target to them if they are not in range. And that can sometimes cause some issues. And Wolf Disco actually going down, presumably to maybe the oil coming through the pipe, or to the oils, not sure. And this is going to be hard to get them back up because they're in combat now with those oils. So this might be difficult for Perplex to actually get Wolf back up.
They actually have to just kill the oils on their own.
Yeah.
We don't know where is Wolf Disco? What?
I think he fell off. Probably.
Okay, well, they just have to kill the oil so they can get a mass res on them. That is a huge, huge time loss. I mean, this is going to cost them something like 45 seconds. They should be killing these oils with the boss, like we're seeing from Monka here. Monka is going to be pulling ahead here significantly off of this mistake.
Yeah, this is a big time loss for Perplexed. Monka, of course, already through the first phase of Millhouse here and already finished off those oils as well, plus the relics that they finished. Just can be a pretty dangerous pull at the very start, but they executed it perfectly on their side. And now they just have to finish off the rest of the boss fight. It is still at 22 Tyrannical, but without anything else happening, with only the boss, really shouldn't be a big issue for Monka. And now Perplex did finish off those ads, and they can mass res Wolf Disco up. But yeah, that was very bad for Perplex. Probably lost a minute, maybe even more.
Yeah, that was a huge, huge time loss, and with how close these teams are in terms of the general execution outside of that one mistake, I don't know how they're going to get back in this. They're going to have to go for some crazy pulls on the Ardenweald wing to try to make up time, but Monka should be they should know that they're probably going to have to make those pulls themselves in order to stay in the lead, so it's not going to be easy for Perplex to get back into this one. You're also not going to get it just from pure single target damage unless they also have some pretty significant trash pulls on top of the bosses, so Monka probably secured themselves about a minute lead here, and man, it's going to be hard for Perplex to find their way back into this one.
Yeah, at this point, if their routes are similar, it almost requires like a smaller mistake by Monka for Perplex to catch up, which of course is still very possible. They still have the whole Ardenweald left to do, and they also need to do the last boss, which if, for example, Monka wouldn't be able to finish one of the Visages in the intermission phase, which we've seen before, then that would be close to a minute as well of a loss. So, but yeah, Perplex kind of needs that to happen for Monka now, if their routes are similar in speed. And it looks like Monka is getting closer and closer to finishing off the boss though. They didn't finish off Millhouse. Actually, they did, so yeah, this is going to be fine. They're not going to get the other AoE here, so they should be okay. And now they're going to be, again, pulling that trash that they skipped earlier to get the Woe Drifter buff, and then they're going to be moving in that Ardenweald area, which is the last thing they still have to do.
Yeah. Well, we can see the difference in the boss 2 timers there at the bottom here. We'll see how big of an advantage that Monka has secured themselves. I'm guessing it's going to be between 1 and 1.5 minutes, because they were through like an entire phase and a half of the boss by the time Perplex actually engaged the boss. Also, not to mention Perplex lost all of that focused funnel damage on the boss, so pretty big deal. Monka already through this Arfarf here, no issues whatsoever. Honestly, this is one of the safer spots in the dungeon to have a death if you were to have a death, right? Because you can just release right in the Mana Storm's lair and you're kind of good to go, but no issues once again for Monka. They've been playing lights out this weekend. Very few dungeons where they have any major amounts of deaths.
Yeah, they're playing really, really clean while also keeping up insane routes and strategies and risky pulls. So that is really impressive by Monka. But yeah, we'll see how they deal with this Ardenweald area. Not sure if they might do a pull here first. Usually we see them skip this, but no, there we go. Monka is actually engaging this pull. And they have an urn if they want to click it. I think the only Night Fae is the Warlock. So sometimes teams just decide to not even click the urn because it's going to be a damage loss for the Warlocks to click it. And if you don't need it, it's going to be just fine. Even though there is an inspired mob in there, so they can't actually interrupt the Death Speak or anything.
Yeah, nothing can be interrupted, nothing can be CC'd, but that doesn't really matter when you have 3 classes that can do significant AoE. Believe it or not, Rogue can actually do pretty good AoE if they just spam Black Powder out instead of, their focus single target. But in this comp, you don't really need that, right? The Warlock and the Hunter pretty much do it all on their own. Yeah, no issues whatsoever. Inspired mob, Shadow Coring the tank, no problem. Just blitz it down with AoE, refresh the Woe Drifter buff, and we'll be into the Ardenweald wing. Let's see what the strategy is going to be for Monka here, because we know if they're able to pull off the bigger pulls, they've pretty much secured themselves this dungeon.
Yeah, let's take a look at Monka. I also just noticed this Moat is actually playing Mecha Gnome. Interestingly enough, on that Holy Priest. While most other priests we've seen play Night Fae, doing the Shadow Melt for situations, maybe there's a wipe, you can Shadow Melt off aggro and then maybe rest everyone back up. But that didn't work out for Perplex. That would have been such a good save for them. Whenever Wolf Disco fell off, if Ryzen would have managed to Shadow Melt off aggro from the oils to get a rest off. But you can actually only mass rest, right? Because there was no line of sight for a normal rest. And you cannot mass rest if someone else is in combat of your group, right? So I guess that wouldn't have even saved them either, unless everyone somehow got rid of the aggro from the oils.
Look at the pull size for Monka here, though. I think they pulled every single mob in this front area of Ardenweald. Started about 50% trash count. Let's see where they ended. I think it's going to be somewhere in the mid-70s when everything is said and done here. Great job from Skylark of kiting this around. Not actually getting hit by that many of the pecks. You can see he only has a 14 stack of the buff. Doesn't have the Dancing Rune weapon up, but doesn't matter. Was able to kite that out cleanly. 80% trash on the board. That was a pull that gave them 30% trash count. No issues whatsoever abusing that Night Fae urn perfectly. Same pull coming in for Perplex on the left side of your monitor here now as well. They have to pull this off to stay in the dungeon.
And Monka might actually just pull the rest of this trash on top of D-Life's access, so finishing the whole Ardenweald area in 2 pulls. which is crazy. But their Bloodlust is actually still on cooldown for a couple of seconds here, so they might be slightly faster than what they're used to. But Bloodlust is going to come up in 2, so they should be popping it immediately as soon as all of this trash is going to come into the Saxa room. But yeah, Perplex, as you said, doing the same pull, and it looks like they're executing it pretty perfectly as well. But they finished off the relic instead of getting the Woe relic for the movement speed.
Well, they have the and the Vi too, right? So they'll be doing max DPS here on this boss once they both go down here. There's the relic, there's the Vi relic, dead for Monka, and here we go. Time to do as much boss damage as possible. Check the meters out. The Destro lock just under 200k. Just can't do more damage because they've already killed everything, man. Unfortunate. You'd love to see them go higher.
They even pulled the Matriarch as well. Like, they don't care about the Matriarchs enraging all the other mobs because they die so fast, the enrage probably doesn't even come out before they're dead. So it's no problem for them. And Perplex doing the same thing. It's actually very interesting to see that Perplex and Monka are running the seemingly exact same route. But because of that one mistake that they had earlier, they're just slightly behind on Perplex's side. You can see they're also popping the Bloodlust on Perplex's side. They're also just gathered up all of this trash here as well. They didn't quite get up to 80% on that pull compared to Monka, but they pulled more trash into Saexa, so they should be ending up at 92% as well, approximately, on their side too.
Wow, Monka threw the boss at the 13-minute mark. That is incredibly fast. And remember, they've already dealt with that speaker pack where the boss is. They don't actually need to clear an extra trash pack. I don't believe Perplex has dealt with that pack yet. So Monka's in a fantastic position here. Now, unfortunately, not having that pack to deal with means you just have to wait for the boss RP. You have to wait for the boss to come over to your side. But you know what? They're in a good position nonetheless. And Monka looking great in this dungeon so far.
Yeah, Monka looking so good. Not even 14 minutes in, already in the last boss. And yeah, as you said, the trash they still have to do is just going to be dealt with during the boss fight after that intermission. The last thing that could really cause them to lose a lot of time is being able to not finish off the Visages in the intermission phase, which is something we've seen before. We've seen a Rogue, for example, not manage the Visage. We've seen maybe the Warlocks, if they don't have their Infernal ready or if they don't want to commit the Infernal, being a little bit greedy. But they should know that they're... I don't want to say they're far ahead, but they're ahead enough that they can commit everything to the Visages, and then they're gonna win, right? So they should commit everything that they have, potions, any offensive that they have available as well. They should delay killing off the Vi Interceptor as well to make sure they have the haste buff going into their intermission, because that's the thing that is going to be losing them the game if they don't finish off those Visages in the intermission.
Exactly. And honestly, we're probably going to see the exact opposite from Perplexed. They know they're behind because of that pull that they failed on. Or because of that one spot death, they know they're behind. So they're probably going to attempt to pull this trash with the boss and use cooldowns there to try to make it as clean as possible, which means that their Visage phase is going to be very dangerous. No Infernal for the Warlock, if they do try to commit it here, means that with bad RNG, they're not going to be able to solo their phase. So let's see how the Visage phase goes for Monka here, as Perplexed engages the boss with the trash here. Hopefully they engage it with the trash with the boss. If they don't, they are probably not going to win this dungeon.
There's also one more thing they have to watch out for, because they didn't finish off both of the Enraged Spirits. There was one spirit patrolling around, probably where RX went, because Rogues are usually pretty good at, even if they pull them, they can use Cloak, Vanish, Shadow Melt to de-aggro them. And there you can see the spirit actually in that small window on RX. Did manage to avoid the spirit, and now he's making sure he's not going to aggro it there, just walking away before the boss pulls them in. And this is the last dangerous pull, as they have the last pack that they didn't deal with earlier. They have to cleave it down with the boss. They also finished up Earth to get some cooldown reduction here, and they need to dodge the mechanics of the boss while doing this. And there's an Inspired mob in there too. That means none of the casts can be interrupted just yet before they finish up that Inspired mob.
Yep. Monka gotten through all their trash, no issues whatsoever. All they have to do now is deal this last 6% of the boss's HP, and they will take the first map of our upper finals here. Now, that's still a long ways off. This is still a single target tank that they have to get. Remember, it's tyrannical. They probably have to do 2.53 million damage to this boss to finish him off, so not quite over just yet, but Perplexed still just now getting into that intermission phase, so it's just a firm lead for Monka here.
I quickly want to compare the time that we have here, even though they're not done yet, with last weekend's time, because last weekend we did have a Tyrannical the other side that was 21, so 1 key level lower, and they had bolstering instead of inspiring, which presumably is gonna take a little bit more time, bolstering, right? But Echo cleared it in 18 minutes and 42 seconds. Was the best time by far we saw last week. And Monka is gonna beat that time pretty easily, even though that key level is 1 level higher. So that is pretty crazy to see.
Yep, just 1.5% left to go for Monka here. Boss size at 10.5%. Now that it's 11, we know it's pretty close to being done. Just a couple more spells will take this boss down. Give us the sub 18 minutes, Monka. There it is,
wow.
17:46 on the timer. Blazing fast run, incredible strategies. Well played, Monka.
Yeah, Monka absolutely crushing that one. Honestly, both teams would have. It's going to be victory for Monka, but that one death for Perplex, so impactful. Nagura was talking a little bit about the other side from last weekend, and this weekend we had Dismissed finish it as the only other team that won the other side run, and they did it in 24 minutes and 8 seconds. So Monka absolutely blowing those other times out of the water. I know, right? It's crazy. Both teams, in fact, going super speed, but yeah, that one death for Perplex, that's all it took, and Monka with a clean run, they're going to grab dungeon number 1.
That one death definitely put them fairly heavily on the back foot. They had something like a 15-second advantage going into like that second boss area, and it's just like that one death really squandered it. I don't know if you guys noticed, but they actually Perplex missed killing one of their ads on Waizala, so that would have been a pretty big loss, especially since Monka was able to kill off their ads. Desterlock is not the best at killing it, those Visages, but they are saving Infernal for them. So I don't know if it was the Warlock, but I would have to guess it probably was.
I think it's because of what Cyrus said earlier. They knew they were behind, and they would have to commit everything to the boss to catch up and play as risky as possible with the Visages, and then it just didn't work out, right?
Yeah, check out these live stats, too, from Raider.io. 29 minutes, 53 seconds is our fastest live time for a 22 Tyrannical. And, both teams were about 11 minutes faster than that. So it's just MDI things, you know?
Well, they also have, like, max gear, too, right? They're wearing all the 285s. That helps a little bit, but that doesn't...
The Mythic Jailer weapons, you know?
Helps a little bit, yeah.
So through the first part of the dungeon, it looked like both teams were pretty neck and neck. They both had a really good patrol on this Enraged Spirit. They were making sure to utilize the rogue DPS to get all of this stuff killed off. This Woe Drifter for both ends, I mean, we saw Monka and Perplex basically running an identical route through the first 5 minutes of this dungeon, and it looked like Perplex was in the lead, and they just have a Wolf Disco death here. So he's setting up his gate. They pull these sentient oils, and he just dies on the way over while they're trying to get this all stuff set up. And then at that point, their group has to solo the sentient oils without him.
Gripped by the oils?
Masters. That's what I assume. He either got gripped by the oils or he fell off the ledge. It's really hard to tell what happened specifically. Whenever you have the Woe Drifter buff, it's kind of easy to fall. It is kind of easy to fall off whenever you do have that Woe Drifter buff. But even such, that costs them somewhere in the range of like a minute and a half because they have to solo the sentient oils and they're unable to pull the boss. And it's like pretty unfortunate. Monka really just puts the pedal to the metal here. They're doing a full lake pull with all of these birds. All of the birds must go, except for the matriarchs, of course. We wouldn't be crazy or anything. No way that we would pull the matriarchs. But both sides of the lake get pulled all the way in here.
Wow.
They do utilize the urn. It stuns everything all the way through Inspiring. And from here, once Monka is able to get through this pack, they were able to just be able to clinch this map.
Yeah, that was almost bear pull levels of mobs in that one. But they got it done. Like, we renamed this Lake Monka at this point. Because that's one of the biggest pulls I think we've seen in the MDI this season yet.
Sure.
Yeah. But it's going to be a close series, though. I think if Perplexed, again, if they didn't have that one death, that kind of one bizarre death, this would have been an extremely tight dungeon. So, we'll see what happens on the next one we go to, because this could still be a series that goes to our third map.
I really want to look... I wish we had a better POV of that death, because
Yeah.
I think he had to have just fallen off or gotten maybe hit by the sentient oils, because the way that gateway works is once you click the gateway, you are going to go to the other gateway, regardless of what happens to you in between. The only thing that's going to stop you from going to the second gateway is if you die. So you can't get knocked off if you click the gateway. Yeah, that's just such a weird death. Unfortunate.
It seemed like it was kind of on the other end away from the oils, where the tunnel kind of begins. So
yeah,
I don't know. And he died early, and then the slime started moving on. It was weird. It was weird. But once in a while, like we said, woe buff. There's a lot of extra speed sometimes that gets in the way. There's funky things that happen. But
he could have gotten like healer threats somehow and got gripped by the sentient oils, because the sentient oils will like snap you back if you're in range of them. But like the DK dropped to D&D, so it's really hard. I mean, this is the issue with snapping, is like we don't know if he fell off or if he got snapped back to the mobs because of how dangerous those mobs can be.
Yeah, well, either way, we're moving on to Spires of Ascension with Monka in one map lead. Obviously, Plaguefall banned by Perplex, so that means we're going to our third map in the series, Spires, and a chance for Perplex to catch back up again, I suppose.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because we've talked about this before. Spires is a dungeon we've seen Monka play twice already. And the first time we've seen them play it, they had a perfect run with 0 deaths, and they finished it in 15 minutes 23 with a really crazy fast route. Now, they did have a full team wipe the second time they played it, but still won the dungeon. And we haven't seen Perplex play this dungeon at all, but since they didn't ban it, they must have a strategy for it, and they think they can beat their best time of Monka, right? So I'm hopeful for this dungeon. I think it's going to be really close between those two.
Yeah, this is a fun one, too. This is always one of my favorite dungeons to watch, because you've got so many pulls that are just absolutely terrifying because of what some of these mobs can do to your tank. And it takes pretty extreme coordination, I think, no matter what the affixes are. That has been pretty punishing to even some of the best teams, so we'll see. Easily a catch-up moment for Perplexed.
Could be. But man,
or a fall further behind moment.
Monka's run in this dungeon it's a great run to watch. It's a thing of beauty, I'd even go to say.
Yeah.
A 15-minute Spires run is it's pretty fast. I remember at the very first MDI season we had of Shadowlands last year, we were like, man, sub 20, that's really fast.
Dude, how far we've come.
Oh, we've come a bit of a way since then.
So it's so interesting to me that Perplex didn't ban this map too, because Monka, having played it in their first 2 series, that they've practiced it so much. So is this Perplex like just being super confident in their own gameplay, being like, yeah, so our Spires is just better than theirs, we're just going to run it, we're going to beat them in a dungeon that they should have spent more time in practicing than us?
Could be. I guess we'll find out right now. We'll see if Perplex can tie it up or if Monka takes it.
Yeah, we do see Perplexed also switching to that Windwalker monk, RX and a Shine, playing the Windwalker instead of a Rogue, which has been very, very efficient in this Spire ski with those affixes. But mode actually going down for Monka immediately on that pull, releasing as well, not using the Battle Rest because of course they are at the entrance here. But that's going to slow them down a little bit in comparison to Perplexed, that don't seem to be having any of those issues. And Perplex also chose to finish off instead of the Woe Relic. And I think that makes sense, just getting the extra cooldown reduction, because you're going to be flying with those angels anyway.
All right, hear me out. Mode's death there, not a big deal. He did his job. He pressed power infusion on the character that he pressed it on. The death, it's just the 5 seconds. He didn't actually contribute anything to the pull outside that. Okay, maybe that's a little toxic, but it is true.
It is true. I mean, look at where they're even faster at the boss now, even though they had this death. So I think you're very correct in saying that. But both of the teams now actually engaging the boss with that trash pack at the same time, committing Bloodlust on both teams as well. And having any sort of mistakes here at the start is going to cost them a lot more than the death on Mode earlier. So they have to execute this perfectly.
Yep, and you want to keep it stacked here as well. You might be wondering why the tank isn't pulling everything over to the little dragon worm. What's the actual ether diver? I guess it's like a little bit. They're not pulling it over there specifically because they want to make sure everything stays inside that Rain of Fire for the Warlock. If you move it out of the Rain of Fire, it's a big damage loss. So you want to keep everything stacked up until most of it is dead. Now that they only have the Goliath and the Interceptor left, they're going to go ahead and pull everything together. And execution there from both teams actually, but just a little bit extra damage coming out from Perplexed here. Looks like they had the Infernal cooldown up a little bit earlier, so their Warlock is doing solid about more focused boss damage. Also, I've noticed that Wolf Disco for Perplex is actually casting a lot more Chaos Bolts into the bosses rather than just Rain of Fires. When they're playing their Eradication talent, it's actually better to cast Chaos Bolt on pure 2-target boss damage, and the focus damage coming out of the Warlock is actually helping them a lot here, 10% ahead on the bosses.
Yeah, Monka also made a small mistake, and if the teams are so close, then that might actually mean a lot. Because Monka finished off the Woe Relic on accident, instead of the plus Vi, while Perplex had plus Vi, and that's gonna mean that they're killing the boss a little bit quicker. You can see on the boss split, 5 seconds difference in favor of Perplex, possibly because of that relic that they finished off instead of having the Woe, which didn't really do anything during that fight other than the damage reduction. You don't need the speed buff on this boss, you don't need the stealth. So yeah, Perplex now doing the right side pull though, and they're not doing this big pull that Monka is gearing up to do right now. So they're gonna have to catch up that trash percentage later on.
All right, here we go. Can Monka live through this? You already see 2 bleed stacks onto Skylark there. If that refreshes any more times, especially as these mobs get into raging range, could be a big deal here. Again, the Infernal not quite up for Maesting here, but even if it was up, they'd be saving it for the extra stun whenever the mobs get into that raging range, and here we go. Either divers are there. Once those stealth claws get there, we're probably going to see all of the stuns coming out. There's the Shadow Fury. There's the Infernal. Where's the Ring of Peace so they can start kiting? Or are they just going to stay in there? Are you going to ego it, Skylark? Oh no! RXM goes down. A little bit of an unfortunate death, but he's able to release and run back, and most of the trash is dead already as well, so it's not too big of a deal. Just have to finish off these last couple mobs.
I think that was just the Darkseeker being enraged and charging out, like the Praetor casting Darkseeker where he charges out, and while being enraged, I think it just one-shot RX, unfortunately there. But yeah, didn't lose too much time. But I think, even though I like this pull that Monka is doing, and I think they're really utilizing the Windwalker really well for this pull, I do think that if Perplex can get a trash pull on top of Orifrion later, like an additional trash pull, then I think I like not pulling the left side here, because the setup time takes so long that Perplex had already finished off the pull before Monka had even gathered up their pull. So I do think if Perplex can somehow get the percentage they're missing in comparison back later more efficiently, then I like the difference in routing here from Perplex. We're gonna have to see what they do later.
We'll also have to keep an eye on how they plan on using their Carrion Spears as well. Perplex going for this massive pull with a Goliath that we normally see a Carrion Spear attributed to. They're not using it. They're just going for a natural pull. And it's going pretty well for them as well. Most of the trash is dead. Only that Praetor is enraging right now. As long as nobody gets randomly charged by that, they should be totally fine. Goliath now in raging range, but just have to get the cast interrupts on him and they're good to go. And another great pull for Perplexed. Just securing themselves a lead in the dungeon, but not too far ahead on trash percentage.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do some pull later on that Monka won't have to do. I assume it's gonna be in the Orifrion area, in the third boss area, because I very highly doubt they're gonna be pulling that squad leader pack here, unless they decide to pull it on top of the boss. If that's something they want to do, then I guess it could be efficient, but no. They are moving past it with that Woe Drifter buff that they have, and now they are engaging Ventinex. There's also a pack on the other side that also has a relic pack on the other side of Ventinex. That one also has a squad leader in there, and pulling squad leaders is just always pretty inefficient because of that AoE damage reduction aura that they put on all of the mobs.
The spear was used on that pull for Monka on the right side of the screen there, and you can see Hunter and Windwalker Monk both doing over 100k DPS. Not bad. Warlock saving the Infernal, or not even saving the Infernal, it's just not off cooldown yet. For Ventinex for Monka here. The question is the extra 8% trash that Monka has going to actually come into play here? Remember, Perplexed hasn't used their Carrion Spear yet, so they could easily go for a massive pull in Orifrion's room, or just pull extra trash on top of the boss. We'll have to see how that goes for them later on, and they'll get there pretty soon here. Monka just now engaging Ventinex, so in terms of actual dungeon progression, they're not too far behind. They're like maybe 45 seconds behind Perplexed, but man, Perplexed can easily make up that ground here with the massive trash pull with the Carrion Spear.
Yeah, this is really clean by both teams. Of course, the 2 deaths though on Monka didn't cost them too much time when it actually comes to the dungeon speed, but the 10 deaths, the 10 seconds death penalty, that might really just make the difference at the end, because of how close those 2 teams are right now. Perplex moving to the third boss area, and I'm really looking forward to see what they have planned for this area, because yeah, they need to make up this trash that Monka has on the board already. They're going to have to do some additional pull. We do know that Monka does the Helion pull right at the start of this platform to get the Woe Drifter buff and then goes all the way to the boss. We'll see if Perplex does something similar or if they decide to do maybe a bigger pull later on with maybe Goliaths. And it looks like they are just moving past it.
Yeah, they are. They're running to the side, not even having to go around the pillars because they're using the Mind Soothe from Rice in there to make sure things don't actually see them. Okay, looks like they're gearing up for a big pull here, not using the gateway to skip here. Goliath pack in, Justicar Helion pack in, and they're going to go into that pack that has the relics as well. This is a 3-pack pull. Once everything is nice and stacked up, we'll probably see the Carrion Spear come down for them. Where is it? Are they even using a Carrion Spear? There it is. It's down just now. Everything taking increased damage and stun. The AoE damage is coming out from the Windwalker and the Warlock right now. Not a lot from the Hunter. Hopefully you can get some bomb procs here. Everything is out of that Carrion Spear now, so damage is going to come out on the group. Have to watch the health bars of everyone, but once most of the Helions are down, they're going to be relatively safe. Just got to get an Enraged Dispel on that final Helion, and they're good to go. Perfect execution from Perplexed. But while they've been gearing up for this pull, Monka has gotten through the second boss, but I feel like they're pretty far behind at this point.
Yeah, because they have to do this pull as well, right? They have to do this Helion pull themselves. They have to get the Woe Drifter buff and get the stealth to be able to move to the boss. And I do think that Perplexed basically did one less pull in the dungeon now. Well, it's not actually one less pull, but... Oh, a Shine actually going down for Perplexed at the very start of the Rifrian fight here with the Usurpers all being enraged. So they have to commit a Battle Rest, and they won't have another one for 2 minutes. So they have to be very careful for the rest of the fight here, as they did finish off the Vi Interceptor, getting that haste buff for a Rifrian. It also looks like they already set up the gateway to be able to move to that other trash pack that they're probably going to be engaging in just a second.
That death on a Shine might not seem like that big of a deal, and in the grand scheme of things it might not turn out to be that big of a deal, but dying when those Usurpers are alive means he doesn't have spinning Crank Kick stacks, which means the single target damage on the boss is a little bit lower than it normally would be. You can see he's just going to be below the Priest until they get into that damage out phase. Kind of unfortunate. Probably would be more about where the blood decay is right now if he was alive while those Usurpers were there.
Yeah, and that might be the window that Monka needed to get back into this game, because they also now engaged the Rifrian, did finish off the Usurpers, and they're also going to be engaging that same trash pack that Perplexed engaged already. So this is still incredibly close, and also only a 5 seconds death penalty differential now in favor of Perplexed with that death on the Shine that we had there. But the boss is just melting now for Perplexed at that first recharge phase is starting, and it looks like the boss is just going to die immediately after. Wow, that's just a lot of damage coming out of Perplexed there.
Yeah, almost got the one phase off. That was very, very clean boss damage from Perplexed. They're going to be heading up to that Angel section of the dungeon. They have one final Carrion Spear available for it. Looking at the cooldowns across the board, the Infernal is there. The Tiger is not there for a Shine. Might be a big deal. Still has a touch of death, of course. But we'll have to see how that goes for them in about 30 seconds when they get to the top here. Monka is going into their damage amp phase here. Let's see if they're going to be able to one-phase the boss just like Perplexed did. Remember, when that white bar at the bottom of the health bar fills up, the boss is no longer taking double damage. Still have some trash to deal with. Let's see how close they'll get.
Yeah, they're not quite as close as Perplexed was, so the boss is going to take them a little bit longer. Yes. But one thing to note is that Perplex actually doesn't have Bloodlust ready. And usually we see teams commit Bloodlust for this Triple Angel pull, and they're just waiting around. Are they going to be waiting 20 seconds?
I don't...
It might be the play? I'm not sure. No, they're just going. Still 15 seconds left on Lust.
I think that the amount that they waited was just fine, because they were probably also waiting on the Tiger from Ashine as well, which is just up now and probably will be instantly up, if I had to guess. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was serving double duty there. They have the Lust up now as well, but that was like a little 15 to 20 second time waste, unfortunately, because they were just going too fast in the dungeon. Now that they have everyone alive here, just got to play clean here. Make sure you don't get hit by any of those stray frontals, and they should be good to go. Let's see how they're able to execute the last 20% of these 3 angels here. Lotus is quite a bit lower than the other 2. Have to even those out. Remember, you do have the Touch of Death as well to finish off the last one if it's not clean enough. Looks like they have everything pretty low together here, and as they die, they get the Touch of Death on the last one. Perfect execution there from Perplexed. Monka now going for a pull of their own, but Perplexed, man, significantly in the lead now.
Yeah, and it really looked like that have mismanaged the damage on those 3 angels. Then we saw Wolf Disco switching to Chaos Bolt instead of spamming those Wind Fires. And Skylark actually going down for Monka. They do have a Battle Rest and immediately get Skylark back up. That can be very dangerous because now all of those angels are just running around having aggro on everyone else. Crimson going down as well on the Hunter there. And yeah, this is just causing so many problems. And it doesn't even look like Skylark got rest. Skylark just released. Which was
unfortunate.
Very bad decision, right? Should have waited for the rest for sure. This is just going to be a full wipe now without the tank being there.
Yeah, that they just can't live there. I wonder if that was a scenario where the release button is in the exact same spot that the res accept button is, and he thought that the soulstone went off and clicked the button without looking at actually what it was. If that's the case, that's really unfortunate. But honestly, the second that he dies there, the pull becomes completely undone because nobody wants to get hit by those mobs. Everything is spread out. Nothing is stacked for your Warlocks Arena Fires anymore, which means that their damage essentially goes to 0 at that point because they're not generating any soul shards. And yeah, that's just absolute worst case scenario. We can see that Monka is trying to solve the problem and just keeping everything going by pulling 2 of the angels, but really everything is just in the hands of Perplexed right now as they're already into phase 2 of Devos. They have the Vi Interceptor buff for the second phase and they're looking pretty good now.
Yeah, all eyes on Perplexed. They just have to finish off the boss. They are already in phase 2. They did delay the Vi Interceptor kill to be able to get the haste buff in that phase 2 as well. Stacked up with the offensive cooldowns that are available. You can see the PI on Wolf Disco, plus the Infernal being used. So lots of damage coming out of the Dastro Warlock here as well. They're going to be through this phase in no time. And I mean, if we look at the comparison, the best time we've seen so far in Spires this weekend was 15 minutes and 23 by Monka. And Perplexed looking to beat that time by quite a bit. So that's just a very impressive run by Perplexed. And I'm not surprised anymore why they didn't ban Spires.
Yeah, we were all wondering, man, you guys saw Monka's run, right? You leave that unbanned? And it makes much more sense now that we see that they're going to be easily underneath the 15-minute mark with Devos coming down at 14% with 45 seconds left to beat that mark. Yeah, this boss is going to be dying very, very quickly here, and we're going to be putting ourselves into a Game 3 in our upper finals. Remember, this is a big deal. The winner of this match automatically qualifies for Globals. Kind of a big deal, and you get a lot of practice time for finals to give yourself a little extra time to guarantee yourself that first seed. So this next map that we have between Perplexed and Monka is a big deal. A lot is on the line here.
Wow, and that is it. Yeah, we are going to dungeon number 3. Perplexed, able to take out Monka in Spires of Ascension with our fastest time yet, sub 15 minutes. So Monka put on some good performances in Spires over the last couple days, but Perplexed comes in and says, you know what, we're gonna do you one better. But that said, I mean, Monka without a couple of those deaths again would have been just as close. This is one of the closest series I think we've had in MDI yet this season.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and it's one of those things that we were questioning Perplexed for leaving that Spires of Ascension unbanned, like Zyronic was saying. Do not be alarmed. Perplexed is an incredibly good team. They know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, and I do want to also mention that the next... no one banned Sanguine Depths, right? So we're going to be going
Correct.
to Sanguine. And we haven't seen either of those teams play Sanguine Depths yet. But in the final game of today, like the last game of today to determine the winner of the whole tournament, we're going to see Sanguine Depths as the first dungeon that cannot be banned. So pretty sure that both Perplexed and Monka have a really, really good route for Sanguine Depths as well. So I think it can go either way at this point. Those teams are just playing crazy.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see who takes it. But Tettles has a little bit of routing information to share with us.
So looking at this, Pat, this is like a Perplexed pull that they ended up doing. So they ended up grabbing this Goliath. They grabbed all the Ether Divers. And for those who don't know, that like Goliath and those Ether Divers have like a pretty dangerous patrol. It's just like the Ether Divers in particular. And so for Perplexed, we were interested. I was very interested to see like what they were going to do with their route. And so we can actually look and talk through some of the pulls that they were doing. So at the very beginning, they did this smaller pull off to the side, and I was interested to see like where they were going to make up count. We ended up seeing it was like those spear pulls later on in the dungeon. But for 2, it was like, why are they doing this pack? And it was because this allowed them to get that patrol of those ether divers into a spot to where they were going to be able to like triple pull that pack. They weren't going to have to end up using any spears, and they were able to do that pack without anything outside of just like offensive CDs. Whatever you looked at the side of Monka, they were doing a lot bigger of a pull, but this delayed their pull by somewhere in the range of like maybe a minute, somewhere maybe like 45 seconds. But that would just like put the ether divers at a completely different patrol relative to the dungeon, and put Monka in a spot where they weren't able to do that pull in just like one big pull, or they had to wait for that patrol to get to a spot where they were able to set it up in the same way that Perplex did. And that really allowed Perplex to just kind of, in my mind, take the lead, because whenever they're not committing those Kyrian spears here, like, just look at this pull. This pull is absolutely insane for them to not commit Kyrian spears to, and they're just able to burn all of their offensive CDs here, but not use some of those finite resources. And this right here, I think, kind of separated Perplex from Monka just in regards to time. And then Monka did have some issues towards the back half of the dungeon. I think their tank fell off the platform on the Angel pull.
Oh,
that's not really recoverable in a super meaningful way. But I think that for me, this was a point where Perplex kind of took the lead in the dungeon, and their route made a lot more sense, because whenever they're not committing those spears, they're able to do spear pulls like this. Dude, this is an insane pull for Perplexed, and this is like kind of one of the final moments of the dungeon where they absolutely can wipe. You see they're utilizing that Blood DK to get everything gripped in. They do a great job of utilizing that leg sweep to just get the pack stunned before that spear comes out. The Dismantler respond, and they have enough kill power on all of these mobs to get them killed off before any heals are coming through. And I really do think that Perplex's route was just a little bit better than that from what we saw from Monka, even though Monka's route was exceptionally good as well.
It's cool to see, too, that teams are also kind of taking into account the patrol routes, right? Where it's like, all right, if we do this much damage on these packs and all that, then generally this patrol is going to be around here, and we can kind of utilize that. But Zyronic, like, how easy is it to do that consistently?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, well,
that's what happens.
That is a problem. Yep.
Sorry. What were you asking? I got completely...
I was a little bit distracted there, too.
I got stunned.
Yeah. You don't see that every day, but no. What I was gonna ask is how easy is it to kind of like manipulate the patrol timings, right? Where, you know, there's a lot of things that go into it, obviously, but if you've run a dungeon a bunch of times, if you're very familiar with the amount of time it takes your party with that comp to kill those packs, how consistently can you set things up like what we saw Perplex do? Because I feel like it's something really cool and something a lot of teams would try to do, but how easy is it to do that in practice?
The top-end teams will absolutely be able to manipulate things like that. I remember I would talk with Ben, who was one of the players for the Golden Guardians team for a long time, about the things that they would do in the MDI to manipulate extra damage. You remember back in the Ashara raid in
Eternal Palace?
In Eternal Palace, when they would have pieces of gear that would give their group tiny little stat buffs every 2 minutes? They would plan pulls around having those stat buffs up. So I can absolutely see people changing their route just to manipulate a patrol that happens every 48 seconds or something. I think the Ether Drivers are. It's a really weird patrol timing. And make it so that when you get up to that platform, they're right where you need them to be. I believe it completely.
I mean, that's great. I mean, it's one of the things that requires precision, right? If you have like a couple deaths here and there, that throws it off completely. But if you're operating like Perplex did on that dungeon, you can make it happen, and you can put in a sub 15-minute times on Spires, which is nutty. But we're going ahead and looking at the next dungeon. The final dungeon in this series is going to be Sanguine Depths, 23 Tyrannical, Bursting Volcanic. And this one's going to be a little bit wild. I think we've only seen this once so far this weekend. Yeah, that's right. We saw Free For All win it with a 23-minute time back in their first lower bracket match. But that's it so far.
Yeah, I have a feeling that both of those teams are going to be running this dungeon quite a bit faster than 23 minutes. And I'm just excited to see how fast they can run this, because there's so many crazy things you can do in Sanguine Depths. But it's just so difficult because it's a 23 tyrannical, and the boss fights, they all are really dangerous. Like, all 4 of the bosses can do some crazy stuff, especially if you pull trash on top of it, which is probably something we're going to see from those 2 teams. So it's incredibly volatile as well, especially if you lose the lantern buffs whenever some player goes down. It's a big damage loss and might make or break a pull.
Yeah, we talked about this before, where it's like, how much are your lantern pulls affected by bursting, right? Because it's a little bit more dangerous to pull in as many mobs as before. I mean, yeah, you've got the priest ability, you've got, but at the same to clear debuffs, but at the same time, it gets a little bit scary, doesn't it?
Yeah, I also wonder if the teams are going to commit Curse of Spell class in this dungeon. Nope. Okay, no Curse of Spell.
All right.
Just going in without one. Man, I think Sanguine Depths is probably one of the most interesting dungeons in Shadowlands. I love being able to chain the lantern buffs from pack to pack. It's such a high skill cap strategy the teams have to go forth, and right at the start of the dungeon we have the first lantern buff, easy 10 stack that they're going to be able to chain maybe into the boss after they deal with this first pull. You can see they've already set up the Woe Drifter to get ready to skip straight to that first boss room afterwards. Not too much danger in this first pull, just have to watch the frontals from, I believe, the Mist Dancers. As long as you're doing that, you're doing pretty okay here.
Yeah, and everyone for both Perplexed and Monka all switched to Dwarf now to have that stone form to get rid of the bursting stacks, in addition to having the Master Spell from their priests. So really nice to see small adaptation with the racial effects to be able to get to control that affix a little bit more, so they can do those bigger pulls. And now both Monka and Perplexed moving into the boss. I have no doubt that both of them are going to be pulling the boss with all of the strats that they have here. And there we go, Perplexed pulling the boss. It's like 1 or 2 seconds earlier.
How much damage are they going to do here? What are we going to see? What's the peak, you think? Already 400k for Swag Shot and climbing! Oh man, he hit 450k for a second there, and the Warlock's like, I'm ramping too, but there's no crash left to ramp on, unfortunately for you, Wolf Disco. Similar numbers coming out of Monka on their side, but man, boss absolutely melting with that 10 stack damage buff. Remember, that's a 50% damage and healing buff that they're gaining for this boss. And 23 Tyrannical boss being made short work of. Very, very quick.
Yeah, Crims only hit 400k DPS, so maybe missing a few procs compared to Swag there for Perplexed side. But look at the difference in boss HP. Perplexed definitely pulled the boss like 2 or 3 seconds faster. But yeah, I think that might just be the difference. Like 2 or 3 seconds for 10%, that might be it. I mean, those teams are just doing so much damage and having such insane routes and speed. This is crazy to compare. Like, I don't even know. All 3 dungeons were so close so far, and barely any mistakes by either of those teams. And just having one single death might just cost you the game, when both of the teams are playing so perfectly.
What is Monka up to here? They actually went back and killed another set of relics. They got a Woe Drifter buff. You can see they're setting up, it seems, for another big pull here. You can see Skylark is off screen now, pulling pretty much everything in. They're definitely going to be proccing the Lantern here. Everyone line of sighting around this corner here. Remember, they have the 50% damage from the Woe Drifter buff, so that's going to be very useful. Quick little mass grip to get everything in, and the AoE CCs are going to come out. This is an incredibly dangerous pull. If you get single targeted down by any of these mobs, you will instantly die here. Dread Bindings come out. Going to have to get out of range for that. You can see Crimsy is disengaging away to make sure he breaks that chain. There we go. Everything is stacked up. Good AoE stuns on the Curse of Suppressions here, making sure nobody gets silenced. That is also very important. And again, another insane pull made quick work of by Monka here, and they've actually given themselves a slight lead over Perplexed. Perplexed hasn't quite dealt with their pull yet.
Wow, so even though it took them some time to set this pull up, they did gain a lot of time. Well, a lot. I would say like 5 to 10 seconds gain from this pull. While Perplexed, though, they are not actually dealing with the trash from inside this room that Monka engaged afterwards. They're just using their Shroud to move past this area, and I do think they're going to be extending their buff. So they're going to be moving to that to the next urn, and it looks like they're just moving the mini-boss with them. So this is really dangerous, as they have that mini-boss still have a lot of time left on their buff, so they don't even have to walk to the urn immediately to the Lantern. They can delay it by a little bit as long as they refresh it before it runs out.
Yeah, this strategy has minimal backtracking, but I think I like what Monka did better. Not only did they get a refresh on their first Lantern before they entered this circle gauntlet of the area, but they also got another Woe Drifter buff. You can see they still have it up, so they still all have that 15% damage reduction, which means they're going to be that much more safe for this pull. And again, they'll just get another refresh on the Lantern here too, so they've kept their buff up for a solid extra 30 seconds over what Perplex has currently done, and they've gotten more trash count out of it. Both teams went for similar strategies, but I think Monka's just a little bit more nuanced and a little bit more good. I don't know a better description for that.
Because if you look at the trash percentage, they're at the exact same percentage at the same time. And RX is going down, so I do think they're like perfectly even at this point, except that one death, of course, that happened on RX. They're losing the 10 stack buff at the very end. So this is actually not only costing them the 5 seconds on the board, this is also costing them the 10 stack buff, and they're engaging Tarvald on Monka's side. So not having that buff on the Rogue is actually going to be a big deal, because Rogues provide a lot of single target damage. So not having them is going to cost them possibly. Perplex, though, chose to do a different route. They're not engaging the boss. They are pulling another set of trash pack, possibly trying to extend that buff one more time with the other urn before they engage Tarvald on their side.
This is actually a pretty big deal to not have the 10 stack on the Rogue here. This boss is going to probably take about 20 to 30 seconds longer without having the 50% damage on the Rogue. You can see he's actually doing less damage than the Holy Priest right now. So it actually is quite a big deal. Now, here's the thing. Monka's strategy, they still have one lantern left, whereas Perplexed has used all 3 of their lanterns on this section of the dungeon. What Monka is very likely going to do after this boss dies, and you can see them sort of backpedaling backwards, they are probably going to be pulling the mini-boss to that 3rd lantern, and what this is going to allow them to do is it's going to let them get a 10 stack and pull that into the 3rd boss as well with all of the trash. So if they're able to pull that off, I think that Monka is actually in a very, very huge advantage right now. It all comes down to whether or not they're going to be able to pull off these last 2 big pulls they're going to do. And yep, they're absolutely going for that. See the gateway backwards towards that final lantern. This is what they're going to be going for.
All right, we'll see if it pays off, because of course setting up all of this is a little bit of travel time that they lose as well. So it really has to come down to that 10 stack that they move into the next boss with, and hoping that it makes up the time from the setup, from the movement. It's Perplexed. They still have the 10 stack up on this boss, and once they finish off Tarvald, they're going to be moving to the next boss. But Wolf Disc actually potted here from the AoE damage. So that's a little bit of damage loss for Perplexed as well, having the Warlock in the seat there.
Okay, no mini-boss for Monka, but a big, big pull. There are like 4 or 5 scribes in here. If any of those scribes decide to all-target one person with Throw Research at the same time, we're going to see them instantly die. There's just no living 5 Throw Research casts at the same time. You can see people just pre-popping cooldowns just to live through everything. They have a 9 stack of bursting right now. Maystine even using Drain Life to live through it. Just one final Depths Warden to get through. And now they have a Woe Drifter buff to skip past the rest of the trash, plus a 10 stack of the buff, perfectly refreshed in order to deal with the 3rd boss. Yes, Perplexed is going to get there slightly before Monka, but Monka is going to have a 50% damage and healing buff to get through that as well. This is actually going to be huge for Monka if they're able to pull it off. They should be able to deal with this boss much, much quicker than Perplexed.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think you're right. As they're gathering up everything, you can see the cooldowns are coming out. Infernal's still on cooldown for a little bit. And Moat dropping really low. Actually, Moat actually going into the Angel form. They're going to have to use it. You don't have a battle rest. This might be a big problem for them. They don't have a rest for 3 minutes. Technically, they can do this boss without a healer if they allocate their defensives perfectly, but they have to finish off this trash soon, because if there's any casts that come out, then that's going to cause huge problems. You can see the bursting coming out. They don't have a Dwarf Racial on Maystine available. They do have Dwarf Racials on the others, but yeah, the really helping them through that AoE damage there. The Relic just giving them that HP regen, and still having the 10 stack buff. But it might be difficult to finish off the boss. It's still on 55%.
I mean, you can see the damage amp definitely helping them deal with the trash as well as live through the damage and just do a little bit of extra boss damage, like 15% ahead, even with a death on the priest. But I don't know how they're going to live through the residual damage that happens whenever you use Endless Torment. This is so much damage on 23 Tyrannical. You're going to have to Drain Life through it. You can see everyone dropping incredibly, incredibly low. I think they're just lucky that this isn't Grievous, to be honest with you. The Battle Res is going to be up in a little less than a minute here. The boss will probably be dead before that if they're able to live through everything. Unfortunately, Maystine getting the debuff here, going to just have to Drain Life through everything here. Now, they technically can get a 5 stack of the buff every single time, but that's just time you're spending moving around and running around the room instead of doing damage to the boss. So even though they had that 10 stack damage buff coming in, I think Perplex is going to be catching up here, probably killing the boss first.
I don't think Prims can survive this, yeah. Hunters usually don't have that much self-sustain compared to maybe the Rogue and the Warlock, and even the Rogue and the Warlock are dropping really low through the Unending Resolve that Maystine just committed. RX still has Cloak available. Skylark should be fine, technically, with so much self-sustain on that Blood Decay. And with the Cloak and RX, they should be able to finish it off. But yeah, this is just a huge time loss. You can see Maysteen constantly having to drain life, trying to survive. And maybe even Maysteen is running out of defensives at this point.
Res is up.
Ending result.
Use the res instantly.
There we go. The rest is coming out, so this should be fine for the rest of the dungeon. But yeah, you can see the boss HP. Perplex caught up in boss damage because of those 2 deaths that Monka has, and because of all the survivability and the drain lives they had to be casting on Monka's side.
Man, that was really unfortunate. And honestly, you can see the strategy that came out from them. Even with the DPS dead for the last 30 seconds, they're actually going to end up killing this boss at roughly the same time as Perplex. That is actually incredible that they're still in this dungeon. Now, the important thing is no battle res is available for Monka. Also, 3-second death timers on the board. Those are all going to come into play here. I mean, I loved the route that we saw from Monka here. If that death didn't happen from mode, unfortunately, I mean, Monka would have finished this boss probably a good 30 seconds before Perplexed and would set themselves up for an insane run. I mean, you guys said it earlier, Sanguine Depths, right, is the first dungeon of our Grand Finals. If Monka's able to pull off this strat, if they get back to the Grand Finals, if they don't end up winning this map, ooh, that's going to be a spicy one. But we still have to finish off the map here. Perplexed did get to the first phase of General Call probably about 20 seconds faster. Monka's going to have to find a lot of damage here in order to catch up.
Yeah, I agree. That strategy of Monka, if actually executed perfectly, should be faster than what Perplex is running. So we'll see what happens. But because of those 3 deaths that they have and just doing the boss a little bit slower, they're going to have to make up some time. We also do see a difference in Covenant choices. Maysteen on Monka's side is actually playing Kyrian Destro Warlock, which we've seen a lot in different dungeons, but Perplexed Wolf Disco is running Night Phase still, so slight difference in Covenant choices as well.
Yeah, I think that both Night Fae and Kyrian are solid options. I can't really see a major difference between the two. They both pretty much solve the same function of just giving you extra shard generation on massive AoE pulls, so I think they're both pretty fine. I think actually the mastery that you gain from Kyrian is pretty nice. It's, you know, mastery for Destro is a little bit of a damage reduction. It's not that big of a deal, though, so I can't say that I hate either option. I think the biggest thing, though, is as Night Fae, you get that Pod Tender. The cheat death is just so useful in so many situations.
That's true, and I mean, Wolf Disco procced the Pod Tender during Tarvold, right? So saving them 5-second death timer, basically. And also all the buffs that Wolf Disco had, because Wolf Disco would have lost those 10 stacks from the Lantern if he didn't proc the Pot Tender. So that is actually really valuable in case something like that happens. Yeah, there we go. Perplex is now just moving on in that area. That area actually can also be really dangerous because of it being a 23 and also a tyrannical. So whenever that boss jumps around, puts the bleed on somebody, it does a lot of initial damage. And then also the bleed afterwards is a lot of damage. So we do see Ryzen using the Dwarf Racial to get rid of that bleed effect because both Divine Field and Ryzen make it hit. And now they opened the Lantern. They're going to be on a 10-stack buff in just a second. And it is possible that they might pull the rest of this trash into the boss once they finished off Khal here. Because they do have Bloodlust available and they have the 10-stack. So that would be another risky play if they actually want to pull that off.
I think it's incredibly important to mention that we are nowhere near calling a winner in this dungeon yet. Perplexed only phased the final phase of General Call 15 seconds before Monka. So 30-second difference in overall time when you include the deaths means that we are actually very, very close together here in terms of overall time spent in the dungeon. The Woe Drifter buff will come out for Monka as well here, so they'll have a little bit of extra movement speed to catch up to the boss. We might actually even see these teams pulling the boss at roughly the exact same time here. One final extent here for Monka as they deal with these final Stonewall Gorgons. And yeah, this is going to be really, really close. One minor mistake from Perplexed will put this on pretty much even footing between the two teams.
Yeah, Perplexed is now pulling the rest of the trash into the boss. They have the 10-stack buff, they have the Bloodlust available. Now let's see if they can actually execute this. It's very dangerous to do this. You can see all of the swirlies coming out from the Sentinel, plus the charge coming out from the boss on Ryzen there. And they do have everything available to them to deal with this, and the trash just melting with the amount of damage coming out of the Survival Hunter and the Dastro Warlock. It's looking pretty clean so far, but they still have some trash mobs alive.
Monka not far behind, also going for a similar pull. Trash similarly melting for them. 250k peak DPS coming out from Crims as well. The Trash actually just instantly died for Monka as well, so they'll be able to get a little bit of more extra funnel damage on the boss. And we are actually very, very close together here. 5% boss health difference between the teams. If anything goes wrong for Perplexed, Monka will be right there to capitalize. All eyes, though, on Perplexed as they get to the final 25% of the HP they need to chew through to take the dungeon in the series.
Monka still has the damage buff, right? They still have that 10 stack buff, so they could technically catch up on the boss HP. Still 15 seconds death penalty on Monka's side. It is incredible how close this is, though, even though Monka did have these issues, right? So Perplex having a clean run here with 0 deaths is so important for them. If they made any sort of mistakes, it would have been Monka winning this. But Perplex now downing the boss, it is going to be Perplex winning this upper final against Monka and qualifying for the global final.
That's right. Perplex takes it. They're going to the global finals already. They still get to fight it out for first place in the group a little bit later today, but that guarantees them a spot in the global finals. So the pressure's off at this point. They made it. Super clean runs in the last 2 dungeons, of course, and here we are, you know? Monka put up a great fight, and like, I don't know. I find it hard to believe the lower bracket's going to be able to take down Monka. They're looking insanely good, too, you know?
I would tend to agree. I think that there would have to be a collapse by Monka because even when they made a mistake, so okay, the Spires of Ascension, there was a big mistake there with the tank death on the Triple Angel, but they made mistakes in the Sanguine Depths and they still looked like, I think if they had a perfect run, they would have beaten Perplexed. I'm pretty sure their routing with how they were just dealing with their lanterns. So we're going to talk about some of those issues that they had. But I think that their routing around the ring with the lantern buff and just utilizing the uptime on that was slightly better than what we saw from Perplexed.
I think it was a lot better. I think you're understating how good it was. I think it was really good.
But I mean, okay, so Sanguine Depths is the first match of the upper finals. Do you expect Monka to be able to kind of pull it together, not have those 3 random deaths where they're losing their lantern buffs and stuff like that, and kind of clutch it out?
You'd hope so. Yeah, I mean, I love that that's our first map, if we do indeed get the rematch, because I think it's going to be so close and so hard fought. But let's look at some of the moments in Blast Dungeon.
Dude, I think Crims hit 400 or 500k DPS on this pull, by the way. He was doing just an insane amount of damage, and of course, a lot of this has to do with like the Sinfall boon buff, giving him like 50% increased damage. Just yes, very cool. Yeah. Okay, so Surf Hunter, 400k DPS, Destrolock, 250k, Rogue, 75k.
And even that is kind of a lot when you think about it, you know?
Well,
like,
yes.
That's nothing, you know?
So this is one of the moments where I thought that this was going to be a more impactful issue than it was. So RX doesn't get clipped by the Mass Dispel, and he ends up dying to the 11 stack of bursting there. Because he didn't have his cloak up, it was down for like 10 seconds or something like that. But then just how they were able to do Tarvald and get this 10 stack of the Lantern buff relatively quickly and pull it into Borrelia, I thought that Monka was going to win just because the amount of damage that they were going to have on Borrelia should be a lot higher than what we saw from Perplexed. But Mo just gets bolted a couple of times and ends up going down. They don't have the battle res because they B-resed RX earlier, and it was just like, oh. And so that was kind of the end of it. Perplex was able to play out the back half of the dungeon virtually identical to where Monka was, so there wasn't a ton of difference, and they were able to like take this massive lantern buff into the end of General Call. Super smart play. We've seen this a couple of times over the course of the MDI seasons, this expansion. Perplex ended up looking really good just across all 3 maps. I think they only have 1 death across all 3 games? I think that's
right
correct.
Yeah. It was just the 1 death that lost them the DOS. So
dude, the 1 death literally lost them the DOS.
And 1 in DOS, 1 in Spires, and 0 here.
Okay, so
2 total though. Still pretty good. Less deaths than dungeons ran. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Is that the metric you're supposed to go for? I thought you were supposed to have less deaths in the key level.
You are supposed to have. Okay, so if your deaths exceed the key level, you're legally required to leave the dungeon. I don't make the rules.
Oh, is that how it goes? Okay.
You're legally required to leave the dungeon at that point.
I do also want to say though that we were looking at Perplexicast in the past 2 days, and we were kind of saying, oh, they're not they're not like really blowing us away with their strategies compared to what Monka has been showing. But I think they really were holding back in some of those dungeons. They were banning dungeons that they didn't want to show their strategy on. For example, they played Plaguefall in the first series, and they banned the Plaguefall this time around because we were saying, oh, they're kind of slow. Like, this is not really a Perplex that we know. And I guess they just really hit their strategy and really went for this upper final and for the grand final. So it's really cool to see that they're really showing up now and showing what they can do.
Someone just drove a motorcycle through my office. That was amazing. How did they?
I was like,
I'm
what
lucky
is
I
that
didn't get
sound?
hit.
Was it
I
the
should really,
seagull or the
I
duck
should
that
really
was riding the
close that
motorcycle?
hole in the wall. Yeah. Oh well. Perplex takes on Monka. They are going to the global finals. That's right, but we are not anywhere close to done yet today. We still have 3 more matches, starting with Free For All versus Frog Gang down in the lower bracket. The winner of that will go on to face Monka for a spot in the finals of Group B. Should be fun. I mean, Free For All, Frog Gang, like Free For All, just like throwing out those interrupts whenever people feel like it. Frog Gang playing slow but safe. It's gonna be interesting. But man, Monka just feels like a raid boss in themselves. You know, looking at that lower bracket finals.
Yeah, the winner of this match gets the honor of going up against a very mad Monka for losing a map that they probably just should have won if they played a little bit cleaner and a little bit safer.
So have they turned from Monka to Madge is the real question.
I prefer Smudge.
Right.
Smudge is the new one that people like.
What is that? I gotta hold on. I'm not up to date
It's like
on my
Madge,
lore.
but it's got like rivers of tears coming out of its eyes. Yeah.
You look kind of sad if you're going to be facing Monka in the lower bracket finals. So that's gonna
so
be rough.
whenever they lose the Sanguine Depth to a healer death, they're Smudge. Ah, yes.
Yeah, they're Smudge. Or they're Smudging, which is a mashup of Smudge and the chatting emote.
Oh, chatting.
Yeah.
We have a lot. I just want that clip of Tuttles going, oh, chatting. In various circumstances. Well, it's gonna be a good time for the rest of the day here. It's already been a good time here at MDI today. I believe we're gonna take a short break, and when we return, it is going to be Perplexed. No, that's not. It's gonna be our lower bracket match. It's gonna be Free For All taking on Frog Gang. That's right. We just saw Perplexed punch your ticket to the global finals and the finals of this group. But do not go anywhere. MDI returns in just a few with our next series. And we're back here at the MDI Group B for the weekend. We're about to go into our lower bracket finals. It's going to be Monka versus Free For All, and it's a little bit of a David versus Goliath thing. It's a little bit of a, like Frieza versus Gohan, before Gohan got tough, right? It's a mismatch. That's what I'm trying to say. It's going to be tough. Free For All's got a chance, sure. All teams do, but Monka is looking pretty strong, aren't they, Nagura?
Yes, it's definitely going to be difficult for Free For All to make it into the global final, which is this match the decider of, right? Yeah. But the first game being that Gambit, that is something that we haven't seen Free For All play at all. They banned it 2 times against Dismissed and Frog Gang. So it's unlikely that they were hiding a strategy because they had a tough time even getting here. It's more likely that they maybe haven't practiced Gambit that much, or they're not very certain that their route is very good. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. It looks like Free For All did ban Eye of Ashara though, which does make sense considering they had so many issues with it before.
Yeah, it was 19 deaths the last time they played that against Boomba Boomba. It was the only map they lost in that series, so probably good to just get it out of the way this time around. Monka with the Theater of Pain ban, so that means it's going to be Tazavesh Gambit, Halls of Atonement, and then Mists if we get there. Should be an interesting series, but I'm excited to see Gambit again. We have not gotten to see a lot of Gambit this weekend, so it should be fun.
Yeah, Monka, a team that we did see in that Gambit as well, that did quite a lot of speed in that dungeon. So I'm curious to see how consistent they are there, and if Free For All. I mean, I have to imagine that this one, if Free For All wins this series, it's probably in a reverse sweep type situation, because I have to imagine that with the way that the bans, the texture this weekend have gone, this is probably the most Monka favored of our 3 maps.
To be honest, I think they may have just banned that Theater of Pain because it's such a long dungeon, and they know they have to face off against Perplexed after this, so they want to get through it quickly before they get tired. With Gambit, Halls of Atonement, those are two really quick dungeons. So if it goes to that third map, taking out the Theater of Pain is a really smart move here.
Yeah, Monka actually, they're in a position as well where if they think they can get through this quickly, right, like that actually does help a lot, because right now, the longer they're playing, as you said, makes the more fatigued they're getting, but also the more time that Perplexed are having to just fully practice those finals maps, which are likely to be some maps that are less practiced for both teams because that final doesn't have the golden ticket associated, right? This map, this series is the most important one. This is the one that Monka really needs to win if they want that global final spot.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, win or lose for both of these teams is an accomplishment to come this far. Obviously, it's an accomplishment to even get into the group, but to get all the way to one of the finals, even if it is in the lower bracket, have that shot at the global final spot, it's pretty huge. So I'm excited. I hope we have a good series. Again, I mean, it seems like a bit of a mismatch, but you never know. You never know. Any given Sunday, as they say in the meat sports realm.
What?
Yeah, we got esports, we got meat sports, you know?
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what you call it. I didn't make the rules. I didn't invent that one, but
Kind of sounds like you did, to be honest, but I'm gonna take your word for it.
That's right. I'm just here to enforce them. Yep, that's right. Well,
All right.
We're waiting for the players to get set. We did give them a little bit longer of a break to get ready, but we want to make sure all the proper things are in order before they jump into the dungeon. As far as Gambit goes, this is the one we're talking right here. This is Gambit. We're checking it out. Monka versus Free For All. Monka, again, it's not a look of fear. It's a look of intensity. It's a look of just dedication to the embracing the stress of the moment and channeling it into victory. That's what's going on in that gargoyle's face right now.
That's what's running through your mind is they're more scared of me than I am of them. You're just trying to repeat that to yourself over and over.
Yeah. Or I mean, honestly, the gargoyle just looks kind of hungry. Looking at that pizza, it's like, oh, I want it so bad.
That's the look of somebody who's lactose intolerant, but is still about to run it on those 2 pizza slices.
Or you've been asleep for 1,000 years and you wake up and you see that and you're like, yeah, it's time.
Yeah.
Pizza wasn't invented when I went to sleep. What was that? When was pizza invented? We're gonna look that up. I'll have an answer for you soon. Don't worry.
So sorry to cut you off, though.
All right, well, we do have Monka versus Free For All. Free For All deploying that, I think, classic now Free For All option of the Resto Shaman that they've really liked in a lot of dungeons, and they're going to use that Spirit Link right off the bat. Meanwhile, Monka also going into a huge pull. They're getting a Woe Drifter primed here, along with so many Murlocs and a Giant.
I'm really surprised they're playing the Resto Shaman, even though we don't have Bursting as an affix in this dungeon. But it does look like Monka is, again, as you said, doing that Woe Drifter. And the last time we saw Monka, they did have a 10-minute 48 clear. What they said afterwards that they actually accidentally ninja pulled something, and they would have been even faster if that didn't happen. So we might actually see a sub 10-minute run here by Monka if everything goes by plan.
Yeah, 25% count now. They are going to still need some of the stuff from this Murloc area, but we'll see exactly how they decide to do it. Mode is running ahead here, getting into that boss room just to start the RP. Meanwhile, it looks like Skylark has got a pull going here. It's going to be 2 of those Guardians plus a bunch of Murlocs. We see an Inspired Murloc CC'd off to the side. With Inspiring active, it is so important to do this. This is not the kind of area, even on a pretty low key, where you can get by with an Inspired mob in a pull, because those fish sticks will just heal everything up. It'll be really annoying. You really would prefer to instead stun those fish sticks cast to prevent them from going off, and to do that you need to keep the Inspiring mob out.
Yeah, and they are now using those AoE stuns and the banding shot to make sure Skylark is not going to go down to those mobs once they drop lower, and they also have an enrage effect as well. Not an affix, but that's just what the mobs do in this area, and they also run away, which can be really annoying, so you want to prevent that by using as many AoE CCs as possible. And yeah, they are slowly finishing it off. Free For All definitely going a bit slower. They're up to 32% trash now, while Monka is already in 46.
Yeah, so Monka have enough here to exit after they finish these mobs. They don't need any more Murlocs, but they're going to need almost all of the rest of the dungeon, as they are taking these last 2 Guardians into boss. They haven't pressed Bloodlust yet, with a dungeon that they potentially have planned to be sub 10 minutes. that means you only get one Bloodlust, right? In a 10-minute dungeon or less, you only get to press Bloodlust one time. So they are not using it in the Murloc area. They're not using it here. Whereas by contrast, Free For All sent that Bloodlust on the very first pull of the dungeon. Free For All are executing a much more controlled, slower path through the dungeon. You know, they're getting their count still very quickly, still very dangerous to do this Murloc area like this, but they are relying on something going wrong from Monka's side.
Yeah, RX actually proccing cheap death there. Again, this pull is very dangerous for melee because these Guardians just create so much area of denial for melee and also casting these lines constantly to people as well. But it is sufficient to pull them on top of this boss because you can actually hit something while the boss is immune to damage whenever you do this intermission phase / event. So still pretty efficient for them, and the Survival Hunter has a lot of tools to be able to hit from afar, so not too bad for the Survival Hunter. You can see Crim still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, you can still cast like Serpent String, you can still throw Wildfire Bombs, you can press Aspect of the Eagle as well for some of the time, so you're definitely not the most concerned about it. The Rogue can Cloak and stand in as well, which you can see Cloak is indeed on cooldown there, so a lot of ways to minimize the drawback of those mobs being pretty hostile to melee. You can see they've done an amazing job here though of killing Hillbrand well before the second sanitizing cycle. That's a really important breakpoint. Anytime you see the boss casting like a sanitizing cycle at like 3% or 2%, you just know like, if we did a little bit more damage, we would have saved a minute here. But Monka beating that timer by a lot.
And they even still had the Vibe buff up when the boss went down, so not even getting the full usage of that buff. And now all eyes on Monka though, because we do know that they have a pretty crazy pull coming up in just a second. They're going to be pulling this whole boss area into the boss, and that's where they are committing their Bloodlust. So if anything goes wrong there, that could be a huge time loss. But first, they are going to finish up this pack in this area to make sure they do have another relic. Looks like it's a Woe Drift.
Yeah, now this is one of the pulls that it doesn't look like an MDI pull, but if you've ever pulled this on live, you'll know, oh, this just feels like an MDI pull when you're just fighting these mobs normally, right? These things are all so dangerous, so Monka doing a good job of taking care of these, and it's very difficult to pull this down into the next room anyways, because a lot of the mobs have those haymakers will just punch whoever's near them. They'll be spam casting those brackish bolts on you from afar, and so much easier to just take them out or skip past them even and do more Murlocs instead. But you can see we come in with the Sap, the Death Grip used by Skylark there, and not actually attacking the mob after the grip. You just maneuver it out of the boss area, out of where they want all these mobs, and we're going to have every single mob hit with an AoE stun into a mass grip. Now they just have to kill these off before those defensives run out on Skylark.
Yeah, we even see some of some Curse of Tongues coming out of Maestin here as well to make sure the casts are easier to interrupt. So nice utility usage by their Warlock there. And looks like we killed it off by Interceptor and also an So they get the haste buff plus cooldown reduction, and they still have the Woe Drifter buff up for a couple of seconds as well. So they had the damage reduction too, just having all 3 relic buffs up at once basically.
Yeah, they've collected the 3 Infinity Stones there of the different buffs. Oh, Maestein getting hit there. Beautiful life grip though by Mode to take him out of danger. In that pod tender still, of course. This boss, I really like the way that Skylark handles this boss as well, which is when we're fighting this boss at the start and we have all of these trash mobs, those trash mobs are so much more dangerous than the boss adds, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to ignore the boss adds, right? We're not going to worry about hitting them with the breath. We're going to keep positioning the boss to avoid tail swiping people, to dodge cannon shots. And once we deal with all of the actual trash, right, the fortified trash, we can hit the boss mobs afterwards, right? That's something that's a problem for future us to deal with, not current us.
And they have to wait for this kind of RP event to start anyway, right? So it's very efficient to just finish up the boss, so you can still deal with trash while waiting around anyway. So now not even 7 minutes into the dungeon and they're already in that last boss room. Gonna have to deal with 22% trash in this area. But I do think they do it in 2 pulls, so actually really fast. And again, this can be a difficult situation though, because all of these mobs have dangerous casts to deal with. There's heals that you have to interrupt, there's rifts to AoE damage, and then on top of that you have the Starseeker just spawning the pulsing, Wandering Pulsar, as you can see right there, plus that frontal that needs to be dodged.
Yeah, the frontal is, I think, the most, it's gotten the most kills in the runs I've seen. That frontal just catching people by surprise, right? Because you're looking at all these other things, and it travels so fast and it just goes through your whole group, and, 5 people are dead. Yeah. Okay, so they're going to go into the other side here and do much the same pull, and I think what they're going to do, they're leaving the last hack to pull at the start of P2 of the boss encounter for a little bit of extra cleave, and again, like you mentioned on Hillbrand, to have something efficient to do with your damage while the boss itself is immune at that 40% push time.
Yeah, and I do think I remember them actually pulling the boss into this pack at the end, but I do believe they know that they're pretty far ahead. One whole boss fight plus 18% trash ahead.
Oh, they're going for it.
They don't necessarily have to go really fast, but they're pulling it anyway, as still some of those mobs are alive, but they are really low HP. Still need to make sure they're interrupting them though, do not have any heals go off. And yeah, there we go, finishing off the Relic to get some cooldown reduction on their offensives.
Yeah, it's actually really nice for your Warlock single target in the opener as well. If you can pull the trash with like 20 seconds of trash that will, or if you can pull the boss with 20 seconds of trash that'll still be alive, that is really nice, as you can see for Maystein on the damage meters, to have all of those extra soul shards and be super powered up at the start of the pull. So definitely a lot of big value coming in here. This Relic, really nice on Grievous against the collapsing star mechanic as well. It'll basically handle the entire mechanic for you if you have the Cipher while you're dealing with that star. So really well done. And Solia already pushing now. We are crossing the 9-minute mark, and the question is whether they can kill this boss, and maybe we can see that sub 10 minute. They did use the Bloodlust, so they don't have that available here. One more minute. It's a 22 fortified boss. It does still have a lot of health. I don't know if they can get this done in time to beat the 10-minute marker that I've arbitrarily just set in my head, to be clear.
Yeah, I don't think they are gonna quite make it, probably, because this boss does have a lot of HP even on a non-tyrannical environment, still at 22. And we also saw a little bit of a scary moment there for Mode, as Mode was triggering that star and got knocked into the frontal of the Relic, but thankfully it did not go down, did manage to walk out of it just in time. Yeah, they're also moving the boss into this corner to make sure they have an easier time dodging those projectiles coming out of the relics, the stars. And some of them don't even reach this area at all. They disappear before they get there, and the others are really spread out because the cone is wider, so much easier for them to dodge everything here.
Yeah, it's so nice when all of the projectiles are coming from the same 180 degrees rather than like 360 degrees all around you. As you can see, they are now going to put down the AMZ as well. It looks like they're actually just letting that collapsing star explode there. And look at this. They have Turtle, Float, Warlock defensives, and so even though there were a couple of stacks left in that star, with the combination of some people immuning it and the other people having defensives and AMZ, they got to basically just completely ignore that collapsing star mechanic. That is really cool tech out of Monka to just mitigate that otherwise quite annoying and not just like slow, but potentially deadly to just be trying and hit that star and take those stacks away.
Yeah, I do really like this strategy, but as we talk about that, the boss is going down, and they do have the 100% trash. 10 minutes 44, 4 seconds faster than their last run, but incredibly clean by Monka.
Wow, and that is right there why Monka is such a terrifying opponent to go up against, because that was, like you said, a couple seconds faster than their first one. Sub 11 minutes Gambit, we know they can, I believe they did put down a sub 10, right? So we know it's out there, but different, levels and all that kind of stuff, but still, really quick from Monka, very efficient. I don't think they had any deaths that I can recall. Just, perfection, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of avoided two of them barely, but beautiful. Oh, wait, I was not muted for the stream, but I was muted for you guys because I'm a very smart individual. But yeah, I was gonna say they avoided some of those deaths just barely, and I do want to highlight one of them that I saw that I thought was really cool, and we have been seeing it throughout the tournament as well. But first off, let's look at what made them so speedy in the Gambit for anybody that might not be as familiar with the dungeon as these players here. We can see that mode with that WoW buffs was running down there, triggering the boss event so they can start it right away, while the rest of the group was dealing with the pack here. That way, they didn't need to put a DPS player to do it, so they didn't lose any damage, and Skylar just being perfectly fine on his own, healing himself up, didn't need to have the healer there. So having Mode do these kind of errant runs yet another time to trigger the second boss event, just so smart and so efficient coming from Monka here with these big pulls, beautifully done. But then when it came to the next boss, there was a short moment, I'm not sure if you caught it, but that boss can be a little bit tricky. We triggered the event early on to have the big pull of the everything together with the boss, but while we were doing the boss, Mason actually got hit by one of the frontals, I think, got into the seed pod and was gripped away from mode into safety while the frontal was on him. So really beautiful tech there. I think we're going to see it in just a second while everything else is coming in. Yeah, you can see it on the left side, just barely. Mason is in there getting procced by the deckhand, it seems like, and there the grip from mode saving him to the far side. Beautiful. And then at the end, just dealing perfectly with everything on Solia. We saw mode trigger one of these collapsing star AoE patches, getting knocked nearly into the slam, but was able to step out of it, and then with that buff that they just killed, take the other two of these debuff stacks.
Yeah, it was tight. We don't count pod tender deaths. That's not an actual death. That's just becoming a seed for a little while, you know. And who doesn't want to do that every once in a while?
You're not running it to not use it, right? It's like the purgatory.
Right?
You need to be efficient on these things.
It's a cooldown. Yep, that's right. You gotta know when to use it, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're going to the Halls of Atonement next. This is one that Free For All has not played yet. It was in their match against who was it? It was in their match against Dismiss, but that ended up being a 2-0 victory for Dismiss, so we didn't get there. Monka had it in their match against Just Reset, but we didn't get there either because that was a 2-0. So I believe this is the first time we've seen each of these teams play this map this weekend, so should be cool. And this is another one that can be pretty blazing fast, too.
Yeah, I mean, even though Monka are coming in as big favorites, right? Free For All certainly could still win in this Halls of Atonement. Halls of Atonement is the kind of map where you can wipe fairly easily to all of these ambitious, aggressive strategies that teams like to run in the first part of the dungeon. Or even more damningly, if you wipe towards the end of the dungeon, you hit Release Spirit, you're starting back right at the start of the dungeon, you're just like, oh no, there's 30 mobs that I skipped before that are between me and where I want to be, right? Yeah, that kind of thing can mean that one mistake can cost you several minutes here. And while Monka certainly are favored, I don't know if they're favored by like 5 minutes or anything like that. So if something goes wrong for them, Free For All are certainly in a position to capitalize.
Yeah, it's one of those dungeons that's just been practiced a lot more than Gambit obviously has, you know, with Tazavesh being kind of the newer addition to the M+ rotation. So the teams will have a lot more tight strategies. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing you brought up, right, where it's like death is not an option almost, right? Because if you die, it's you have to go back and clear a lot of stuff you weren't planning on clearing in some cases. So you want to avoid it. We'll see. I feel like Monka's just trying to speedrun this and get to the finals of the group. But, yeah, we'll see what Free For All has in store.
To be fair,
I'm also not sure. Sorry, I just wanted to quickly say that I'm not sure if Halls of Atonement is really something that Monka put a lot of practice time in, just because they have not played it before, as we just mentioned, and it's not in the upper final either. So it is technically possible that Monka only put a little bit of practice time into Halls, kind of knowing that they know how Mists plays, right? They have already shown us that Mist of Tirna Scithe is a dungeon they can do really quickly, and Halls of Atonement is barely in the map pool. So even if they would lose Halls, they are technically still confident in their Mists. So it is, as I said, possible that Monka maybe didn't put too much practice time into this. Which would give Free For All a chance of winning.
I mean, to be fair, I think you could be on to something, because again, Monka didn't start practicing until they got on Tournament Realm. Because they're from different regions, so it wasn't really possible for them to do it before. And that means they had to be really time aware with what dungeons they actually run into and what dungeons they don't. So maybe the Halls of Atonement just being one of these dungeons that we've seen so many times that is pretty self-explanatory with what you're doing, as it is very much straightforward. You do 3 big pulls, boss, another big pull, boss, and then mini boss. Like, there is not much to it in terms of routing differences, except for what you're putting into this big pull. So I feel like they might have practiced it a little less, like you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think everybody kind of knows how Halls of Atonement goes, right? You're not going to get surprised by like an animal jumping out of nowhere on this map. You know where everything is coming from, right?
Sometimes you have to, get some support in your life.
This is what happens when the Loyal Beast cast goes off,
Well, I hope this Gargan doesn't claw me to death.
We might control the Gargan as there,
not
right?
yet. Yep. Well, I hope we see Free For All make it competitive. It's gonna be again like kind of it's a David versus Goliath thing, right? Obviously, Monka very favored, but who knows? We've seen I think we've seen series go to 3 dungeons that we haven't expected this weekend, so you just never know.
Yeah, this bracket is littered with the corpses of teams with better seeds than Free-for-All that they took out on the way. So
that is true.
Who knows? Never count them out.
Yep, that's right. I mean, who knows? So I mean, they're by their nature, right? They interrupt things at any time or don't. It's a free-for-all,
I'm really rooting for them to take a 1v1, maybe send us into game 3, because I know they have it in them to take a little bit away from Monka here, even though they're the dominating team.
It's possible, but then again, that gargoyle staring, sweating at those 2 pieces of pizza. 2 pieces of pizza, 2 maps. It's all they need to go to the end of the final to get to the finals. In this particular match. There you go. It's a sign.
Their icon's a gargoyle. This map has gargoyles. What more could you? The signs have been obvious. They've been there all along.
It's a sign, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Lord Chamberlain checking out his fingernails there. He's like, yeah, they're kind of long. Should probably clip those.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's happening.
He's like, I heard there's some heroes coming in to try to mess with us. I'll just do it after they're gone. Nothing could happen. Nothing could go wrong.
Easy.
Toss some statues at him. Have Echelon burst out of the door, surprised like a cake. Roast some marshmallows over that cauldron in the middle. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do.
Oh no!
Enjoy.
The elemental shaman.
Let's
oh my god, I love this from Monka.
Wow,
this is
Monka
something that we actually talked about, right?
Yeah, Zyro he's been advocating for this Ellie Shaman play in this dungeon. But we also have the mage too, the frost mage. So 2 curse dispels up from the usual 0 that Free For All are running. Wow, this is so cool. And Monka are deploying that bloodlust, real bloodlust as well. I guess it's heroism for. They're on the wrong faction, but still from that actual shaman as well. Huge damage coming in, and also huge healing. Actually out-healing the Blood Decay and the healer right now with that Ancestral Guidance is the Ellie Shaman, but Maystein, the star of the show, on that Destrolock. This is the premier Destrolock pull in all of Shadowlands, but when you do too much damage, you fly a little bit too close to the sun, your group doesn't have a rogue or a hunter for misdirection, and all of a sudden, you reap what you sow.
Yeah, so some issues there, and that means that their damage is going to slow down for a little while until Maystein is back up ramping his Infernal procs and his Rain of Fire procs. But they are getting closer and closer to finishing off this trash. But that was a double shard pull, right? They had 2 shards, and I think this is the first time this weekend that we actually see a team do the double shard pull because it's so dangerous. Skylark trying to kite out that Necrotic did manage to reset it now, so they should be able to survive. But all of these spiteful shades running around and trying to finish off those players. Thankfully, everyone playing range DPS this time around, so no issues there.
Yeah, that's another benefit of this comp, right? You've dropped the Rogue, you've dropped the Survival Hunter, so everybody can avoid Spiteful, and you don't really need to commit globals to effects to keep the Spitefuls in place, right? If everybody just is always playing out of range of the mobs, then that will be fine, unless you're doing 300k DPS, and so you rip threat, and everything comes and hits you anyways, including the non-Spiteful mobs.
So Free For All also trying to do a double shard pull on their side. but not quite managed to survive as Riddler went down and their Holy Priest went down as well. This might look like something they're gonna have to reset, as Talon is the only player alive trying to survive, catching all of these mobs around the corner, but did end up going down as well. And this is a pretty big time loss for free-for-all because they committed Bloodlust for this pull, and it took them quite a while to gather up all of this as well. So yeah, they are not gonna be able to attempt this pull again. They're gonna have to go slower now.
Yeah, that is really rough for free-for-all. I mean, it went a little bit close to that for Monka, too. They were maybe a couple of globals away from having a similar situation, but they did a really good job of recovering and of finishing out the pull, even though they lost their Warlock. They got that battle res spent, whereas free-for-all weren't able to just use a res and keep things saved. They released instead, and so Monka still doing okay. It is worth noting that one battle res that Monka doesn't have now could be very relevant later. That's the kind of thing where, you know, it might seem good right now that they used the battle res, they kept the pull going better, but if they have a full wipe later as a result, then all of a sudden you might look at it very differently, this early exchange.
Yeah, that is very true. And we also do have a little bit of a, I would almost say, like, defensive choice of Covenants by Mason here as well with the Venthyr. First of all, the only Venthyr in the dungeon, so really good to be able to mind control the Stoneborns, of course, because they don't have the rogue that usually would be running Venthyr. And then additionally, you also get just all of those curses when you do those huge pulls, having all of the Curse of Tongues and Curse of Weakness when you do these double shard pulls with like lots and lots of casters in there, really helping them out a little bit as well, on top of the Earthquake from the Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, it's so much mob control as well. You've also got slows from your Frost Mage, so your DK can kind of backpedal a little bit and kite very easily. It is a really, really clever comp. I do think that, you know, whenever you're dropping the Survival Hunter, that is a lot of damage that you're leaving on the table. Even the Ellie Shaman, which is bringing a lot of damage, I don't think you're really rivaling that survival damage. But I do think all of those extra little things that they get as a result of being all ranged, as a result of having all these dispels and heals and that kind of stuff, mob control might well be worth it, as we are seeing even more things going a little bit wrong here for free-for-all on the right-hand side, as their pull is a little bit smaller than originally intended, but they also have no Bloodlust this time, a lot less resources, and they're kind of... my Halls of Atonement runs look like this sometimes, where you do 20 deaths to the same pull and you're just fighting it where you release. That's always a rough place to be.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword to be fighting a trash bag like this at the entrance, because, you know, you can release and come back immediately, but once you lost control of a pull like this, it's really hard to recover, even if you can come back really quickly, and that's how you ramp up your death penalty really high. You can see free-for-all now up to 19 deaths, because they keep releasing and maybe dying immediately after again. But thankfully they managed to finish up the pull now, and they can move on. But yeah, Monka,
Yeah, they're getting into this pull here, and they're actually targeting down the Woe Relic, which they're going to then use to skip after this boss. But they have a lot of trash in here. I don't know if I've seen teams pulling these 3 packs all in at the end here. I've usually seen 1 or 2 with this Woe Relic, but Monka are not scared at all. They are going in for some big damage. Cap Totem coming out. Again, you have that Impending Catastrophe, applying the Curse of Tongues to all these casters. A Shadow Fury going to stop all those Wicked Bolts for a second time. And now they're starting to free cast a little bit, but so many of them are dead that it's actually not even too dangerous for Skylark here. Really well done, really well executed pull, and that might well be a pull that, like, hey, Venthyr Warlock, Ellie Shaman, make that so much more possible.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure. What do you think about the mage, though? Do you think... Because I was thinking Elemental Shaman makes sense, Warlock, of course, makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, having the Hunter instead of the mage? Because I'm not really sure what the mage brings, other than their Arcane Intellect. And the slow doesn't really seem like something they actually need. Because I don't see Skylark kiting anything.
Yeah.
Standing in there, tanking it, right?
Skylark also has Grip of the Dead, right? So Death and Decay slow, which is like, it's not as good as having a Frost Mage and Grip of the Dead, but it is still a lot of that value comes from that Death and Decay slow. So yeah, I think I agree. I think that the Mage maybe fits in here as a comfort pick, as kind of something that they know, you know, what Mage in Halls of Atonement is like. But the Frost Mage, yeah, I'm also thinking that Survival could be a good option here. But again, with Spiteful, having all your group be ranged makes a lot of sense. The Mage I've thought of as being an option in this dungeon if you don't want the Ellie Shaman, because Mage also has a Curse to spell, but once you already have the Ally Shaman, I think I tend to agree that I wouldn't have started here, but you know, it's doing a lot of damage on this boss. It's looking good here.
Yeah. It is true, and it is tyrannical as well. So Frost Mage providing as much single target damage, and again, the intellect buff actually has a pretty big value if you run this comp. It helps 4 of your players to do more damage. So I do think it's actually pretty big, as they are fighting Echelon and trying to get as close as possible, because they still need 16% trash. So that means they can actually skip some trash here, right after the door, technically, if they want to do that.
Yeah, if they had a good way of skipping like 2 of the mobs in one of these pulls, they could with this trash count. I don't actually think there is a good way. That's the thing, right? Is if you're ever here and you're like somewhere between 80 and 90%, there's really not much you can do to be efficient with your trash count. If you're past 90%, you could just skip all the way to the boss. But if you're at this 84 number, something like that, it's actually really hard to find a way to save 4% towards the end of this dungeon. It's kind of like Plaguefall, where it's just like, oh, oops. Or maybe just a case of like, oh, yeah, this is a product of the pulls that we're doing, but we still think this is the best option, even though we're going a little over count.
We've seen Evolved, I think, last week. They did pull those 2 Gargants and the Huntsmasters, but with the Hunter. Like, basically, they just Mindsuit them, then the Hunter pulled them to the right, everyone else was moving to the left, and then the Hunter feigned death afterwards. Yeah. But they technically have a mage to do that, but that probably would take a lot of time and might be quicker to just kill them off than doing that.
What may have happened earlier is one of the Houndmaster patrols may have not been intended to come in with a certain pull, and it did.
Maybe, yeah.
That's Splat from Frog Gang told me that was what happened for them when they were overcount in this same spot in Halls of Atonement twice. So it is definitely the kind of thing that can happen to you in this dungeon. Those patrolling Houndmaster pulls that don't necessarily mean it's a wipe, but do make pulls harder, and you kind of plan to avoid them. But especially if you're not playing a Hunter and you don't have Hunter Trap for them, they're actually pretty hard to keep from pulling into certain pulls.
Yeah, that definitely does make sense. It looks like they are finishing off this pack, and then I would assume they're pulling the rest of the trash into the boss, while Free For All is just having a little bit of a dance party.
I think Free For All might be saying, all right, this is it was a good try. We made it our best, right? We made it here to this last game, but we see the writing on the wall, right? We know how this one's going. So, right, GG, which I can't say that I blame them after 26 deaths, 130 seconds of death timer, down 1-0 in this series, so... Yeah.
I like that they're dancing in this. It almost looks like they're cheering on Monka, right? Because they're like the cheerleaders who are cheering on Monka to do a good job. And yeah, I mean, Monka doing this big pull that I just talked about, that can still be incredibly dangerous. So many casts going through from the Obliterators. That's where the double curse dispel is really nice again, right? Having so many dispels to deal with those curses, so you don't have to interrupt the curses. You can just let them go through and fully focus your interrupt on the bolts that are going on a tank and other things coming out of those range buffs. But there we go, all of the trash finished off. They do have 2% left, which is going to be the mini boss that they're dealing with after this one.
Yeah, with that Spiteful Shades, that like 50 Spiteful Shades or whatever, 5 Spiteful Shades all dealt with. Most of the lethality of this pull is now in the past for Monka. They just have to make sure that they handle the last little bit of this boss fight well. And then the next question mark is going to be, do they have the damage with this comp and with the way their cooldowns are lining up? Do they have the damage to kill the mini-boss before it gets to its second Dark Communion cast? Because if not, then that takes a lot longer, but I have to assume that they have tested that and they have the damage, but again, I don't know with this comp. The Rogue adds quite a bit of damage to that. I think they should be okay, though. Usually with this fortified setting, you're able to get that done without too much danger.
They could even commit the Bloodlust if they felt
the tyrannical setting, rather, to make it less health on the mini-boss, yeah.
So yeah, if they feel like it's close, they could technically use the Bloodlust. They also now have the Stoneborn still in the boss fight. They haven't mind-controlled it just yet. They had previous one mind-controlled, and now they're saving this one for that mini-boss. So we'll see if they commit the Bloodlust as well, or if they're fine without it.
I actually really like what they did as well. A lot of teams pulled this Stoneborn towards the end of the boss fight and then just MC it. But what Monka did was they pulled it in the last like 40% of the boss fight. My guess is that that's for like Ellie Shaman to have an extra target to put a flame shock on towards the end of the fight, because that increases their single target quite substantially if they're able to do that. And you also get a little bit of extra funnel out of your Frost Mage and your Destro Lock too from doing that. So I imagine that was the plan there. And now they're going to just start blasting the damage into the Inquisitor here, trying to make sure they kill this. It's going to do a Disperse Sin next, and then there will be 2 more Wicked Bolts. They'll probably want to interrupt this one, and then interrupt the second one towards the end of its cast, and then it'll be the next Dark Communion. So here we go. 1 more Wicked Bolt, and they've done it. They're well ahead on the timer.
Yeah, that was really good by Monka. They didn't have to commit the Bloodlust at all. They did also finish off the Relic, so they probably gonna focus the Vi one here. Unless they want to do again, they could technically stagger it to get the double cooldown reduction if they feel like it. And yeah, it looks like that is... yes, so they are gonna get a second in just a second. And yeah, we're running a different comp. It also is possible that maybe they don't... I'm not sure how Frost Mage and Elemental Shaman benefit from haste. I'm not sure if that is maybe better to go with when you have a Hunter in a row. And maybe the cooldown reduction is slightly better for Frost Mage and Shaman.
The cooldown reduction is really nice for Shaman and Frost Mage. Yeah, for Shaman you just get so many more Lava Bursts, and for Frost Mage it's actually really nice as well, because some of your cooldown reduction effects, you just get to send out way more Frozen Orbs and stuff, especially here. So I do think the is more of a damage increase, but it's also really good for Survival Hunters. So yeah, I'm actually not sure. The way they've timed this look at this though, they are also getting value out of the health regen, because the Ritual of Woe is coming out right as it died. So that may have been pretty calculated how they wanted to allocate their damage to set it up so that it died during that incoming group damage.
Yeah, that definitely does make sense. And you can also see Skylark and Molt also doing a lot of damage. 11k DPS out of a healer, which is just always crazy to see, on top of providing PI as well on the Dastard Warlock, just boosting that damage too. And I mean, Crimson doing so much single target damage, right? 22 2k DPS, really blasting the boss here.
Yeah, Necrolord Frostmage is actually pretty solid on the 3-minute cooldown, right? You're playing your Deathborn, you turn into a big skeleton mage. You can see it's expired now, and he's sinking a little bit in terms of damage, but especially on pull, where you have all this cleave that you get to do, you're hitting everything with extra frost bolts, your Cold Front legendaries giving you even more Frozen Orbs as a result. It is actually a lot of extra single target damage, and a lot of funnel damage too, even just with the encrypted affix. As you can see, is he just going to take... Nope, he's going to blink out last second of that frontal. Gotta just greed that Rune of Power a couple more globals. Just a few... Ooh! Whoa! Toxic! Unbelievable. Mode?
Wow.
I can't believe you would do that. What? That's so messed up.
That's actually just very toxic. I'm gonna remember this. Poor Crimson, I feel bad.
You love to see it, but you hate to see it at the same time. That's that's a bit of a bad manner move, but you know what? Why not? Why not? You've conquered this dungeon pretty much. You're going to the global finals. You're going to the finals of Group B. You're in pretty good shape.
Here it is. Victory screen for Monka, and I mean that means they did qualify for the global finals, right? They have this top 2 spot now guaranteed, which is going to make them very happy. Of course, there's still the upper final left. They still have to fight the rematch between Monka and Perplexed, and that's going to be another very good match to watch, because we've already seen them play against each other earlier, and that one was already incredibly close.
Yeah, I went to 3 dungeons before. Could get closer here too, but there was some fun stuff happening in this one. Some of the polls we've been seeing from Monka.
So like I said, Halls of Atonement is essential. Just doing a lot of big polls and then a lot of bosses. And, you know, Monka really surprising us with some fan favorite picks here. But what it came down to was Maystein absolutely rocking these huge polls that they just look at that Warlock damage coming out of the pack here. It's just, you know, trying to get to Maystein, knocking him down.
It's okay,
and
that's what reses are for.
We had to use the battle res here because it was going to be hard without that Warlock. Are we actually showing that twice? No. Oh, that was the rest of the poll. They actually got in trouble here, but we're managing to pull it off in the end. Mode putting out some big heals to make the group stay alive as they finish that gigantic pull. I don't even know what else to call it. Then they did something we of course always expect, just going into Halkias itself, pulling a lot of trash onto it. They executed that beautifully, allowing them to get all of that AoE once again on Maystein, completely blasting that damage. And I asked Mode who was actually getting the PIs in this key. Okay, but before we get into it, just big shout out to Free For All. I think they're a huge fan favorite. I love the little dance they were doing. They knew they had lost at that very point in time, but then here is the reason, right? We were talking about why would you bring a mage and the Ellie shaman. You know, sometimes you just have to show a warlock where they belong in the DPS meter. It has to be done. Even if at one point you grip a mage into their death by letting them get hit by a statue, it can happen from time to time. But yeah, really, really cool strats coming out of Monka here. And I did ask Mode who was getting the PI, because I was seeing some weird PI timing. And
here comes.
He's getting ready.
He was saying,
look at this.
The Ellie
He's so
shaman. Well, but of course that was, yeah, well, you know, you had to show it, right? Momo put so much effort into that one grip that we had to put it on the camera. But he was saying the warlock got it for the most time, except for when the mage was ramping in single target, and that was something we could see in the DPS on those single target bosses. Just beautiful, that frost mage damage with the Necrolord, and Doa, you spotted it as well. Also that single target legendary just absolutely accelerating in that single target damage.
Yeah, ran the Frostbolt legendary, which was something that we definitely haven't seen yet this weekend. Normally, it's the one Dratnos talked about in the cast, where it's the extra frozen orb one. But yeah, that's what we usually see. But this was like as single target as it could possibly be, and man, he pumped. It was a lot of damage.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense too, right? If you have so much AoE damage from a Dastard Warlock, even on those AoE pools, the shards are the things with the most HP. So if you don't have a rogue providing that funnel damage onto the single target shards, then having the mage go full single target and just making sure the shards are dying, that makes a lot of sense. I like that decision by Monka.
Yeah, I forget the name of the legendary, but it's the one where it each frostbolt reduces the cast time of other frostbolts and increases the damage during Icy Veins. So it's like that moment where it's like you really unload on a boss, basically.
Yeah, big extra damage on the single target. It does make so much sense when you have AoE specialists. I mean, like, no amount of AoE that you're adding is really helping when Maystein's already doing 300k, right? So you may as well just do something else useful in the rest of the dungeon, right?
Yep, exactly. That's cool, though. That's cool. I love seeing a little bit of variation there, and that was neat. And that's a cool thing to show your opponents too, if you're a Monka, right? That you can bring sort of alternate looks, things that people aren't necessarily expecting going into some of these later matches, including the one that we've got coming up next, which is going to be Perplexed versus Monka. Both teams are into the global finals, but we still need to crown a champion for Group B, and we are going to do that when MDI returns in just a moment. First, we'll take a look, though, at how things worked out. Again, Perplexed and Monka through, along with Echo and Baldi from Group A, so 2 out of our 3 groups have been determined. One team from China is going through, and then that final team from the Last Stand tournament as well in a couple weeks. So we're figuring it out. We've figured out half of our teams going through to the global finals now. And so on that note, quick break, and when we come back, we will see who wins Group B. We stretched long enough. Let's stretch a little bit more at a break, and then we'll come back and crown a champion. Don't go anywhere. MDI returns in just a few. We are back one more time here at the MDI, getting ready for our Group B finals. It's going to be fun. Doa here along with Tettles, Ironic, and Makes as we get ready for Perplexed versus Monka. And this is a rematch of our first series of the day, actually. It went to all 3 dungeons. It was very close. It was very exciting. Welcome back, Ironic. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen you. Maybe it's been an equal amount of time for Tettles, but I can't remember. Who are you expecting to take this one?
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here and give the advantage to Monka, I believe. Now, Perplexed is our higher-seeded team, but looking at the dungeon lineup here, the first matchup is that Sanguine Depths, and I'm pretty confident that if Monka puts a clean run together, they should technically be able to go up 1-0 here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it certainly is possible. I mean, Tettles, we saw this go all the way to the third map last time. It ended up being, what was it? Yeah, kind of a reverse sweep, if you will, by Perplex. So they're able to come back anyway. I don't have a cat to hold on the screen right now. I feel very.
So
what do I have?
Well, I don't have to hold mine. My cat runs my apartment.
I'm not holding mine either.
I have a roll of paper towels. Is that close? It's from my hobby table where I do Warhammer things. It's that's all I got.
Huh. I do think I have to agree. I do think I have to agree with Zyro's analysis, though. It's like this series is probably going to be Monka favored. I really do feel like these teams are pretty back and forth, but that Sanguine Depths, just the route that we saw and the routing differences, I think that if both of the teams have a clean run, then Monka should probably be somewhere in the range of like 30 seconds to a minute ahead of Perplexed. But Sanguine Depths is so volatile that basically like 1 or 2 mistakes, any death, if you lose a Lantern buff, it can come back to bite you in a really meaningful way.
Oh, yeah. Before we get any farther into that, though, we actually have some watch parties going on for the Mythic Dungeon International in-game. That's right. People hanging out, Horde and Alliance, maybe not together per se yet, but they are chilling, watching the MDI. Thanks to Aya and Thist out there for organizing that on a couple servers here. And if you want to learn more about it, how you can participate, go to WoW Esports on the Twitter, and you can find out there. You can see, I don't know, is that a Volpera doing the robot? Like, what's going on there? But either way, they're enjoying MBI. Except for that crab in the back, I'm having like Eye of Azara flashbacks seeing that thing.
I think that's actually Aya's character that we're seeing right now. I think I've seen her transmog before. And she and our social media manager for the Warcraft esports account have set all of this up. So maybe if you're lucky, you can find a watch party in the game as well and watch with other people how these teams speedrun these dungeons. I think it's just so nice.
Yeah, for sure. It's cool to jump in game and do this. It is in Group Finder apparently, so you can find it in Group Finder. There you go. You too can
join in.
Sit on a table, which there's chairs right there. Come on, use the chairs, please. People are trying to eat off that table.
No, lie down on the table.
I'm in. If you insist, don't mind if I do.
What is that?
So anyway, Sanguine Depths, huh? That's an interesting first dungeon, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And we already spoke about this.
Hey.
I'm actually curious to see what
No
we're
bands?
doing.
What?
No bands?
Yeah.
What? Oh, they're coming. Okay.
What are the
Okay.
bands?
Bands coming in. Drum roll. Brrr.
Streets and Plaguefall band. No, Gambit and Plaguefall.
I think that Perplex is
Plaguefall
probably
is
going to ban
probably the
Plaguefall.
safe ban.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
probably, yeah.
They banned Plaguefall
Oh,
Streets
there you
last
go.
time.
It's
Yeah,
Plaguefall.
okay, so they're going to ban Plaguefall on Streets again. This makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Perplex with the ban on Plaguefall, Monka with the ban on Streets. That means we're starting on Sanguine Depths, obviously, and then Necrotic Wake, and if we need it, Tazavesh Gambit. So this is going to be a fast and furious one. This is not a lot of long dungeons in this series.
Actually, I really want to see it go to that Gambit because I think both teams are pretty confident in their Gambit times. We've seen Gambit out of Monka 2 times and they promised that they can do it even quicker the last time. Today, it didn't look as if they were that much quicker without the accidental body pull from the last time, but maybe they can shave off even a little more, and whatever perplexed us, we don't really know.
These are 2 really super tense dungeons that we have to start off with, though. Sanguine Depths and Necrotic Wake, it's like, we talk about the volatility of both of these dungeons all the time and the fact that these teams are going to have to play them back to back. There's a lot of things that can go wrong where like 1 or 2 deaths can cause like a full team wipe, and then basically a team can win or lose off of the back of that. And so it's going to, I think, come down to the team that is maybe the most consistent between these 2, just for these first 2 dungeons. I honestly even think that they could probably split them 1-to-1 and like where one team makes a mistake in one of them and the other team makes a mistake in the other.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
totally
I agree.
possible. I mean, it was a great series earlier today when we saw it. That series involved Monka taking the other side, first of all, and then it was Perplex coming back and winning 2 in a row with Spires of Ascension and Sanguine Depths as well. So, again, starting on the map, that Perplex won their last meeting in earlier today. So a chance for redemption from Monka, a chance for Perplex to show their dominance on this map. And poor Crawl. just caught in the crossfire.
Is that
I guess
brother?
Crawl, I guess. I don't know. Poor Call. All right, so I added an R. It happens to everyone. Perplex versus Monka. Game number 1. Let's go.
All right, straight off the rip, we do see both of these teams activating this initial urn, getting that Sinfall boon buff. They really want to get 10 stacks of that. Whenever we saw the Sanguine Depths earlier, it's really important to make sure that you have 10 stacks on everybody, and nobody can die here because they are going to be pulling all of the trash into the first boss. And Perplex was dropping so low there. It's ironic. I thought people were about to die.
Nah, just exactly as Ryson drew it up there. Perfect play across the board. Heal me, healer now. Yeah, notably this is going a lot slower for Monka here. That took him extra 5 seconds or so to pull that off. Now, like we were talking about in the pre-game show there for a bit, the discussion we were having, Monka does have a significantly faster route. However, Perplex has had about all of the time that I've been on break, which has been about 2 hours at least, to practice the dungeons in this grand final. Notably, they knew that Sanguine Depths was going to be the first match and going to be unbannable. If I was them, I would have looked back at that last match and been like, oh wow, Monka had a really fast route. Maybe we can improve on ours with what they did. It'd be very impressive. I don't know if they haven't had enough time to do that, but it'd be really impressive to see them pull it off here. Big scary pull for both teams, but we know that it's heavily mitigated by the fact that they do have Bloodlust, all of their damage cooldowns, 10 stacks of that Lantern buff helping them out. Remember, that's 50% damage and 50% healing. It helps top everyone off whenever the damage goes out.
Mass Dispel and Dwarf Racial as well for bursting, so on a pull like that, a lot of the times you're going to be scared about rolling bursting stacks, but just like coming into Shadowlands, how bursting function changed so dramatically with the ability to be able to dispel it. Just slamming that mass res with this H-Priest that we see kind of being super popular in the meta this season. Crixus goes down with all of that trash relatively quick for Perplex. Monka hot on their heels though. Maybe something in the range of like 5 seconds separates these two teams.
When did we add the Rate of Chaos buff for the health bars? Was that this series, or was that in there for the past couple series as well? Is that brand new?
It's new today.
All right, great. So that's actually really important. I want to draw a little bit of attention to that as the team set up for the big pull. Remember, Monka does go for this pretty large pull where they line of sight in this corner here. Skylark around the corner, obviously just now coming into the screen, is going to be pulling literally every single trash mob here. They're going to mass grip onto the Lantern once everything is nice and stacked up. Just got to wait for those sprites. Went a little bit early there, so they started casting a little bit, but looks like everything is going to get in nice and clean. Now it's just a matter of making sure you get a good rotation of AoE stuns off and defensives whenever you're completely out of abilities. That Red Binding is scary for the Hunter. Going to have to disengage away to break the binding. Perfect. The Vanish was used on the Rogue to also get rid of that, and it looks like it's pretty clean here. These Curses Oppressions are going to go out, but that should be okay with everything as low as it is. Yeah, great execution there from Monka.
So immediately I noticed a little bit of difference in the route. Is like Perplexed is delaying their, they kind of delayed their Lantern open, or at least they're delaying some of their, applying some of their stacks. Whereas Monka, I think that they're just going to go for like a late refresh, getting some of these Acolytes and this Overseer killed off. And so that's going to allow Perplexed a different timing on their refresh of the Lantern buff, as you do see that they are starting to make their way into that Executor Tarvald wing, where Monka here, killing these Oppressors, making sure that they're getting all these Acolytes and stuff killed off as well.
Yeah, Monka, remember, they go for the full refresh here at the last second on this trash pack. Actually, they should be able to just cleanly finish this trash pack off and get the full reset off. The thing that I like specifically about Monka's strat is you get the Drifter buff here, which makes the next couple of trash pulls that much more safer. The extra DR is really, really useful. Also, their route doesn't involve them pulling the Head Custodian Javelin there, which is a really nasty mob. Get hit by one of those tornadoes, probably get one shot or very close to it, which means any other extra damage will just completely kill you. They're going to go for a refresh here and then straight into the boss for Monka. The second this trash pack is done, they go straight into the boss.
Yeah, and then I think this route, just like looking at the differences in the Lantern, makes a lot of sense for Perplex. So they're going to be able to get this Javelin killed off, and then they're immediately going to probably beeline to the right-hand side to get a refresh on the urn. They're going to open that Lantern up and kill off this Quill Feather and just get that instant refresh. It's very important that they do maintain those 10 stacks. But Maystein going down on the side of Monka. We do know that deaths here are very dangerous because it's kind of difficult to get like restacked on that 10 buff. But at the same time, they do have their Lantern opened right now. Maystein, if there was a time to die, it was definitely right there. And Ryson going down for the side of Perplexed, immediately getting res.
Swag as well.
Swag. Oh,
Purgatory?
No, this is so bad for Perplexed.
Can they pull through, though? The Swag being down is a big deal. As long as the Warlock stays alive, they can maybe get through, but everyone going down. this is going to be a complete team wipe for Perplexed here. Whereas over on the side of Monka, yes, Maystein went down, but it was before all of the trash was done, so he was able to get a full 10-stack extend. This time around, every player in the group 10 stacks for Executor Tarvold. The Rogue is not going to be below the Priest this time around, and this boss should go down much, much faster for Monka.
All right, and you do have the Erdis Mantler being proc for Monka. They do pull some of these manifestations and some of these other trash mobs on top of the boss. Very dangerous to do on live, would highly not recommend doing. However, whenever you do have like a 10 stack of this buff, especially whenever you're getting like this relic, there's a lot of different stuff going on. Monka is very prepared to be able to deal with all of that trash on top of the boss. Skylark honestly didn't even flinch. He looked very healthy for a pull that was quite scary from a tank perspective.
Yeah, I mean, definitely scary, but the Dancing Rune Weapon being up pretty much the entire time is very, very useful for those styles of pulls, right? The parry chance, very, very nice. Tarvold, very quick to go down here. Check this out. They still have their 10 stack.
Can they get a refresh?
They don't need to get a refresh. They're not going to get a refresh because they have to go pretty much halfway around the circle, but pretty much a 10 stack for the entire boss there. Pretty darn efficient. Yeah, pretty good.
So what we see here is, like you were saying, they're going to run back around. And so whenever they do run around this area, they're going to stop on the other lantern on that right side whenever you come out of that javelin room area, and then they're going to rebuild a 10 stack of that buff. And so while it is a little, maybe a little bit slower than if they were able to completely chain those 10 stacks into one another, at the same time, this is actually setting them up really well for the remainder of this area. So like the Barilia pull that's going to follow this with all of the trash, incredibly dangerous. But with that 10 stack, that 50% damage increase, it's not overly deadly. You do see Monka here. They're activating their lantern. They're getting all of this trash kind of cleaved. Maystein has to pop his Unending Resolve, which is not a great time in the Woe Drifter cast going off, dropping everybody super low. But now the trash starts to die. Mode needs to make sure that he's able to get an MD. Everybody looks fine off the side of Monka. They actually didn't even use MD. They just used Dwarf Racial. So Mode didn't have to cast that there.
That pull is way more dangerous than we made it out to be. That's the pull that Perplex went for on their first Lantern refresh earlier on, and it was so much easier for them because they had the 10 stack of the Lantern buff. Monka goes into that pull dry, no damage app. They have all their cooldowns available, but it's just that much more dangerous. There's 5 research scribes in that pack battles. One person gets 3 of those research, you instantly die. But this is the pull. This is the make or break moment for Monka. This is where things went wrong for them last time around. Mode got peppered down with those Raxels from the Oppressors, instantly died. If he can stay alive here and they can make full use of this 10 stack buff on Grand Proctor Barilia, this will set them so far ahead in the dungeon of Perplex that there's no way that Perplex will be able to get back in.
So this is actually kind of funny. The Woe Drifter buff is... So they utilized it to make sure that they were able to get through the Tarvold area a little bit faster, just running down to this wing. But at the very beginning of Barilia, you see Maystein and Mode just sprinting around the room, picking up their orbs as fast as possible. Then they're able to plant and start casting on the boss again. So that allows them to have a lot higher uptime just on the boss, not only from the range, but for the melee as well, for them to be able to get back into melee almost instantly, utilizing that Woe movement speed. It's something that we don't talk about a ton. We talk about it whenever teams are moving from pack to pack, but infrequently is it something that we talk about on bosses.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so useful in general, even for dodging things, you know, right? If you're on a boss, you need to dodge certain mechanics. It's insanely useful. Yeah, Warlock waddling around picking up those orbs is not very nice. You'd much rather just sit there and use cooldowns through the AoE explosion. But when you have this much of an advantage, playing safe is definitely the play, and the boss is definitely dying much, much faster. Remember, in our last matchup for Perplex versus Monka, this battle res that they don't have available for the next minute or so actually ended up coming up before the boss died, and they had to use it in order to save themselves. This boss is going to die 30 seconds before that battle res comes.
This is still one of the most scary parts of this. So not everybody has their defensives up here. You do see Maystein does have that Unending Resolve available to him. As he grabs 2 stacks of those orbs, he pops the Unending because he knows that he's going to be safe with just his defensive, and then they drop the anti-magic zone. And that's actually a super smart play. Typically around the 3rd or 4th set, that's when you see teams, a lot on live at least, start rotating through immunities, but you don't have that cloak and you didn't have that turtle available on the side of Monka. So on that 23 Tyrannical, it could have caused problems, but that's why you saw the external and the anti-magic zone, and Maystein popping his Unending and taking for stacks. So this is really well choreographed by Monka, just making sure that they had all their defensives available, and now they're on to that last little area, this Call Gauntlet that we have to see. And Monka's going so fast right now, is ironic.
Dude, their run in the previous matchup was a 15 minutes, 50 seconds run. I would not at all be surprised to see them go a full minute and a half faster here with a clean run. Only 1 death on the board, and it was a pretty unimportant death. Probably cost him maybe 10 seconds when you factor in the battle res timing and him losing his 10 stack on the big AoE pull. But man, at least he got the 10 stack right afterwards, right? This is very dangerous, though, going into a big double pull here. Remember, no damage buff here. They don't get that until later on in the General Call Gauntlet, so hopefully it goes clean for him.
Yeah, on the left-hand side of the screen, we do see Perplex. They are downing Executor Tarvald here. They're in a position where if Monka makes a mistake, maybe they would be able to capitalize on it, but they are still one full boss behind. They have to get the Borrelia dealt with. They're not going into that with that 10 stack of the Lantern, and so on a 23 Tyrannical, this boss is going to take Perplex a ton of time. Where on the side of Monka, on the right-hand side of your screen, they're going to be going into one of their the final Lantern of the dungeon here in just a moment. They're killing off that Woe Drifter. They're going to be gaining the movement speed in just a moment. And it's ironic, I don't know how much left there is for Monka to wipe to. I don't think that there is maybe just one pull.
This is pretty much it right here. If they were to double pull, I would say this would be the most dangerous part, but it looks like they're not even going to go for the double pull. Remember, they don't actually proc the Lantern until the last set so that they can pull it into the very final boss platform. If they did Cadets plus the casters in the back, that would be pretty scary, but they're opting to play just a little bit safe here. Don't let the bursting stacks get too high, and they should be very, very safe here.
It's kind of funny because the boss pull itself, you would expect that to be really dangerous whenever they're doing all the trash on top of it. But generally with that 10 stack of that Lantern buff, plus everybody has their Dwarf Racial available for any bursting stacks, it's not actually as dangerous as you would initially expect. And so making sure that they are going to be able to get the 10 stack of the Lantern here, whenever they push Call into that last phase, and then they just run, they're going to even Warlock Gate straight down here with the Woe buff and stuff like that, and make sure that they propel themselves to have that 50% damage amp onto the end of General Call. That's the most important part for Monka. But right here, we need to make sure that Skylark lives, and Blood DK hasn't had much survivability issue this season. Just Dancing Rune weapon uptime very high. You do see he pre-pops that Vamp Blood as well. He's really, really safe at this point during this pull.
Yeah, not sure how many other tanks can go ahead and just pull everything like he did while the other 4 members of his party are all line-of-sighted around the corner. Maybe a couple other tanks can do that, but not as safely as the Blood DK can, as everything just gets completely destroyed. I don't even think that were there too many cooldowns committed there. I think it was just the Infernal that was committed there, so pretty nice. 10 stack is up. They're going to go for a final refresh on these last 2 Stonewall Gargants at the very end here. And then we are into the final section of this boss. Going to pull all the remaining trash needed onto the boss, pop that Bloodlust, and off to the races we go. Remember, time to beat for them is 1550. I think Perplex's clean run was like 1510. This is going to be way faster than either of those times.
On the left side of the screen, we do see Perplex here downing Borrelia in just a moment, so maybe they're in a position where if Monka wiped, they would be able to come back, but at the same time, they would have to go all the way through the Call Gauntlet. But everybody's looking on the right side of the screen here at Monka. They have popped their Bloodlust. They have that 10 stack of that Sinfall boon for that 50% damage gain. They need to make sure that they don't get cleaved down by the Chamber Sentinel swirlies on the ground. They need to make sure that they're not getting hit by that Vi Interceptor as RX ends up getting cleaved by it. Everything is fine though. Monka is topped off. They're going to start slamming some of their Dwarf Racials if they're scared of the bursting stacks. But I mean, this isn't even looking that dangerous. They're gonna save those stone forms for the General Call bleed. They don't even need it for the bursting.
I mean, that's about as picture perfect of a run as you can get. One minor death on the Warlock, and I think the worst part of that death was the fact that he dropped his Reign of Chaos. That was probably the worst part. Other than that, I mean, this run has been absolutely fantastic for Monka, and I mean, setting themselves up great for either of our last 2 dungeons in the series. Remember, both of those, it's Necrotic Wake and Gambit, which are 2 just insanely quick dungeons. One mistake and you lose, so all they have to do is try to play clean either of those 2 dungeons, and they take this tournament, as long as they're able to get this last 4% of General Call down.
All right. General Call here dipping increasingly lower. They have lost that Sinfall boon buff, so they no longer have that 50% damage gain. But at the same time, they don't have any offensive CDs. They're just kind of peppering the boss. Eventually, it's going to hit that 50% HP threshold, in which General Call will end the key. Monka is 100% enemy forces count, so there's nothing to worry about there. And they're going to be taking down General Call in 14:34 in the Sanguine Deaths.
Man.
My goodness, this was a swift one.
Wow, that was I almost thought it was a bunch of hedgehogs there instead of a bunch of dwarves, because man, they went fast. Monka taking out Sanguine Sonic Hedgehog. He's a fast hedgehog. Anyway, Monka getting the win here. which is big in this series too, because again they did lose this map to Perplexed a little bit earlier in the day, so coming back and giving us our fastest time yet we've seen on it by quite a bit, 14:33 to the 15:14 that we saw from Perplexed a little bit earlier. So pretty big statement by Monka to come into the series and start off like that after climbing their way back through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and going into this series, all of us were saying, it's going to be really close. Monka probably has a better sanguine depths route, but it's going to come down to execution. And I do want to highlight some things here. This was a beautiful routing from Monka. We've seen it before. They are extending their buff here. Master Spell coming in to make sure we're not getting too much of those stacks on everybody. And then Skylar is going to run off and pull everything you see in the background to even extend that buff furthermore. Beautifully done. And they saved so much on buff uptime as well as on trash count with doing these huge pulls into the lanterns. We said it before, it all comes down to having these buffs up and running. But then there was something happening on the other side of the screen. There was a pretty devastating wipe on the side of a Perplexed. It all happened with one of these Woe Drifter bursts coming through, and then the group was not able to recover any of this. All of these trash counts not being able to extend their stack further. They had to get all of this back together. So it was really, really tough. And from there on out, they fought against the timer and against Monka. There was one short moment where I feared something bad might happen. We're actually not seeing it on the replay here, but Macine was shackled in the back and then was getting hit with one of these stones, but did not use cooldowns prior to that, so got rest instantly and then was able to send his cooldowns fully into this pack, making sure he gets all of those 10 stacks again. So while they did get the 5-second penalty, it wasn't that much of a loss overall with their main AoE DPS carry going down, and then this huge pull at the end pulling all of that into the boss. You love to see it. There's nothing greater than just getting all of these ads into the boss. Bloodlust, full blasting, anything and everything in your path, and they did a beautiful job in this Sanguine Depth.
I just gotta say, if Macine is gonna die ever in Sanguine Depths, it's gotta be there. It's totally fine for him to have that 5-second penalty. You're not feeling great about burning a battle res there, especially with how Barilia went last time with Mode getting kind of sniped. But at the same time, Macine is able to immediately get a 10-stack refresh on the Lantern. He does drop his Reign of Chaos, which isn't great, but he doesn't lose any really offensive CDs, and they're able to go into the boss with everything available to them that they would normally have.
Yeah, and for Perplex too, I mean, it really is kind of like a spinning plates situation too, where if you drop one of those plates, everything's going to come down, right? So it's just kind of the intricacy that a dungeon at this level requires, and I hope we get to see a clean run from both sides, and hope we get to see it come really, really down to the wire like we know it can. But with these pulls at this level, it's just so likely that somebody's gonna take a bad step somewhere or get caught by some mechanic. It's even the best teams in the world, you can see, it's just so easy to die here, which kind of makes it more impressive that we see teams able to beat these dungeons at all. But we are looking ahead to our 23 Necrotic Wake, Tyrannical, Raging, Volcanic. So Volcanic sticking around for an affix, changing things up a little bit with some of the mobs in the dungeon there with the Raging. But this is going to be another one that we have seen some incredibly fast times on. Even today, what was it? It was what was our quickest one? I'm trying to remember. It was fast.
We've seen some sub-11 runs. I don't think we've seen those this weekend, but we've seen some pretty fast runs here as well. I mean, Necrotic Wake is another dungeon where people have figured out the strongest way, the fastest way to do the dungeon. It's just consolidating all of the pulls into giant single pulls, right? You can pretty much separate Necrotic Wake out into literally 4 AoE pulls. And if you do those 4 AoE pulls properly, you're probably going to have one of the faster times you've ever seen. And it's just a huge execution check. When it comes down to these two teams, I think they can both do it cleanly, but it's going to come down to the minute details, right? Will you have one death here and drop your Reign of Chaos? Will you have your healer go down, and that causes a cascading effect? Any one of those things can go wrong, and these affixes, they really punish you. If you get everything into Raging and you don't have an AoE stun ready for them, you could see your tank just instantly go down.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, I actually think that Perplexed has the advantage in this Necrotic Wake because of that. Because they've been playing together for such an extended period of time. They have 2 other Shadowlands seasons of MDI experience together. I feel like they should definitely be the favorites in the Necrotic Wake. They've seen a bunch of different iterations of this dungeon. They've seen a bunch of different affix combinations. They should have the advantage here over a team that was newly formed for this MDI specifically. Even though Monka, incredibly skilled, as we saw in that Sanguine Depths.
I mean, the thing is in their last series, Monka did win the first map there too with that The Other Side, and then Perplex came back, won 2 in a row. So we'll see if that ends up being the case again here today as we go into Necrotic Wake. And it feels like when things go wrong in this map, a lot of times they'll go wrong in some of these very first pulls near Blightbone. So we'll keep an eye out for that. It's you really, this dungeon doesn't ramp up. You are thrown into the fire from like pull 1. So watch out.
It's like
There you go.
the initial.
Why are you leaving me
Yeah.
hanging? Why are you leaving me
Yeah.
hanging like this?
The initial pull too, just with
Sorry,
raging.
I'm just waiting for the game to start, right? I mean, we've seen so many Necrotic Wakes coming out of and in of this tournament, and it always comes down to how you execute it. Can you use those weapons perfectly? And there is one pull in that dungeon that I'm just gonna have my eyes peeled for, and that's the pull where you get everything onto a Marth. And if that goes cleanly for a team and just a little bit borked for the other one, then that could be the defining factor. And it's also my favorite pull in all of the dungeons anyway, so I'm really excited for it.
Me too. We're about to get started here. We'll see if Perplex can tie up the series the way they did in the first best of 3 we saw between these 2 teams earlier today, or if Monka just wins it. I mean, they have a chance to just win the group right here. Both teams are going through to the global finals, but you want that extra prestige. You want that extra cash by getting the win. If you can do it in 2-0 fashion, that's quite the momentum to carry into those global finals a little bit later. So we'll see if they're able to do it or not.
The ball is certainly in Monka's court here. They need to make sure that they are going to be super consistent. And like you said, the first pulls of these dungeons definitely set the tempo on raging. You need to make sure that those Blightbone pulls, like, we haven't seen many tank deaths, but if there's ever going to be one, it's definitely going to be like one of those fully enraged Blightbone. Like, that would be like a catastrophe, but it absolutely could happen in Necrotic Wake here.
Yeah, looks like we've got a restart for the key, so it'll be another minute or 2 before we get in there again. Yeah, I'm kind of curious with like Stitch Flesh. When did he install the transparent dome on his head? Like, at what point do you do that? Where it's like he's got like a transparent dome on his head. Haven't you seen this?
Going into the casters, can we start?
It's important to
game?
think about
Sorry.
these things. It's important to think about these things. I think.
Well, hold on. I
just
think Noah's
becoming
on
the
to
YouTube
something.
chatters.
Don't
Chatting.
derail.
Of
course
Don't
you are.
derail
You're
our-
Can they start the
Monka
game
player.
chatting? Why hasn't the
Chatting.
game started? Chatting.
Chatting. Start the game.
It's time to
Wait.
chat.
Game.
What can you
Hold on,
say?
we
You
gotta
gotta
look at this
fill. Would
dome.
you rather have a break?
Well, okay, so hold on. Are they going to get close to this
Yeah.
dome? Oh,
There
interesting.
it is.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. See,
Huh.
it is. So when do you? At what point in your life do you get, or unlife, do you get to where it's like, I kind of want to be able to see my brain when I look in the mirror?
Well,
I
so
mean, I'm honest, I kind of want to see my brain.
I mean, yeah, but then it's like you get into the zone where it's like, do I wear a hat if I want to protect it? Like, and that's dangerous, right?
Well-
like, what if you fall and hit your head and crack your brain dome?
So actually, after the MDI today, I'm going to go get my brain cryogenically frozen. So I'll be back next weekend to let you know how it went.
Are you sure?
You think we will be
They
able to tell
promised
the
me that I
difference?
would be.
I don't know if you know what cryogenically frozen means.
They said quick and painless. I don't know what else they needed to tell me.
I don't think they do that for just a week. I think that's like Tuttles wakes up 500 years from now and he's like, I wonder how Monka did at the global finals.
Quick and painless. That's what they said.
Wake up
The
after the
procedure
great
is
trash
quick, but-
avalanche of 2505.
That's right. He just emerges from the garbage. I'm back.
Dear, wait a second.
I mean, Zyronic took it one step farther. Apparently, you were cryogenically frozen and then put into a landfill. I don't know if that's the plan. Is that what you were saying,
What is
Zyronic?
happening?
I mean, I was making a
This is what happens
reference
when you
to
have
a
a key
movie,
restart.
but
Can the chat help me
key.
out on this?
chatting.
Oh, it's
when
like-
restarting the game.
Wait, were you
need
referencing-
assistance?
Were you referencing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze when Shredder pops out of the garbage?
I was not, but I can.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. I mean, that applies. Don't look at me like that, rhyme binder.
I was referencing Idiocracy.
Oh, okay. It's a couple
You
Probably not as good of a movie as
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at minute
That's absolutely true.
31:48 in season 2, episode 4. What was that, Doa?
It was a movie. It was a movie.
How
Teenage
did you?
Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze. Everybody knows. It's the one where Vanilla Ice dances at the end.
Is this another?
Ninja, rap. Go Ninja, go Ninja. Somebody knows. Somebody out there knows. I'm telling you.
Might be one or two of them.
Oh, come on. You've never seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Secret of the Ooze.
They are getting older
I
these
don't
days
believe
at
you
their
for a second.
accelerated age. No.
I don't believe you for a second.
So,
Well, it's a great film, and we might have time to watch it before the ski starts, so it's something to keep in mind.
True.
I'm just joining
Is
in
there
with YouTube chat.
anything that could surprise us? Let's talk about WoW again, shall we? Anything
is there?
in this dungeon that could surprise us in terms of routing, or maybe we're going to see an elemental shaman once again?
I appreciate what you're
Anything.
trying to do here, Makes.
Yes,
But-
I'm trying.
Necrotic Wake's been around for a while.
Tattles wants to tell the group something. Go
Want
ahead,
to give it a
Tattles.
shot?
I don't think that there's anything that will surprise us. It's like you need a rogue, right? So in a lot of dungeons we've seen this weekend, the rogue has been if you're swapping out a spec, it's going to be the rogue more likely than not. The Serve Hunter and the Destro Locked, their AoE damage, it seems like you kind of have to keep them. The rogue, at least in all the seasons that we've seen, the Trix has been super valuable for just carrying those weapons. And typically rogues are relatively durable, and their prio damage, just from playing that subtlety specialization, is fairly solid. I don't expect there to be anything unique coming out of the compositions. I think that most of the uniqueness is going to come from strategy decisions between the two teams.
Right. So anyway, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: Secret of the Ooze begins in an underground shopping center. A young pizza delivery boy stumbles across some hooligans trying to loot the stores. It looks like things are going to go bad until our heroes in a half shell show up and show them what for. Let me tell you.
Turtle power.
But they do take the pizza in the end, but they pay for it.
Oh, that's nice. That's good of them.
Yeah, I mean they're heroes, right? In a half shell. Turtle power. Exactly.
Can you run?
Yes.
How did we get here? Can you run this one by me
Yes.
real quick? I'm just,
No.
Well,
Just no.
Okay.
Don't.
there's a lot of ooze.
No.
There's a lot of ooze in this dungeon. There you go. There's a lot of ooze in this dungeon. It's caused a lot of mutations.
Story
Who's
time.
to say there aren't some Ninja Turtles somewhere as an Easter egg in this dungeon somewhere? They do that kind of thing from time to time,
I mean, we should
Sure.
actually, maybe we can ask our observers to fly down really closely to those ooze puddles, and maybe we
Yeah.
can spot a tiny turtle somewhere. I mean, we've just got ducks for the next expansion. Maybe we can also ask them to get turtles.
We've had turtles for a long time in the game.
But not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Not yet. No.
so confused how we got here, man. I'm still.
I mean,
This is what happens
I
when keys
tried-
get restarted,
I tried to direct it back to WoW, but Doa wouldn't let it go, so now I'm rolling with it. This is what you get.
Well, so let's have a more relevant WoW question then. I thought the mount that Amarth was riding on was unique, but you really see them all over the place. So how unique is it really?
Isn't it just like a flayed wing? One of these.
Are they
Isn't
all
that
the
what
same?
it's called?
Look at that thing. The thing he's riding on, it's a rare drop, But should
I
it
don't
be
think
that
it's-
rare?
I think that World of Warcraft utilizes rare very broadly these days. I think all mounts are the same. Let's be real here. All mounts are the same.
Wow. Are they?
Sorry?
Yeah.
You did
Yeah,
not just
are we-
say that.
are we about to do a,
somebody who
Dude, it's a dragon.
farmed.
It's
No,
li-
I
it's,
never
it's a
farmed
dragon.
mines, so I don't know.
All mounts
But,
are the same.
I have good news for everybody that has been waiting. The key is starting in just a couple of seconds. There will be no talk
Sure?
allowed about Teenage
Let's
Mutant Ninja
go!
Turtles.
Thank goodness. Here we
during
go.
this key.
All right.
Yes, it's
Good luck to
ironic.
Monka and Perplex.
In the game, in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. Okay, it's at least it's ironic.
Well, that conversation that we just had could be referred to in other games as going eighth. as Swag just went 8 as he went down to a frontal from Blightbone. That's their battle res used in the first 30 seconds of the dungeon. However, they do get through all the trash. And you know what? You'd rather at least keep going than just have a full-out wipe there.
They didn't lose he didn't lose his Goliath Orb either. So in regards to like how bad that death is, that's basically just like a 5-second penalty. He did end up losing the Lust on him. He also, I think, lost his Coordinated Assault buff, so maybe it's a little bit more than a 5-second penalty, but at the same time, the Trash Pool did end up getting killed off. This is looking okay, but now you do see the difference in the boss HP from Perplex to Monka, and that's probably off the back of that Swag death. It's just one of those things that, like, the death there, he ends up losing his CDs, and he's no longer able to pump as much bio damage into the boss. And Monka looking like they're going to be able to kill Blightbone somewhere in the range of, like, maybe 15 seconds ahead of where Perplexed are.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a pretty massive advantage. Of course, the big thing is just having that extra little padding of knowing you have that battle res in your back pocket just in case things go horribly, horribly wrong for you. I mean, if a tank goes down for Perplex, that's all she wrote. Their pull is completely done. Whereas Monka, they have the pre-Soulstone ready on Skylark whenever they need it, if they do need it. Or Skylark not really going down to much at all this weekend, but you always want to have that just in case something goes horribly wrong. Perplex does not have that for the next 8.5 minutes of this dungeon, and that's kind of a scary proposition when you know that losing this map means that you lose the entire tournament and you end up with a 2 seed and less money for the global finals.
All right, so Monka already getting their pull on top of Narzuda grouped up. Ooh, Mason drops incredibly low there, but they're making sure to stay stacked. Now these Marauders are coming in. You need to watch out of those Cleaves. Those gruesome Cleaves have been known to take down mini melee, and so those Marauders are going to be dealt with. You need to make sure that the Fear also gets kicked. Monka doing a great job of just, again, staying stacked up, utilizing those Goliath Orbs, and just pulsing AoE on the whole entire pack. In addition to that, they are going to slam that Silence Orb to be able to silence most of those mobs. It just makes that pull a lot easier. You see a similar pull, maybe definitely less big, but kind of a similar-ish pull done on live from a lot of these high-end teams. And so it makes sense that a lot of these groups have adapted to this.
Slight difference in routing there has allowed Perplex to get to the same point in the dungeon as Monka there. Perplex opted to get a little bit of extra trash on the first boss there, giving them 4 extra trash count. And when they did get the Narzuda, they didn't end up pulling those 2 Marauders that Monka brought in. The problem with those 2 Marauders is you actually just have to wait for them to run to the pack, which can cost you a little bit of time. That's why we're seeing them both be at the exact same point, even though Monka was able to get the first boss and trash pack down 10 seconds earlier. Really, like, we're neck and neck in dungeon progression right here. The only thing separating the two teams is the 5 seconds from that death timer, which means we are really, really close together. But here is pull number 3 of the dungeon. All of this trash on top of a Marth. This is where everything is used. If one thing goes wrong here for Perplex, they don't have a battle res to catch them back up here. Are they going to be able to pull it off and keep themselves in the dungeon battles?
Immediately slamming most defensives. You do see Wolf Disco and Maystein immediately popping that Unending Resolve, trying to make sure that they're able to stay grouped up as well. So it's really annoying to get knocked up by the Volcanic if you are one of these ranged players that's like stacked on top of this pack, but you need to be stacked up for those Goliath Orb. The pulsing AoE from the Goliath Orb, it does a ton of damage, but in addition to that, it kind of keeps your group topped up. Otherwise, this is, like, more often than not, like a pretty unhealable pull, just with the amount of mobs that they had grouped for both Perplexed and Monka. But you did see just those Goliath Orbs. They were able to carry them. They utilized the curing weapons as well. And Perplexed is kind of able to catch back up in terms of boss HP, neck and neck with Monka on a pull that they did maybe 2 or 3 seconds later. They were able to completely negate that. They need to kill this boss maybe 5 seconds ahead, because that depth differential is something that we need to continue to look at. Perplexed is starting to even pull further ahead just on boss damage.
Okay, important thing to mention here, though, no spear was used for Monka there. They still have 2 spears and 3 hammers. You can check those buffs across their character frames at the top. Perplexed did use a spear there. Check the Kyrian weapon damage there. They have 3 million extra Kyrian weapon damage. Monka has a massive advantage. Both teams killed that boss at roughly the exact same time, and that extra Kyrian spear is going to go a long way. Monka did end up using one of those orbs, however. That was the minor difference in pull there, but I think that the spear is definitely a lot more useful than the orb when it comes to just pure boss damage. Perplex might have a little bit of a safer time on this pull, though, with double orb.
We saw this a lot last season with just how the teams were utilizing their spears. I think the Complexity team ended up like javelining Nalthor whenever other teams weren't normally javelining Nalthor, and they were able to catch back up a ton of boss damage just by optimization of their Kyrian weapons. But right here, here's a pull where most teams are going to be firing off at least some form of the Kyrian weapons, and both Perplexed and Monka dropping those silence orbs, those anima spheres, making sure that all of the mobs are getting kicked. The Flesh Crafter needs to get interrupted. You do see the Corpse Collector also needs to get interrupted, so it makes a lot of sense that you are dropping that Anima Sphere to interrupt everything.
Look at the difference in Kyrian weapon damage here. Spear plus Orb used for Monka. They use them at the same time, and the damage amp from the Spear applies to the damage coming from the Orb, so it amplifies it even further. I like the idea of using the double Anima Orb for Perplexed. They use them staggered so that the silencing portion of the Orb would extend past just the 8 seconds you're using it, right? Because you use one Orb and the other Orb, no casts get off. It's definitely safer, but the pull just dies that much more slowly because of it, and Monka is already through onto these 2 mobs, whereas Perplexed, they only just now spawned them.
So both teams now are pretty even up on their weapons, right? So they both have triple hammer plus 1 javelin for the remainder of the key. Now the question comes into like, where are you going to be using that javelin? I think that most teams are going to be using it on this next boss, utilizing it on Nalthor. Not always the most popular thing, but Stitch Flesh, especially on a 23 Tyrannical, very dangerous.
Definitely dangerous, and we've seen things go wrong for several teams, even some of our best teams just happening to miss a hook off to the left or right just a little bit. Really have to make sure that doesn't happen, because one of those missing could be the end of the key for you in this dungeon, just based off of purely time alone. These teams are so close together, even still within like 15 seconds of each other here.
I think that the Monka usage of their weapons, like you were talking about, that kind of started opening them up a little bit more of an advantage coming into the Necropolis, and I think it also kind of provided for a bit of a safer pull. Would you tend to agree?
I do agree. I think it was definitely safer. Everything died so much more quickly for him.
Yeah. All right, so now Monka getting Gorgrind dealt with. Those Gorgrind bits do need to get killed off. They are enraged, so kind of dangerous for Skylark, but overly not super worried here. He's going to be making his way towards this next abomination. You do see the Loyal Creation is mind controlled by Skylark. Ooh, they're going to free that Raging Loyal Creation and kill it on top of Rot Spew here with these leftovers. Whereas on the other side, left side of your screen, Perplexed, they have finally dealt with Gorgrind. And like you said, they're somewhere in the range of like 10 seconds behind. Perplexed is really going to have to push their damage as far as possible to be able to catch up, because they are that 10 seconds behind, plus the 5 seconds of death differential from that first pull that where we had Swag go down.
And remember, the only RNG that's really left in the dungeon to speak of is who gets targeted by Dark Exile, right? And when you're in this situation, when you're neck and neck like this, do you just go for it? Do you just slam the Warlock Gateway down and say, whoever gets Dark Exile, take the Gateway, and we'll res you if we have to at the end of the debuff? I mean, I think you kind of have to go for that if you're either of these teams right now.
Okay, so now Monka gets Surgeon Stitch Flesh pulled. They're going to be... It looks like they're killing off the Dismantler here. So it makes a lot of sense that they are going to grab that Relic. If they do get the Dismantler dealt with while Stitch Flesh is alive, that's going to allow for a lot more Wildfire Bombs and just a decent amount more DPS coming into the immediate on the boss. Sometimes you're going to want to kill like a Vi Relic. Ooh, Perplex actually making a different decision here. They are killing the Vi Interceptor. So their haste buff, while it's going to last a little bit longer, it's less of an immediate gain in terms of power. But Monka ended up killing just a little bit early. Did they miss a hook?
I believe they did.
They had to, because now they have 2 creations out.
There's a second creation.
Oh, that's so bad for Monka.
Is it? You don't suppose that maybe it was on purpose to maybe get a little bit of extra single target damage out? Because look how much faster their boss is dying.
Well, they just javelined it. Perplex is saving. It looks like they're saving.
Oh, they're saving their javelin. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this.
So on the upside, Monka did end up getting the creation dealt with. The other creation dealt with kind of quick. So hopefully they don't have 2 out at once. They do get the re-grab on Stitch Flesh, so things are looking a little bit okay. But the miss on that first hook could put them in a weird spot here. Now you do see that Flesh Crafter coming out of the CC. Getting into melee, they're going to use the Throw Cleaver to kind of hit Stitch Flesh. It looks like Monka's going to be able to kill Stitch Flesh off, so they miss another hook on the boss, which is not great, but it's looking okay. On the left side of your screen here, Perplexed, also having a lot of those 8 bombs up at the same time.
Monka committed a hammer just to make sure they got the boss down before he escaped again. That's kind of a big deal. Perplex is just letting that second escape happen. They're going to get a hook down. This is going to come down to just a pure single target DPS race. Yes, Monka is getting to the boss faster. However, Perplexed still has one extra spear and one extra hammer. They're going to be able to get Lust plus a bunch of cooldowns in on that spear debuff as well. Oh man,
who's favored here? I don't even know who is favored
I don't know
here.
either.
So there is the 5 seconds of death differential, so Perplexed has to kill Nalthor with 5 seconds remaining. Both of these teams do also have to kill that Fleshcrafter. They're both at 99% enemy forces, so that's something that we have to take into account as well whenever you are looking at these things. But Monka already at 76% on Nalthor the Rhinebinder as Perplexed are making their way up to the final boss here. Monka still increasingly getting the boss lower. Their Bloodlust is going to be fading here in just a couple seconds. As Perplexed, we know they have a lot more weapons here. They have a lot more upfront damage. They have to pump, though, if they want to catch back up. Krim's dying on the side of Monka. He does get res here.
To just careen ahead of Monka here. It's actually going to be so disgusting how much damage comes out. Look at that. They already have the boss down to 60%. They still have the Bloodlust rolling. The cooldowns are still active. Here they come. Perplexed catching right back up to Monka here. This is going to be really, really close battles. I don't know who's going to win it. Man, all of the hammers were used from Perplexed though. They still have a hammer on the side of Monka, and they still have their Lust. Oh, this is so close.
They need to get the Fleshcrafter to raging. I think that could actually be the difference for Perplexed versus Monka here. Is just like how. So Monka has already dealt with their Fleshcrafter, so they're fine. That mob is already dead. Whereas on the side of Perplexed, they continue to utilize that Fleshcrafter. They need to make sure it dies as well, so they have to get to 100% enemy forces count. I think this may be it from. I think Monka may be able to take this. Ironic. Now they're the Rhinebinder at 14% HP, but that raging. Throw cleaver for Perplexed, chunking Nalthor to 12% HP as these two teams are tied up. Again, the death differential is at 0 because Krims ended up sacking himself and getting battle rest here. Perplexed needs to kill the boss and kill the Fleshcrafter. Monka here, 2% on Nalthor. Perplexed ended up taking it. Oh my!
Who took it?
Who won? Oh my god! Okay, we need an admin roll. We need an admin roll.
It is a photo finish. We gotta wait. We gotta wait and see.
I'm pretty sure it's Monka. Wolf died in the very last second and added 5 more seconds to the timer.
It seems that way.
Wolf died.
But we have to wait for an official ruling. It's close enough where, like, remember, the numbers we see on the screen right now are unofficial. But it is Monka who takes the victory. Wow. I'm sure we'll see the exact time in a moment. But wow, so Monka 2-0s the grand finals of Group B. Not only are they going to the global finals, like Perplex still is, but they are the champions here this weekend. And it could not have come in a more exciting fashion.
Man. That was as close a DPS raise at the end you could possibly get, Migs.
No kidding.
Insane. I mean, there was a lot that factored into this, but this was as close as anything could guess. It is the death. Because at the very last second, Wolf died. They did so well with the crafter and raging it, then, like you said, chunking so much of the health out, but it wasn't enough. There was a lot that contributed to it being as close as it was, I would say. I think in general, I like Monka's routing better, but they had some oopsies here and there, and we're going to get into that in just a little second. But what a key!
No kidding. I mean, and to have it all come down to that death at the very last couple seconds of the dungeon for Perplex, like that's a heartbreaker, but I mean, at least you got the consolation that you're going to global finals. You're still going to be feeling pretty good after this weekend as Perplexed, but man, that was easily the closest one we've seen yet in MDI this season, I think.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we saw the Theater of Pain. That was also pretty close, but let's have a look here. So on this pull here, you see the Marauders coming in. It's something we've seen from other teams as well that Perplex didn't do. The way it works is the team pulls this big pack here and everybody stays with the tank, and just the priest, the healer, goes away, pulls those Marauders. They don't really do anything as long as you're far away enough from them, and adds them to the trash count here. And because they're easy enough to just cleave with them, it was really, really nice. Now, here is RX doing that Door of Shadows, and because he did that Door of Shadows, saved just a little bit of timer on getting across the platform here while triggering that pre-event. We could barely see it in the mini cam. And then here on this boss, Monka actually missed, I think, 1 or 2 of the hooks. It wasn't really easy to see from our perspective, but they for sure had 2 creations. But then Perplexed did something different. They had 3 hammers available. They had that spear, and they didn't sacrifice any of it. They trusted in Divine Field being just able to face tank all of that while they finished off Stitch Flash. I was shaking in my boots watching it. And here is the very last seconds. You're seeing it. You're seeing the Flashcrafter getting Enrage, chomping away at the boss. And then in the background, there's Wolf Disco. And they're doing really well on everything with this boss here. But down goes Wolf.
Wow.
It is the
my
exile
God,
that
he
killed
died
him.
in Dark Exile.
If they kill the boss
Literally.
2 seconds
like-
faster, this is a completely different series because they win this dungeon off of that. That was not Wolf's fault. That was just, oh man,
No.
pure
No, it would have
DPS.
just happened anyway.
So
Wow.
for those at home who don't understand, like Nalthor, whenever he does his Dark Exile on you, he'll like send you downstairs. There are ways that you can not get sent downstairs, whether it be through Life Grip or whether it be through those Warlock gates that you see set up on the screen right there. And so he canceled the Dark Exile so he was able to pump more DPS into the boss, but it times out after 30 seconds and you end up dying just to like the debuff of the Dark Exile itself. He ended up dying. He soulstoned himself, so he was able to stand up immediately, which is why we didn't even notice that he died. But the 5-second death penalty was just, they just couldn't afford the 5 seconds. It's so sad.
I mean, it was the right decision, right? They needed the damage to try to keep up, and it nearly worked. If they had killed that boss like a split second before, like 1 second, maybe 2 seconds at the most before, he wouldn't have died. They wouldn't have had that on the counter, and it would have been a win for Perplex. And we'd be talking about a 3rd dungeon right here. But as it is, Monka got it done just that much, like 1 or 2 pixels faster than Perplex, and that's going to be a 2-0 win for them. But wow, what a way to end the group. Group B has been awesome, and that was you couldn't ask for a more photo finish than that. That was cool.
There is nothing more exciting to me as a caster watching games between 2 teams at the top of their game playing to their absolute strengths with minimal mistakes and just coming down to photo finishes like that. That is the MDI just in a nutshell right there. I love that. So good.
I also do want to highlight, looking at this overview of the bracket, I wanted to say tournament tree again, which is not the correct word. Just look at how it worked out. We had Monka and Perplex both battling it out in the semi-final. Monka got sent down in a 2-1, then won the lower finals, came back and swooshed that 2-0 in against Perplexed. And after having already played the lower finals before, they did not have a lot of breaks. I do want to highlight that. So coming in from this and playing as strong as they did, and even making up for those mistakes that happened along the way, is really not easy, and very, very well played by them.
Yeah, they did it so cleanly too. I mean, Monka just with very few deaths, across the board today, and that's what you love to see, right? Excuse me. Because if you're going to be able to compete at this level, it's not just playing clean. It's playing extremely fast and clean and making sure everybody's hitting everything. Like the ability to win an MDI group is just it's almost like unfathomable for the average player, right? I get the feeling I got when I watch StarCraft 2 pros back in the day, and they're going at 300 APM, and you're like, I just cannot do that. My hands do not move that fast. Level of precision it takes to win something like this is pretty impressive.
I mean, it's pretty good for global finals too, right? Because knowing that you're the 1 seed, you're probably, if I remember correctly, you're not going to play against other 1 seeds. So that means you don't have to play Echo in the first round, which is always pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge benefit too. So there you have it. 4 teams, half of our teams for the global finals have been decided. Echo, Baldy from Group A, Monka, Perplexed from Group B. Next weekend, we've got Group C. We've got 1 team coming in from China, which actually has been decided. So we do have 5 out of the 8 so far. We'll get that icon on there at some point. And then Last Stand Tournament will be that last opportunity to find that 8th team. And that is going to be madness, that Last Stand Tournament. So many good teams, only 1 spot to grab, and I'm glad I'm not playing it. I would not want to be one of the people playing in it. Well, there you go. This is our Group C. A look ahead to check out the FXs we're going to have to deal with. It's ironic. What's jumping out there?
Oh, Blackrick Hold is interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if we've got any Arcane Mage players in Group C. Ooh. Love to see some Bloody Arcane Mage action there. Spell stealing, some stacking buffs.
I got
One-shotting bosses.
PTSD from Sanguine in that dungeon. Just all of those mobs that are in that giant hallway, just standing in Sanguine, breathing fire in Sanguine. Somebody please get them out of there.
I love Black Hold. It was one of my favorite dungeons back in Legion. And seeing it come back makes me so happy. Yeah, I know it's not very relatable to a lot of people, but I spent so much time in that dungeon farming trinkets.
23 Inspiring Tyrannical Mists is going to be a toughie. Oh my goodness, that is a key that on live keys, whenever it's inspiring, I will not zone into.
Look at the Halls of Atonement. Fort Raging Explosive 23 hulls. I foresee some thrash deaths in the future. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm kind of wondering about that, the 24 Necrotic Wake, too, with bolstering on that. I mean, some of those pulls that we've been seeing, fortified bolstering, that's gonna make those a little bit trickier, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
To say the least.
And then our 24s, Necrotic Wake and Tazavesh Gambit. That's the big boy Tazzy V.
Tazzy V?
A lot of bands coming in for
it stands for Tazavesh.
Tazzy V.
Tazzy V. Tazavesh.
Sorry, I'm not cool enough to speak that lingo.
Well, you can be. All you have to do is
I could be.
Yeah.
I would rather not.
Fair enough.
Fair.
All right. Well, there you go. And don't forget, you too can earn the encrypted banner of the Opportune if you compete in the Last Stand time trials. I think you need a couple 15s to get it, so it's not that unobtainable for your average M+ dungeon runner. So go forth and do that. It's a cool in-game item, and it's going to be fun, right? Jump on the tournament realm, play some dungeons, and have a good time. Get a banner.
Yeah, get a banner.
Get a banner.
I don't have the banner
You
yet.
get a banner, and you
Why
get
don't you have the banner yet?
I
like the banner.
I didn't get the
Actually,
banner.
I really like slamming the banners down during the middle of raid. It makes everybody glow like this hint of gold. It's kind of cool to just slam it down. Yeah. Some people in my guild have it macroed into abilities. I don't really know why, but we get them slammed all the time.
I mean, that you can slam it down after a successful Mythic Plus dungeon run to show your appreciation before everybody zones out, or you can slam it down onto the body of one of your DPS.
Goes wrong. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, exactly.
Somebody,
maybe somebody. Here's what you do as a healer. We saw this earlier today a little bit. You life grip one of your DPS into a statue on Lord Chamberlain, but then the follow up is you slam the banner down on top of him at the end. Yep, that's swag. That's
anyone want to queue some keys? I have a priest. I can go right now.
I think I'm really busy that day.
Thanks for the warning. I'm like, I have to.
Didn't ask.
I have to go buy a cat.
Said anyone.
Well. I think that's going to about do it for the Mythic Dungeon International for this weekend for Group B. So let's get some final thoughts before we close out the show. Max, we'll start with you. Parting words for us.
I think it was really, really surprising to see Monka take it away from Perplexed. I think those teams coming into the Cup were the two teams that everybody was looking out for. Well, we got a good taste of a lot of new and fresh teams coming into the MDI as well. Speaking of Just Reset, speaking of Frog Gang, speaking of Dismissed Free For all of those teams really gave us something to look out for, and I hope they will and want to return in the next season. I'm really looking forward to that. I love getting new teams that are hungry for some Mythic Plus success, and yeah, I'm just happy that Team Monka won. I think it's really, really great, and they have been working for this for a very long time.
Cool to see. Yeah, and now as a unit too. Yeah, ironic. What do you got?
I just want to emphasize the thing that Mix was talking about earlier. Having a team come from the lower bracket and win the grand finals is not something that happens that often. And if I had to go back and check, I can probably count it on one hand how many times it's happened in the past 3 years. Just a really impressive performance from Monka. Really looking forward to see more from them and Perplexed in the global finals later this year.
Same. Tattles, your final thoughts on the weekend?
Monka surprised the crap out of me just across the whole entire weekend. I was worried that they were going to be a little bit inconsistent with some of their pulls, but they ended up they were able to pull it together. They were able to look like a strong unified unit. It was just in a way that I wasn't super expecting. Perplexed, I don't even think Perplexed has a lot to really work on. They looked super sick too. So both of these teams that are coming out of Group B are going to be menaces in the global finals. I do also think that there were a lot of teams that could give some problems during the Last Stand tournament if they really want to put in a lot of effort. Dismissed and Free For All had some insanely fast runs. It looked like their consistency wasn't where exactly it needed to be on all of their runs. Frog Gang and Soundproof also looked really good. Free for all of these teams that we had in this bracket, I think that did not qualify through could absolutely make an insane run in the Last Stand tournament.
Yeah, honestly, that tournament is going to be one of the most fun parts of the season. That is going to be awesome to watch, to see who claims that final spot. It's going to be great. But don't forget, next week we have Group C, one more group here, MDI, to find out 2 more teams that are going to the global finals. That's going to be next week at 10 a.m. Pacific time, starting things out on Friday, so don't miss that. But until then, from me, from everybody here at the desk, from everybody working in production to bring this awesome show to you, and for all the players, thank you so much for watching. Go enjoy the World of Warcraft. Close a couple wounds, I guess, if you want to feel nostalgic about, Azeroth, I suppose. But at least be good to each other. Have a good time. Stay safe, and we'll see you next week.